Yeah. Xanthi, did you say? Right, okay. I've never... Okay.
This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now, a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
game. And the fact that Yorkshire put on nearly 500 and Surrey have not had much chance to see the ball with the bat. Probably Yorkshire, the only side who can really win the match from here if they had a field day with the ball.
Absolutely.
And the draw looking the most likely result.
Absolutely, yeah. No, Yorkshire are the only ones that could win it from here. And what they would need to do is knock Surrey over under the follow-on and then have another go at them. But it's a good pitch, this, and we've seen it with the innings of Lythe and Bairstow. It's tough at the start, but if you get in on here, there are runs to be had. But it'll be a tough morning, this, for Surrey. Thankfully, the clouds are a bit higher today, and it's a bit brighter, because it was a frustrating day yesterday. And just the 4 overs, as you say, for Messrs Sibley and Burns to bat yesterday. But I'm pretty sure that Yorkshire will be saying to themselves, let's go and give it a right old go for the first session this morning. See if we can pick up some wickets, put Surrey under pressure. From a Surrey perspective, it's just bat now, and just bat and bat and bat and bat. But it will still be very interesting with 2 days to go. If we got the full 2 days in, then it could still be a very interesting game. But I think you're right. I think if there's going to be weather around and we're in and out a bit, there's really only one side that can win it from here. The only way that Surrey could win it from here is to get past that follow-on, then get knocked over, then knock Yorkshire over quickly, and then bat out of your skins in the second innings. But I think what we're looking at is, from a Yorkshire perspective, can you get Surrey back in? And from a Surrey perspective, just bat and bat and bat.
Yep, Yorkshire have done the usual and formed the huddle. Still got 2 Surrey batters awaiting 2 umpires, who are Michael Goff and James Middlebrook, when they make their way out to the middle. We are still officially 2 minutes before, shy of the start time for day 3. As you said, pitch playing well, as always. There's obviously going to be a little bit of moisture in the top, given the conditions yesterday, and it's a coolish morning once again, although we are, I did see it again on the forecast this morning, led to believe that temperatures might rise by a couple of degrees as the day goes on today, which may help with a little bit of swing. It's fairly breezy out there. Yeah.
You can take 1 layer off then. Look, there will definitely be a bit about this morning, and we've seen that, I'm not quite sure where the right spot is. Everyone keeps talking about the right spot. I'm not quite sure where that is, but we've seen the ball carry into the gloves of the keepers. We've seen the odd one take off, but it's been swing as much as anything that's caused problems. So you would think in these conditions there would be a bit of swing around this morning. Sometimes takes a little bit of time for the ball to get going, doesn't it? But you'd have thought that there will be something there for the bowlers this morning. And I think from a Yorkshire perspective as well, in these situations, if you get a chance, make sure you grab it, because it's going to be hard work, isn't it?
It will. Now, if you can pick up 3 or 4 in this morning's session and get stuck in, then you've given yourself a bit of a chance. But if Surrey come out of here this morning with only a couple down, again, the time taken out of the game, and the fact that, the sense, the feeling that history shows that as the day goes on here, it tends to get easier to bat. That will be hard work. The ball will be getting older as well. So all those factors to take into account. So Yorkshire basically will want to get off to a good start here. And as Churchy says, Surrey will just want to bat and bat and bat. Jai Richardson, who hasn't been at his best in this spell for Yorkshire, is taking the not very old ball from the Kirkstall Lane end, just 4 overs old, for the first delivery of the day to the right-handed Dom Sibley, with 3 slips and a gully in place, and the first delivery wide of off stump. Again, evidence of swing straight away there for Jai Richardson. And Yorkshire just, they're saying goodbye to Jai after this match. I know he desperately wants to put up a good performance. He's not really come to the party yet, unfortunately, but if he did, an Aussie test class bowler, have a good day today, and George Hill and Jack White bowl as they have been doing, Ben Cliff also to throw in there, Matthew Revis possibly, and Don Best, then they could put some pressure on. Here is Richardson. Now then, that Sibley hit in the unmentionables, second ball of the day, and that's hurt And I'm not surprised because Jai was bowling the top side of 80 yesterday. That's going to hurt at 45 miles an hour, Churchy, but not at 82. You wouldn't fancy that.
The extraordinary thing with Dom Sibley is we were trying to work out what his abdominal guard is made of in the game against Sussex because he kept getting hit there. But it made a sort of different noise and it didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. But that one did. That hurt Dom Sibley.
Yeah.
And that just nipped back. That was the problem. It nipped back. So he couldn't get out the way of it.
So he'll be feeling a bit of pain and probably wants 10 minutes off at this stage. But Jai Richardson's running into bowl to him again, this time just wide of off stump and through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. There's been a few of those this season. Don Best was in all sorts of trouble here. Sam Whiteman is, of course, missing as a result of something similar. And if you're watching Sam, hopefully things are improving and he'll be back out and batting for Yorkshire pretty soon. Richardson turns at the end of his run then. Got a nice, easy, measured run. Really puts his back into that delivery, which is full. Sibley drops it into the offside, and there's a direct hit from Don Bess. Rory Burns did have to get the hurry up on, but it never looked like he was going to be out, and decides, having run past the stumps, that they're not going to bother trying to take two for the ball that cannoned off into the deep in the outfield. So 18 without loss, first run of the day.
Yeah, good bit of work from Don Bess. Pick up and throw, hit the stumps, but Burns always looked comfy for getting home. Yes, with Sibley, you know how you always say, oh, it makes a different noise off the bat. It makes a different noise off his box, and it's not the normal noise. And as I say, against Sussex, he must have got hit there 4 or 5 times. But it's literally like, just shake it off and on we go again. But that one from Richardson did hurt him.
So, Rory Burns on strike, left-handed. Still the 3 slips and a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And long leg, Jack White down there, just discarding a drink. As in comes Richardson for ball number 5 of this third day. Dropped into the offside by Rory Burns. How many times has Rory made 1,000 in a season now, Churchy?
Quite a lot. But not in the last couple of years, actually, funny enough. It's a while since he's made 100, actually, Rory Burns. Didn't make one last year. And he's got 70-odd, a couple of 70s this season. He's looked in cracking nick. He's just found very strange ways of getting out. But he's looked in really good form without a big score yet this season.
That sort of unique stance that he has as Jai Richardson's in, that's slanted across him, and shouldering arms to complete over number 5. The first of day 3. 1 run from it. Burns on 14 now, then Sibley on 2 and 18 without loss. Yeah,
tidy first over that from Jai Richardson. A few spectators in this morning. Sunday, of course, so other things being done. Probably looking to see what the weather's going to be like as well before heading to Headingley. It's going to be Jack White from the Howard stand end. He's been picking up his wickets again this season. Jack White, looking at the numbers in the games that Yorkshire have played. He's a very good bowler, Jack White. He really is.
Yeah, soon to become a dad as well.
Is he? Oh, congratulations on that.
I think that is imminent.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah, so wishing all concerned well. Hope everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, they're just seeing his stats from last summer there. 42 wickets last summer for Yorkshire. Good return. 4 slips in there for Dominic Sibley. As Jack White, right arm over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump. And it's taken by Johnny Bairstow, moving away to his left-hand side. Watch Yorkshire play a tremendous game this morning to get themselves warmed up.
Yeah, can you describe what was going on?
Yeah, no, sort of. So it seemed it was a little like baseball with a football. And Anthony McGrath was rolling the ball, and if you were the batting side, you had to boot it, and if you booted it straight to a fielder and it was caught, you were out. But then you had to do, like when you were little and you played that game where you hit it and you'd had to run to a cone and come back. As this one's come back at Sibley, and again, that's hit him on the elbow. So this time Sibley's hit on the elbow, so that would have hurt as well, Dom Sibley. So he's been hitting the unmentionables this morning. He's now been hit on the elbow. He's in the wars this morning. Here's Dominic Sibley. Again, it's just nipped back and bounced at him. Oh dear. Hit the elbow and then gone back into his midriff. So that'll be painful. So yeah, boot the ball and then run to the cone and back as quick as you can before the ball's rolled back to Mr. McGraw, who then rolls it and you have to boot it by the time you get back. It was a great game. As this one's left alone by Sibley outside his off stump. And that's taken by Bairstow away to his right-hand side. But I think we've all played that game where you'd have a bat and there was a cone sort of at cover point and at square leg, and you had to hit it and then run round the cone and get back before the ball was bowled. It was a bit like that with a football. It was being taken very seriously. At one point, the ball rolled into the crowd, and Adam Lyth, whose team were chasing 16, I think, told the crowd not to roll it back so they could get some extra runs. So it was all being taken very... It was great fun, though, as White is over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley again is hit. Its height will be the issue here. He's got a bit of a stride in. It's nipped back. He is in the wars this morning, Dom Sibley. And he goes for a little wander towards square leg. You can see why the appeal went up, but height would have been the issue there. Good start this from White. Right on it this morning. Good morning to David Townsend, who's sat on his high chair away to our right. He seems to be unpacking milk at the moment for his coffee, which is good to see. Again, there's White in front of the Howard stand. Comes in over the wicket. And, Sibley's looking to work this one leg side. That hits his thigh. Rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. White's got one of those run-ups that it looks like he might not actually get there.
Yeah.
It's not. You wouldn't call it a smooth approach.
No.
But he is an awkward customer.
Hendrick-esque was what Andrew Rad used to describe him during his
That's
days.
great. That's a very, very apt description. Where's the headband? A la Brooke, who's part of the Surrey coaching staff now, Mr. Brooks. Is in over the wicket again. Goes White. That's a nice on drive from Dom Sibley. I think this will get away to the boundary rope. It will. First boundary of the day. Nice shot from Dom Sibley. Just slightly over pitched, and Sibley, the on drive, beautiful looking cricket shot that from Dom Sibley. And it's a way for him to start his day. And Sibley will move on to 6. Burns has 14, and Surrey are 22 without loss.
Shot was just being asked about favourite noises and things like that on the morning preview, and I remember Adam Gilchrist. The thing that stuck with me on an interview he was giving, looking back on his career, was what's the moment that most satisfies you personally as a cricketer? As Jai Richardson comes in and bowls, and Rory Burns leaves a delivery wide of off stump, and he said there can be 20,000, 50,000 people in a stadium watching you play, but at the point that you nail your shot off the middle of the bat, there is just a split second before everybody in the ground goes up where only you know. And that is the most satisfying feeling of the lot.
Yep.
And Dom Sibley would have felt that, I'm sure, with that shot at the end of the previous over. There might not be 20,000 in today. In comes Richardson, and Burns watchful, just dropping that out. Square on the offside. George Hill in to do the fielding. Get the impression he'll have quite a lot of bowling to do today, George.
Bit of a breeze today, isn't there? Bringing the clouds across the ground. But it does look brighter than yesterday afternoon, where it was very, very gloomy. It rained quite heavily, actually, in the evening.
Yeah. Richardson in again. And Burns this time deflects that one through third man and will pick up 4 runs. George Hill diving to his right from gully, but wasn't able to get to it. And Harry Brooks skips after it, played it nicely, top of the bounce. to 18, 26 without loss in the 7th.
Yeah, very nicely played by Rory Burns. It was almost like a back foot defensive shot behind him. Played it very, very late and very deliberately played by Rory Burns.
Richardson just giving the ball a good inspection before he decides he's going to put it in his hand and run up and bowl here. Slightly pincy-toed in his run-up, and that's swinging in towards Rory Burns. Hasn't quite got the direction right, and he's got double hands on the head there, Jai Richardson, so he must have felt he was fairly close to something, but Rory Burns played it well through mid-wicket and picks up 2.
Yeah, it's a typical Burns shot, really, that. You think you've got him, and then he'll just flick it through the leg side. Yeah, but Richardson ended up with both hands on his head there. Thought he was through Rory Burns, I think.
So a fairly quiet start so far. Just the 3rd over of the morning. Richardson in again, past umpire Gough. Good delivery this time. There's an appeal for caught behind. That whistled after it'd gone past the outside edge of Rory Burns' bat. Johnny Bairstow took it behind Joe Root almost.
It's a cracking ball. I think Burns just played the line of it, but it's moved very late and then kept going. Lovely bit of bowling from Richardson.
So Jai back at his mark once again. Definitely fewer in today, although there do look to be plenty behind the glass over in the long room. Keeping out of the May chills. That's wide of off stump again, and an easier leave for Rory Burns. So 7 overs complete, 3 of them this morning. And Surrey have moved from 17 without loss to 28 without loss. You can get in touch on @Jonathan Doy, John X, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Or at Jonathan Doige 1 on Instagram or Blue Sky. I'm on there as well. You'll be able to find it.
Apologies, I've got a bit of a frog in my throat.
Me too.
Yeah, and I turned to look at David Townsend, and
Yeah.
I'm almost crying now looking at David Townsend. My eyes are watering. You can have that effect in a good and a bad way. Mr. Townsend, he's already taking off a layer here. Away to our right, feeling the warmth. So Burns on 20, Sibley has 6. And he comes White again. Over the wicket from the Howard stand end, and forward goes Sibley. Oh, he's got hit again. This is what happened against Sussex with him. And as I say, I'm not sure what his abdominal guard is made of, but it doesn't half take a battering. And he's been hit there again. And you'll notice he just goes for a little walk, rearranges the furniture, and then he's ready to go again. Twice now he's been hit there this morning. White, over the wicket he comes to Sibley, and Sibley's forward, plays this one back up the pitch.
Can he turn it into a scoring shot, do you think, Churchy?
Well, it just, as I say, it makes a different noise. And we all noticed it in the game against Sussex. It just makes a different noise. Everybody else, it's like a dull thud. But with Sibley's, it's more high-pitched, which is not a great surprise. But it normally doesn't seem to bother him. Stands with that bat raised again as White is over the wicket to him, and that's well bowled. Sibley pulls the bat inside the line of this one, and it's taken by Bairstow. Moving away to his right-hand side. A little bit there this morning. White's just being told to watch his front foot. So he's just scuffing up that crease with umpire Middlebrook. Joe Root's feeling the cold this morning. He's got the snood round his neck, like he's wearing a scarf. Now, Adam has called for the helmet and the box, so he might well be going in at short leg, mainly because of, as I say, Sibley, that ball's just nipping back at him. And if he props onto that front foot and then gets a bit of inside edge, now Lythe is lurking. waiting for Lythe to put all his bits and pieces in and protected. I think he's ready to go now, as White is over the wicket here to Sibley, and Sibley lets it go. That's nicely bowled again by White. Good lead from Sibley. He is an awkward customer. White, very good bowler. He was always impressive at Northamptonshire, but his move to Yorkshire has been a really good one.
Yeah, it has. It just, well, he plays a lot of games, which is a good thing for starters, but he's effective. I can't remember a match in which he hasn't been effective anyway, let's put it that way.
Settles again to Sibley. Now with Lythe in at short leg, 3 slips now for Dominic Sibley as White is over the wicket. And Sibley forward, hops at him, hits the bottom hand, rolls away into the leg side. That's why Lythe's in there at short leg. He's played that pretty well, Sibley. Kept it down, but that's why Lythe's in there now. Just in case one of those does hop and hit the glove or the inside edge. And then Adam Lythe, as I say, is lurking in there at short leg. Sibley's down to do a little bit of gardening. 28 without loss, Surrey. If you're just joining us here on Sports Extra 3 on this third morning. Still trail by 458 runs as White's in. Forward goes Sibley off a thickish edge. Down to the left of backward point. He'll get a single. One more to Sibley. He'll keep the strike. The end of the over. Good over that from White. Awkward over for Sibley. Sibley has 7. Burns is 20. And Surrey are 29 without loss.
Quick look around the early moments of day 3 elsewhere. At Southampton in this division, Nottinghamshire 130 for 3 following Hampshire's 214, so they're 84 behind with 7 wickets remaining. They are playing down there, as they are at Taunton, where Sussex are 34 for 1. I think they were 1 down overnight, weren't they? Somerset 526 for 8 declared in the first innings of that match. At Edgbaston, Glamorgan 360 all out, but the hosts 141 for 7 are under some pressure down there as Richardson comes into bowl to Sibley, shouldering arms to one wide of off stump and going further away. At Chelmsford, Essex are moving towards parity, 293 for 9 in response to Leicestershire's 333. And at Bristol in Division 2, Gloucestershire 25 for 3 second time around. That's looking very much result territory, and who knows, it could even be today because they're 52 in front with 7 wickets remaining. At Lords, Middlesex 17 for 1 after Derbyshire put up 376. They're 182 behind and have got a lot of work to do there as Richardson is in and bowling and Sibley defends into the offside. At Lancashire 37 for 1 in their first innings after Worcestershire posted 270. The only match elsewhere that is not in play at the moment is at Beckenham, where Durham 173 for 5 when they resume after Kent posted 523.
Yeah, and with that Essex scorecard, Jamie Porter, we were talking about it, but he got 50 yesterday.
He can be a frustration for numerous sides when he's batting in the tail, let alone being put up the order. And in comes Richardson, that's dropped out nicely, just square on the offside, 2 square for Dom Best to get across and prevent the single. Is there a route back in for Dom Sibley at Test level?
I think
Test cricket will go back that way, if you know what I'm saying.
I think while there's the current regime, no. I think if that changes, yes. And he's been outstanding again this summer for Surrey. And I've said, and people say, oh, you're saying it because it's Surrey and Dom Sibley. Actually, no, I'm not. Well, he does the opener role perfectly.
Here's Richardson. Burns leaving one slanted across him. Yeah, I mean, still, what is wrong with a bloke who bats long in Test cricket? I'm still struggling to wonder.
I think as well with that, if you're the number 3, you thank him, because more often than not, you get a bit of time with your feet up to have a watch. And he scores his runs his way. And I can tell you, the other 10 Surrey players think the world of him because the way he plays enables them as well to play their way. And he will just do it his way.
Just bat round him. Here's Richardson bowling. Oh, an edge from Burns. It's going to be 4. It bounces short of Harry Brook. He was in there at third slip, and he was taking slightly evasive action, got his hand on it, but it did race away down to the Howard stand. So 4 to Burns, 24 to him, 34 without loss.
But you look at Sibley's scores this summer, 25 and 27 at Warwickshire, but that 25 is when Surrey, I think at lunch there was something like 80 odd for 6. It was going round corners on the first morning, Chris Wokes and Ethan Bamber. And then 4 and 32 against Leicestershire, then 101 against Essex, 187 and 4 against Sussex, 4 not out, and then 77 at Trentbridge last week. But the other thing is, he's a bit like Lythe. He's greedy, he loves batting, and he will bat all day if you let him. So yeah, absolutely. But I think there would need to be a change of management.
Yeah, Richardson. Oh, great delivery from Jai Richardson. That is an awful steepler of a bounce. It spits at Rory Burns, and he's looped up the catch off the shoulder of the bat. The simplest of catches once he got moving for Will Luxton. 34 for 1. And this is more the Jai Richardson, I think, that Yorkshire thought they'd signed in the close season. The stuff we've seen this morning, it's been much more there or thereabouts. He's drawn the edge already in this over that's gone for 4. But that was a devilishly difficult delivery for any batter to play, Churchy.
I don't know what you do with that if you're Rory Burns. It's just got big on him, hit the glove and looped into the gully. He's tried to drop the hands, but it's on him before he's been able to. It's a horrible ball, and it's just looped into the gully. So it seems to be following Rory Burns around at the moment. I was saying he's been in good nick this summer, but he's just either found strange ways of getting out or got balls like that. But I don't know what you do with that, really, if you're Rory Burns. It's a great bit of bowling from Richardson. Maybe that's the spot everybody's been talking about. But that, I don't know what you do if you're Rory Burns, really. All you can hope is it hits the gloves and balloons over gully, because it's just got really big on him from nowhere. So Ryan Patel will come out at 3 for Surrey. Jamie Smith sort of dropped down the order a bit. Now he's keeping wicket, although he wasn't keeping yesterday. Josh Blake did the keeping yesterday, but well, Richardson will be hoping he can hit that spot every delivery now. And the other thing that does, it just puts a little bit of doubt in everybody else's minds, doesn't it? When you see a ball like that just gets massive on Rory Burns. But I really don't know how you play that. You just hope it hits your gloves and balloons over gully.
If you're Ryan Patel, you're probably hoping that you're probably thinking, well, I wish I'd not seen that before I walk out.
Or bat right-handed if you're Ryan Patel. Turn yourself round. But yeah, I don't know how you play that if you're Rory Burns. As I say, all you hope is it hits your gloves and flies, loops over gully. But as it was, it just loops straight to gully. So it's a nice start for Yorkshire. Nice start for Yorkshire. So, White it is, from the Howard stand end to Dominic Sibley. Sun's out now, and that one's down the leg side, and Sibley gets nothing on it. But yeah, Rory Burns, as I say, he's looked in great nick all season. Got himself run out third over of the season at Edgbaston, and found strange ways of going or getting balls like that. They seem to just be following him around a bit at the moment. And Patel was out there this morning doing a bit of the old shadow batting out there in the middle. As White is over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley forward, just pops it into the offside. Quick singles taken, good running. And that'll get Sibley on to 9 and bring Patel on to strike for the first time.
I don't know about you three, but I mean, I've got to say, even though I say it myself, I was a brilliant shadow batter at the non-striking end. I scored so many runs.
Yeah.
I've had test centuries at the non-striking end.
100%. I commentated to myself. I used to play whole days. I'm still doing it now at 52. Yes, all right, David. Yeah, David's showing us how to drop your hands on a ball like that from Jai Richardson. Ooh, I know where that would have hit you if you'd been out there batting.
His dentures would have been somewhere
absolutely
on the Headingley turf.
Absolutely. It wouldn't have caused you. You'd have hooked that. It would have gone in the Western Terrace. That delivery. Here is White then. First ball for Ryan Patel. And Patel is forward solidly. Playing this one straight back up the pitch. And White does the fielding. So 3 slips, short leg. They're going to change this field now. They're going to get another slipper in. Here goes Don Bess. Good this from Bairstow. 4 slips and a short leg. And move mid-wicket across to a wide mid-off. So attacking field this for Ryan Patel. Around the wicket once again comes White to him, and Patel's forward just works this pass live in a short leg. He'll get a couple here because there's no one at mid-wicket now. So 2 to Ryan Patel to get himself off the mark. Seeing this field, it's not quite, but one of my favourite, when Mr. Jeremy Cody arrives, it's always A, lovely, and B, some of his stories are magnificent. But he always says, when you used to play in the West Indies, he said it was the only time in his career that when you looked up, there were only 3 people in front of you: the umpire, the non-striker, and the bowler. Everybody else was behind you. As forward goes Ryan Patel, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But he said, yeah, all you saw in front of you was the bowler, the umpire, and the non-striker, and then everybody else was in the slips or at short leg or a leg slip.
Apart from if you had a bat in your hand, the likes of Jeremy, I reckon they were great days for cricket. I know there's a bit of nostalgia in them, because we were growing up watching the game then, but that period from, the mid-70s through to the early 90s.
Oh, some of his stories about playing the West Indies in the West Indies are terrifying. Oh, now has he got a bit of bat on this, Ryan Patel? They go up for the catch with Lyth diving forward. Came off the thigh guard. There was no bat on it, so it just looped and taken by Lyth. But again, it's that ball that just nips back from Jack White. End of the over, 37 for 1. But yeah, some of his stories of facing the West Indies is terrifying. He says he worked out on one tour that because everybody was going to be behind, that he worked on his forearms before he went, because he said the only 2 shots he had was either get hit duck, uppercut, if he thought it was wide enough, and if anything, he said, you've got 2 pitched up balls in a day, smash it as hard as you can, because there's no one in front of you.
Yeah, Richardson in, and Sibley turns this one to Luxton at mid-wicket, no run.
And he said he was doing the roof of his house before the tour, so to get his forearms a bit stronger, he said he used some of the tar that he was using, put it in a paint tin, left it, the tar dried up, got a stick, put a rope on it, and would stand in front of the telly, winding it up and down, so that if he did get a pitched up ball, he said he literally threw everything at it to smash it because there was no one in front of him.
Richardson to Sibley's going to get 4 down through final leg. There's just a moment there where you thought that's ducking in and wrapping the pad, but Dom was ahead of the game, and he's flicked that one very fine indeed. Whistled away for 4 more to him. He's on to 13, 41 for 1. That's a great little story, and I love that because that's just one of those little things. My dad used to talk to me about Stanley Matthews and how he dribbled a tennis ball around the room at home and stuff like that. And it's one of those little things that professionals did to give themselves an edge, try and give themselves an edge.
Absolutely. There's no state-of-the-art gyms or anything like that, so sort of invented his own way of. And he said the only reason he did it was he knew if he got anything pitched up, he had to absolutely smash it.
Richardson in. Sibley tries another flick down the leg side, not so far away from making a connection, but it's through to Johnny Bairstow.
But he said it was a great, he said it was an amazing challenge taking on that attack in the West Indies. And as he said, back then as well, with some of the umpiring that was taking place, it was pretty impossible at times.
Yeah.
But, fantastic stories. Feels like there could be a bit of rain around in a minute.
Yeah, it's looking a bit gloomy at the moment. Floodlights are not on. There's a pretty hefty dark cloud to the left, the east side of the ground, as Sibley gets the ball wide of off stump and has had it run down through third man for 4. Again, just played that soft hands over the top of it. Not a problem with the shot. He placed it really well. Sort of Root-esque, really. And Richardson immediately turning around and kicking the ground in frustration because he knows it was just too wide. But in terms of length, that's the sort of length he wants to try and get the ball swinging. So just got to get the radar right.
I think they've just got on the walkie-talkies to say get the floodlights on.
Yeah. Don Best gives the ball a shine. Don with a couple of green patches around the knees yet again. As in comes Richardson for ball number 5 of this over. Can he get that length right? Just straying leg side of straight this time. He's gone for 4 more through fine leg. But you can see Johnny Bairstow is asking him, bowl at the 3 poles for me and just try and let the ball swing. And of course we saw that ripper of a delivery to see the back of Rory Burns in his previous over. At the pace, if you don't get it quite right, it's just a little touch from the batter, especially when you've not got third man protected and your long leg is very wide, as Jack White is. Now Will Luxton has been moved from mid-wicket and he's going to go into a leg slip position. Even he would be a little too wide to have prevented the 4 that's gone through. He might, now he's been moved again, maybe have got his hand on the ball that went for the first of the boundaries. Richardson, 31 off his 5.5 overs. Last ball of his 6, wide of off stump and left by Sibley. It's time for a change in the box. Then Sibley on 21, Ryan Patel on 2, and Liam Thomas joining us for the first time today. As I mentioned, you can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. And Martin Bloomfield says, well done, Lev. Another Michelle, another 5 for Katie Levick, the legend yesterday, 6 wickets against Somerset at CLS. Whilst I've long since given up all hope of Katie ever getting an international call-up, I think it's well deserved that the ECB have included her in their Hall of Fame. Let's hear it for all Sheffield cricketers. Oh, Rotherham, I think you'd have to say. As good delivery from Jack White round the wicket, and Patel pushes at that as it makes its way through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. I wonder how many of those on the park today may achieve that same feat in future years, says Martin. Meanwhile, how about an exclamation of "Arise, Sir Adam of Whitby"? The man can dream, can't he? It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com for the moment. Still trying to get the other BBC email sorted. Maybe in 2027. Here's White round the wicket. Patel with an exaggerated leave. Jeff Greenwood says, I heard you say this was Richardson's last game before his return to Oz. I also noticed the next overseas players arrived for the T20 and a couple of championship games. One has to ask, why do Yorkshire go down the road of employing various overseas players on short-term contracts? I understand many of these players can't commit to a 6-month season, but when Yorkshire played Hampshire, their overseas player Kyle Abbott was in his 6th season. Just why cannot a county of Yorkshire's renown entice an overseas player with a multi-season contract rather than one that's has a shorter period than my holidays? Thanks, Jeff. As in comes White, that's turned into the midriff of Adam Lyth at short leg after it had bounced, I hasten to add. That's a question that probably only Gavin Hamilton can answer. You might want to come to the combox and answer it, Gav, if you're around and listening in the building. But, I mean, Yorkshire, Jeffrey, clearly far from being the only county who were unable to sign players for longer than a few matches. In comes Jack White. That's pushed out into the offside by Patel, and there is no run. Matthew Revis doing the fielding. Morning, Liam.
Morning, Dodger. Morning, everyone. What do you make of the start so far?
Well, it was a heck of a good delivery, wasn't it, to get rid of Rory Burns. It's been okay. They've had, nearly 8 overs now. Scored 32. A few boundaries off Jai Richardson, but you can see today, these are not boundaries that are short, you know. I know you can probably say both sides of the wicket because the ball's been going through third man and fine leg, but you can see what he's trying to do in the conditions as White gets Johnny Bairstow moving now with a delivery from round the wicket that was wide of off stump. No run.
Yeah, absolute ripper to get rid of Rory Burns. Just jumped off a length. Rips not over a delivery from Richardson. I think I quite like what White's trying to do with that 4 slips here. I think Patel kind of defending solidly back down the pitch. Just get a little bit of movement, catch that outside edge, potentially. So he's just planting that front foot a little bit down the middle of the wicket. So good from Bairstow putting that 4th slip in.
White then to Patel, who leaves another one slanted in from round the wicket. End of the 12th, 49 for 1. Yeah, I think from Yorkshire's point of view, they just need to try and find 9 more wicket-taking deliveries, don't they? One way of doing that is to keep it tighter than maybe it has been. As I say, this fellow who's going to continue at the coastal lane end, it feels like he's a bit closer to where he wants to be.
Yeah, we're unlucky in the last over. I say just strayed a little bit, and that's what Dom Sibley wants you to do. He wants you to bowl straight at him at the stumps, and he's really effective through that early, really strong, really good patience. I think Richardson won't mind having a crack at Patel with the way that he's playing. Says he defends out in front of himself, get them 4 slips ready and waiting. Continuing with that leg slip for Sibley.
Here comes Richardson then. And, just around about 4th stump, wide of the stumps. Sibley, he knows exactly where his off stump is, and a good leave. Joe Root gives the ball a polish on his sleeve. Final time for the moment at least, and probably the final time for the season. Playing in red ball cricket for Yorkshire. Similarly, Harry Brook, who's at 2nd at the moment. George Hill's gone in at 3rd. In comes Richardson once again then. And drags that one wider off stump. An easier leave for Sibley, who's on 21, having resumed this morning on 1. Rory Burns moved from 14 to 24 before he was caught by Will Luxton. Anybody who's joined us in more recent minutes, the ball that really did take off either hit the shoulder of the bat or the glove of Rory Burns and looped up to Luxton, who was coming in from point. Richardson in again. That's more like it, round about middle stump and swinging quite sharply away. Well watched by Sibley.
That's where he needs to be, Richardson. It's slightly wider. Sibley's really good at leaving the ball. Really good at testing your patience. Really well disciplined. Yorkshire needs to try and draw him into a mistake. He plants that front foot. He plays it with a straight front leg, which is why he gets squared up a little bit. But I say can't fault him because he churns out the runs every year.
Richardson in again. Sibley dropping that into the offside where Luxton had been moved at a wide-ish, shortish mid-off. If it's been moved across to mid-on, he'll have a bit of bowling to do fairly soon, you would think, along with George Hill. Maybe get another over or 2 out of the 2 who started the day.
I think Richardson will really want to have a crack at Patel before he comes off, if he can. I think both Revis and Hill have been warming up. Be a double change potentially.
Richardson bowls again, gets it right up there, but too wide once again of Sibley's off stump. And he's intent on playing nothing that's wide of the stumps if he doesn't have to. Once he gets enough width, I guess, to put his hands through it. But not with that length of delivery. DT's having breakfast. We got DT. He can't hear, bless him. Golden Crunch biscuits with most of it down his jumper. Not a lot of it going in the mouth. Here's Richardson.
Good leave.
A tight line again, was over the top of the stumps. And once more, Sibley leaves, so 49 for 1 after 13 overs.
Yeah, Surrey will be happy to get through this little period, only one down. Only seen one delivery misbehave. So George Hill coming into the attack now from the Howard stand end. So I've been really impressed with him this year with the ball. Always seems to make something happen, looks threatening. Just got that little bit of X factor. So I think Patel might be thinking that he owes his team a few after dropping live on 31. So we're looking to go big himself today. He's going to be straight around the wicket, is Hill, to the left-hander. Still got that short leg in 3 slips. Deep backward square leg. Mid on, mid off. Short mid wicket. Point fielder close.
Here comes George then, round the wicket. Starts one off well wide of off stump, and Ryan Patel not for playing at it.
A loose delivery. Johnny Bairstow just runs out to Jai Richardson. So yeah, won't mind a single and seeing Richardson have a crack at Patel. That ball that just angles in and nips away, which he did to this morning.
Here's Hill again, and Patel just on the 2 at the moment. Drops that out square on the offside. Luxton does the fielding. Attendance-wise, as I mentioned earlier, certainly nowhere near as many in the ground that are visible today. But there'll be quite a few. You can see faces certainly lining just the other side of the window in the long room. And I'm sure there is quite a bit of seating in there. That's probably just about fully occupied. But a few standing room only behind them as Hill comes in. Ooh, good delivery this time by George. He's getting loose. And that one, Ryan Patel playing the original line. Swings away really after it pitches.
Yeah, I think that's where they want to be sticking at. Can be a little bit fuller on that length. Can Hill. That's the line though. So just shaping it away, trying to catch that outside edge. Patel. So slightly fuller on that. Maybe another 8 inches fuller, potentially.
In comes Hill once again, and this time back foot. Patel doesn't get the greatest of contacts, but he's got good enough one to get a single into the covers. Will Luxton doing the fielding. And George Hill will now switch to bowl over the wicket to Dom Sibley. 50 up for Surrey, 50 for 1. Yorkshire, of course, making 486 yesterday and the day before. First time they've earned 4 batting points from a single innings in the season so far, which is a bit of a boost in all sorts of ways. Sibley then just remarking his guard and checking the field setup. George Hill has 2 slips and a leg slip plus a short leg. In comes George, and Sibley right in behind that. Defends back to the bowler.
Good length to Sibley, that. Gets a little bit slower off the pitch, that one. This is going through his warm-up. I would like to see, I really would like to see Richardson have a crack. Just to see if he can get that one just to rear up off a length again.
Hill once more. Ooh, Sibley hit in the box again, I think. Or was it actually the waistband area? It's somewhere around there. That's 3 times now this morning. He was doubled over in a bit of pain there for a moment. It was George Hill's last ball of his over. 50 for 1. 24 overs remaining in the day. And just to make you aware that lunch will be at 1:10 today as they try and make up time. Tea 4 o'clock. 104 overs to be played in the day as usual when we've lost a few. Plenty of overs lost from yesterday's play. Matthew Revis is going to get his hands on a ball that's a bit newer once again. They tried this last week. Sure he'll be encouraged and pleased about that. Just 14 overs old. And he's going to come on from this Kirkstall Lane end. Brooke had a word, and Johnny Bairstow has jogged his way down. Now then, what's going on here? Matthew Revis is now putting his sweater back on. So he's not coming into the attack. Jai Richardson is going to have another one. Howard Ferguson, as you were with his announcement. So that was strange, interesting, but maybe Rev had got the nod and then Johnny's just had one thought of, yeah, go on, we'll just give Jai one more. 50 for 1. Richardson 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 31, bowls it now. And Ryan Patel pushing out to Matthew Revis, who's come in to field at mid-off.
I really like this. So just having a crack at him, especially with that zip that he's been getting. If you can see he's planting his front foot down the pitch. So playing out in front of that front pad. If you can just get one just to nip away or rear up, catch that outside edge. Looking to try to take a wicket in this over. Well, Yorkshire straight on the money. Richardson to Ryan Patel then.
Here he is again. And a lovely drive by Ryan Patel. Just a little bit too much width from Richardson. And it sat up. And Patel didn't really get right over the top of it, but he got over the top of it enough to punch it away through extra cover.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just gone searching there as Richardson. Looking for that movement. Not on that particular delivery, and Ryan Patel. That's a beautiful cover drive. Full face of the bat. Great shot.
So that takes him to 7. 54 for 1. Richardson in again, and this time perfect forward defensive push to a ball short of length. Chilly down there, I'm sure, at pitch level. Churchy was suggesting that the nod might have been given to put the floodlights on, but they haven't yet come on. And it probably is a little bit brighter than it was at that stage, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. Richardson in once more. Oh, this one just a bit too wide, the starting point, but it did nip off the pitch this time. We've not seen loads of that.
No, that's where he wants to be. That's the length. So he just gets a little bit more extra zip off that pitch. Does Richardson been a quicker bowler?
Of encouragement for the bowler out there. Pitch level as in comes Richardson now. Oh, good delivery. Have they got him this time? Everybody's up for it. It's through to the Johnny Bairstow's gloves as if there might have been an inside edge. Michael Goff is saying that in his opinion there wasn't. Get another look at this. For those who are watching, that's shaping back in towards him. How is that not out, says DT from the back of the box. Well, Michael Goff doesn't think it made any contact with the batting gear, other than perhaps the thigh pad or maybe a bit of clothing. And here's Richardson again, slants one across. Ryan Patel, who might have been a lucky lad on that occasion. For me, hard to be definitive without seeing it slowed down a couple of times more. And obviously Michael Goff got the split second as usual to make a call on it. 54 for 1. Patel has survived. He's on 7. Sibley 21. And Richardson, you would imagine, unless Johnny says to him, do you fancy one more? And he's having a chat with him right now.
I think the conversation will go if Patel's on strike.
Might
Come with
keep
the end
you
of the
on,
over.
yeah.
If it's the right-hander, though, we'll go with Rev. Said, good movement from the air. Swinging back in that. Maybe. I know DT said it were, how's that not out, but maybe a little bit high. I think the in line, maybe a little bit high. DT's having none of it.
So you're thinking LBW rather than caught behind as
I am, yeah.
Haley's in. That's short of length and dropped into the pitch by Sibley. No run. Just because of the shape of the ball, I thought they were appealing for an inside nick on it, really.
But when, potentially, if he caught the inside, but the weight deflected off the pad and went to Johnny's left, doesn't show me that it was an inside edge, unless the inside edged it onto pad, but I do think if they were going for the LBW potentially.
Fair enough.
I may be wrong.
Hill turns at the end of his run. And in he comes. And Sibley defending into the offside. No run. Great commentary as always over the last few days, says Miriam in Brighton. Thanks for that. The interview with Jill about the book, What Does Yorkshire Cricket Mean to Me, was very good. Listening whilst on my allotment, literally in my compost bin, sieving the contents. Hoping for a good bowling performance today. Thanks, Miriam. George Hill making his way towards us from the Howard stand end. This time he's on leg stump and he's been made to pay by Dominic Sibley, who watched that really well and they timed that superbly. Off the front leg, flicking away through mid-wicket for 4. Ian in Doncaster also enjoying the comms. Having retired, I was thinking of spending some time watching cricket. I went to Scarborough last year. I was thinking of coming to Headingley last Friday, but put off because the parking looked limited. Is train and bus the best approach? Can you walk from the city? I'm not sure about what your level of fitness is, Ian. You can walk from the city. A couple of miles up here to the ground. As Hill is in. That's turned to leg by Sibley. If you are in the city, you can get on the train and you can get off the train. Not that I'm working for any rail networks when I say this, but you can get the train and get off it at either Burley Park, which is the first stop from Leeds on the Harrogate line, or the second stop, which is Headingley.
Bus number 19 outside the station.
Or DT, who's our in-house travel advisor, says the bus number 19 from outside.
Number 19 outside the station.
Outside the Leeds bus station will bring you straight up here to Headingley as well. Does that drop you outside on Kirkstall,
Yes.
Cardigan Road? Okay. Drops by St Michael's Church apparently, and you can walk across from there. Hope we've got your travel arrangements sorted out for you, Ian. That was another dot ball there from George Hill. DT does, so if it's good enough for DT, Ian, and believe me, he is lazy, so it must be fairly close. If he's able to get here without moaning and groaning. Final ball of the over. Hill to Sibley. Oh, got him. Got him. George Hill strikes. Dom Best positioned at leg slip for the flick off the hip. And Dom Sibley obliges. He's gone for 25. And Surrey are 58 for 2.
Yeah, great piece of captaincy from Johnny Bairstow, leaving that leg slip in. So we know what Sibley's like, his strengths, he's playing off his legs. So it probably just felt like you're in the game there where he just catches that a little bit thin. See Don Best ready and waiting. He'll just going slightly straighter towards leg stump. Feels like a bit of a gift for Yorkshire, that really. But I don't think Sibley will be too happy with that. See what's off the field for 25. And Surrey now 58 for 2.
Yeah, 5 fours involved in a 72-minute stay at the crease for Dom Sibley. 53 deliveries. And George Hill, not long since brought into the attack, has made a fairly early strike. And so Yorkshire will be happy to have picked up 2 in the first hour on the third day. Liam?
Yeah, brilliant. Happy to pick up them 2 wickets. I think he's Richardson. Yeah, I think Rev's going to carry on. I'll start for his first over of the day. As Jamie Smith comes out to the crease. Good wicket for Yorkshire. We always say that he just seems to make something happen, doesn't he? He's got that little bit of X factor. So he likes to be involved with bat and ball. A fantastic cricketer. Picks up the big wicket of Dom Sibley.
So Matthew Revis is going to take over now from Jai Richardson, who's bowled for more or less the first hour from this Kirkstall Lane end. Bowled pretty well today. He's probably not maybe got the full reward for those 8 overs. 1 for 35 his figures. He's had a breather. Revis, as I say, he's going to have a go then with a newer ball than has often been the case. Got some pace, Matthew Revis. Of the regular players, I've mentioned this a few times already this season, but of the regular lads, maybe not the Jai Richardsons, he would be the quickest bowler in the Yorkshire ranks when he really lets it go. And he wasn't as effective when he did come back into the side last year, but I think part of that has got to be down to the fact that he had that little stress fracture issue, didn't he, at the end of the season before. And you've got to rebuild confidence in the body and being able to let the ball go like you know you can. Maybe sometimes you don't even know you're doing it, such subconscious that you don't fully go through with things. Patel on strike then. Revis's first delivery. He certainly didn't let that one go fully because it was dying on Johnny Best as it went through. It was a little push at it from Ryan Patel.
There's certain spots on the pitch where sometimes some lift off, like Richardson got one to Burns this morning, and that one there just kind of died on Johnny there. Patel will be a little bit disappointed that he's had a little waft outside his off stump there. But that's the channel. 3 slips ready and waiting. Them hard hands going at the ball.
Revison again, it's short, dropped into the offside by Patel. Luxton in to do the fielding, and there is no run. Well, at the moment, it's quite a nice morning here at Headingley. It's better overheads than it has been for much of the first hour. Nowhere near clear skies. There's plenty of cloud around, but it feels a bit higher, and we do have sun, which is good. Matthew Revis, shirt hanging out. 77 on his back. Bowling right arm over the wicket to Ryan Patel, who knows where his off stump is with that delivery and leaves. Michael Gough just having a wander. Did this with one of the Surrey bowlers in the Yorkshire innings, and he's just having a chat with Matthew Revis. I like that, I've got to say, having bowled a lot. I used to like it when an umpire would kindly just say, you're getting a bit close or whatever.
Well, he's already called in for the second one, so that has already been done previously, so just pushing that front line a little bit. But
Revis in, and that's dropped down to third man by Patel, and they'll pick up a single.
Here's Jamie Smith on strike for his first delivery. Had a cracking start to the season. Back-to-back hundreds against Warwickshire and Leicester. Been a little bit quiet since. 5 against Essex, 8 against Sussex, 37 against Notts. They'll be looking to get on this pitch today and look to make a significant score for Surrey. Certainly 61 for 2.
Matthew Revis making his way in. Good delivery. There's some away swing there, and Jamie Smith was just reaching forward for it. He didn't have a go at the ball, but he was just pushing slightly. He's okay. I think we'll just do a change in the com box after these next 2 deliveries. Bring Churchy back in. Leave him with Liam for half an hour. 2 to come then in this 17th. And in comes Revis. Once again, similar delivery to the ball before, wide of off stump and left. Good morning to you, Jill Smith, who was in, of course, the other day where we talked about her 2 books, Cricket and Why I Love Yorkshire Cricket. And she says, just heard mention of the book from you and Miriam in Brighton. Thank you. We've raised £3,000 now from the book. Really amazing and fabulous to have those funds for the Players Association for their causes, youth cricket development, blind cricket and mental health, etc. Thanks for all your help in covering it. It's been a pleasure, Jill, and hopefully there'll be more to come for you as well. That's a short ball from Matthew Revis, which has been punched away to get Jamie Smith off the mark through the yawning gap that is extra cover at this moment in time. So that's 17 overs and an hour of cricket complete. Surrey have moved from 17 without loss to 65 for 2. Liam will be back in a moment when I've got the teeth in, but first of all, here's Churchy.
Well, very good from Yorkshire this morning. That unplayable delivery from Richardson to Burns, and then their plan worked for Dom Sibley, just tucking it off his hip straight to Dom Bess in there at leg slip. So both openers gone this morning, 65 for 2. Hill's been impressive so far from the Howard stand. He's an awkward customer. Good afternoon, young Liam. I'm going to say straight away, I walked through the gates this morning, and what was I greeted by? A huge picture of you. It was very nice.
Cheers.
No, it was very nice.
Feeding my ego quite nicely there.
Yeah,
Thank you very
no,
much.
it's a good picture. Cracking picture.
It's a good picture, but probably me. The backstory to that is probably me missing one and getting clean ball potentially. But
No. Hill then, around the wicket he comes to Patel, who's up on his toes, punching to cover point, and there's no run. It's been good from Yorkshire this morning. They've been impressive with this ball.
Yeah, it's been tough. I think Surrey have had to battle 65 for 2 currently. Yorkshire will be happy to pick up the 2 wickets of Burns and Sibley, 2 prolific run scorers. I was saying to Doyle earlier before you came back on that Patel probably feels like he needs a score after dropping Adam Live on 31, so we're looking to dig in here and make a big score for Surrey.
And he's standing with that bat raised as Hill is in to him, and that just goes away a touch, left alone by Ryan Patel. They've been very proactive this morning, Yorkshire. Bairstow as captain. And the plan worked with Dom Sibley, just a ball on his hip and tucked it away, and there was Dom Bess. Good sharp catch from Dom Bess.
Yeah, especially when it's come off the face and all come quicker. So you just run it off the face of the bat. It's a really good catch there.
He made it look very straightforward, actually, and then immediately ran off. But he did make it look very straightforward. Hill in. Forward goes Patel inside edge, well stopped by Lythe in there at short leg.
Really fast that then.
Yeah.
Good hand by Lythe.
Just watching Jamie Smith, I find Jamie Smith fascinating. He constantly rehearsing, keeping that bat right next to that front pad and playing it as late as he can. After every ball he does that, just make sure that bat is going to be rock solid next to that front pad. Here he goes again, see? And just making sure that everything is where it needs to be when he's at the non-striker's end. As Hill is in, and Patel lets this one go outside his off stump.
I think that's the thing with cricket, is it's such a mental game, and I think all the best ones, like say James Smith, Joe Root, they develop a process to stay in the moment, and that's the biggest thing with cricket, especially as a batter when things are happening. So your mind's running wild, and I think if you can just stay in that little bubble, repeat the process over and over again, and the outcomes will take care of themselves. So looks like he's got his own routine. He's pre-match. He's just there practicing again.
Around the wicket goes Hill to Patel, and Patel's in behind this one. I think the reason you see him doing that, at the start of his career, there was just one little technical thing, and it would be he'd push forward, and it looked the most perfect defensive shot, but the top of his off stump had gone. And that was because the bat was just pulling back inside. So there's a little gap, and it crept in a bit during the Ashes. So now he has looked rock solid this season. But he just keeps practicing that as this is turned by Patel off his hip, past Lythe in there at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, 65 for 2. Tidy over again from Hill. Patel has 8 and Smith's on 4.
Yeah, played a lovely shot in the previous over, top of the bounce, hit it away for 4 on the offside.
He's a beautiful player.
Yeah.
He really is a beautiful player.
So laid back as well when he plays. So really chilled, really laid back.
I've always thought with him, best thing about him is what's between the ears, really. Just calm. But I think, outside noise, I think for all of them out in Australia, that outside noise, I think, did get to them. So this season he's just come back and scored his runs, and he's looked in terrific form this summer for Surrey. Revisitt will be down below us from this Kirkstall Lane end, and he'll be coming into the right-handed Smith, and Smith lets this one go outside his off stump.
Getting a nice bit of movement is Revis, a little bit of shape away.
It's looking, he scores so far this summer 9 and 132 against Warwickshire, 166 and 89 against Leicestershire, 5 against Essex when he was trying to get on with it, 8 against Sussex when he was trying to get on with it, and then 37 last week at Notts until he got a horrible delivery from Josh Tongue. As he's letting this one go outside his off stump. So, of course, has been batting 3, coming in at 4 for this game, with no Ollie Pope for Surrey. Patel coming out at 3. And then Lawrence will be next in for Surrey. Nice. Now the sun's come out, so it's a little more pleasant, the weather here at Headingley.
The supporters will be happy with that.
Yep, well, warm them up a bit. As that swing's gone. Looking to drive was Jamie Smith, caught at third slip, just swung late at him. And he was looking to drive, big outside edge, caught at third slip, and Yorkshire have a third. But it's a nice piece of bowling, this, from Revis. It's just swung late, and he's looked to drive, and big edge, good sharp catch at third slip. And Hill with the catch. Smith goes for 4, Surrey have a problem now, 65 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, that. I think he bowled one similar in the last over when he's gone past the outside edge, but he's played and missed. Like I say, he's just gone for a drive ball there. That's a great sharp catch by Hill at third slip, because he is stood quite close at third slip there, and it's gone quite quickly. So he's had to react there. Brilliant catch, great position. Just open them hips up.
It's a good bit of bowling from Revis, because it did go late.
Yeah,
He'd have seen it. He'd have seen it and thought, right, extra cover, lovely. And then at the last bit, it's just gone away from him. Good catch.
Great piece of bowling, that.
Yep.
Clever. Good
So-
from Yorkshire having the 3 slips in as well.
They've been very good this morning, Yorkshire. Surrey have a problem. Out comes Dan Lawrence, who solved a lot of Surrey's problems as Dan Lawrence, but this will be a tester for him this morning. He is in, wow, absolutely sublime form himself. But this is a bit different this morning. Very good attack that has hit their straps this morning. And that was a good catch from Hill. Again, like Bess's, he made it look very simple, but that was travelling. About waist high, wasn't it? Just to his right.
Yeah, great catch. Got himself in a great position. Yorkshire now, they'll be up in the field. Might see another slip going with that movement potentially, get on the attack. So Yorkshire thoroughly on top now at the moment. Go searching for more wickets, especially get Dan Lawrence early. Especially when he's in such a rich vein of form.
Right-handed Lawrence, ready for his first delivery, and always beaten. Good luck with that. All the very best, everybody, with that delivery. That is an absolute perler from Revis.
Just got to play down the line and pray that you don't nick it.
Yep, because that, again, has gone late.
This game, a lot of movement, and like I say, once them first 10 overs of the day, the heavy roller starts to wear off, you start to get a little bit more assistance from the pitch. But that movement through the air with over conditions is a fantastic morning for bowling for Yorkshire.
Revis over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence lets this one go outside his off stump. The thing is with Revis, he's a big unit, and it's not a long run into the crease for him. Not like charging in off 40 yards, but he's just a strong boy. Nice economical action, good pace, and he's getting movement. But he's a big old unit, isn't he, Revis? Over the wicket he goes to Lawrence. Lawrence lets this one go outside his off stump. So good over. The wicket of Jamie Smith.
I feel like he's got a little bit of Jameson from New Zealand about him. Tall,
Yeah,
strapping,
good comparison.
just comes in, hits that pitch hard.
And Jameson's had his injury troubles as well. Delighted to see him back. He played a couple of games for Surrey. COVID time, but got injured, poor fella. That was after New Zealand won the World Test Championship. But the poor chap had been it was during COVID, he'd been locked inside the utility bowl for weeks, having been getting ready for that World Test Championship. And then Surrey's first game at the utility bowl against Hampshire. So he never got out of the utility bowl. Oh dear.
Oh no.
A little bit of movement behind the arm there. So Ryan Patel just stands away. There's a big dark cloud above us now. Feels like this could have some rain in it. As Hill around the wicket to Patel, and Patel is in behind this, plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But I think, the poor chap was going absolutely stir-crazy.
Can't imagine that being too good for your mental health.
Well, that was in the sort of, you couldn't even go for a walk across the golf course. Because there was that poor, when Pakistan were were there. There was the Paul Pakistan bowler who went for a walk and had a photo with someone, and then that was him done for the test. That's a beauty as well from Hill. You're going to need a bit of luck here if you're Surrey. And as Liam so rightly said, just play the line, and if it beats the edge, thank goodness it's beaten the edge of the bat, because that's a lovely length as well.
I think you just got to make sure that you're not going and playing out in front. I think that's one thing I have seen from Ryan Patel. He does like to get out in front of himself a little bit, and that's what Yorkshire will be trying to do, catch that outside edge. He says he's done well there to just not go prodding forward it slightly, so he just got to hang an ear of Surrey.
Hill's in again and beats the edge once more. Nicely bowled by Hill. Patel will just put that one to the back of his mind. David Townsend, he sat on a high chair. But he's like the oracle this morning. He's not saying sentences, he's just shouting statements from the back of the box. That one was right areas from David Townsend.
He sat in his high chair waiting for you to go feed him.
Yes, well, absolutely.
It's getting to that time, I think.
Yeah.
Dinner time.
Yeah.
As you were as his carer.
Yep. As in around the wicket once again is Hill, and just a little leading edge on that from Ryan Patel. Back up the pitch. Well, it's a day out for him again, isn't it? I mean, it's nice to get the old boy out for the day, but he's sort of communicating through a series of statements from the back of the box today, sat on his high chair. It does feel like there could be some rain in a minute.
Yeah, I feel like it's coming. Maybe a shower.
Those lights are going to have to come on quite soon, I think. Hill's in. Forward goes Patel. Plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Just got to get through this. If you're Ryan Patel and Dan Lawrence, just got to get through this period, because it suddenly got very gloomy. Surrey are 3 down. Yorkshire are bowling very nicely in these conditions. Sure that Ryan Patel's getting a bit of technical advice from Adam Lythe in there at short leg as well, as Hill is in. And, now, is there a bit of bat on that? No, just straight off the front pad and into the hands of Lythe, who was celebrating, but there was no bat on that. So end of the over, another good one from Hill. 65 for 3, maiden over from Hill. Umps are getting together. I'm not surprised. It's like somebody's turned the lights off. It's got very dark here. Although there is a patch of blue. Well, it's not a very big patch of blue, but they're having a little natter. I'm pretty sure this will be on the old walkie-talkies and get the floodlights on.
The ground staff aren't moving, so that might be a good sign.
I think it's more just the light. As I say, it's almost as if someone's come to Headingley and switched all the lights off. It's like the middle of the night out there. So the floodlights haven't come on yet. Revis it will be to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. 3 slips in there. Lawrence is bouncing up and down on his feet, trying to get those feet going. As Revis is in over the wicket to Lawrence, and he lets this one go, does Dan Lawrence, and then goes for a little wander towards square leg. What he likes to do is try and get a bowler off that length. But in these conditions, that could be quite tough.
Yeah, we saw Harry Brook down trying to do that to Matt Fisher, and catching the outside edge for first slip. Might be something that needs to, even if you take a couple of steps down and leave, you still get in the bowler's mind, and kind to drop that length a little bit shorter, maybe next delivery.
There he goes. Gets outside that off stump and pushes down the pitch and plays that one straight back to Revis.
Great piece of batting, that. He's looking to be proactive there.
Yeah, we're coming off here, I think. I think it's just started raining. It really has suddenly got incredibly dark here. And all the winds got up as well, because you can see all the sawdust being blown. So the stumps have come out. We're coming off at 65 for 3. I'm not surprised. It does feel like the middle of the night out there at the moment. And the covers are coming on. But what a good little session that's been for Yorkshire. An hour and 15 minutes this morning. They picked up the wickets of Burns, who got a horrific delivery from Richardson that just got big on him off a length, really, and hit the gloves and looped into the gully. And then Sibley caught at leg slip off Hill by Best for 25. Burns went for 20. And Jamie Smith looking to drive Revis outside edge, and Hill taking a catch at third slip. But there is some rain in this cloud, and it's now coming down.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a long delay. So just checking the weather forecast, it looks like it's just a a brief shower, we're hoping.
Well, the players making their way off. Mr. Root's still got his snood on. I don't know how handy that's going to be with the rain coming down. But as you say to him, it might just be a quick brief shower. It's quite heavy. So players are coming off. Covers are on now.
I think once it stops, I think we'll be straight back out there, so we don't lose any more time out of the game.
Well, we've got 104 overs today. Lunch is 1:10. Tea will be 4 o'clock. But yeah, terrific little spell that for Yorkshire. They'll want to get out there as quick as possible, will Yorkshire. And actually as well, and they deserve this, Yorkshire, because they batted well, but sort of this is playing into Yorkshire's hands a touch. They'd like to stay out there at the moment. Let's just say we are off now for, 20 minutes, and then we're back out there again. Bowlers can just put their feet up for a bit, get back out there and go again.
Yeah, I think it can work one or two ways. That's, like you just said, Churchill, and rest up, go again. Or, like I said, they want to keep going, they're in a good rhythm, finding a nice line and length. They want to probably stay on there and keep attacking. So it just gives the Surrey dressing room chance to reset, feedback any messages about the pitch, what's happening, have some good positive conversations.
Well, the Oracle did say from his high chair, bowling day. He said that as well earlier, bowling day. And he's being proved correct, the Oracle. So we'll leave you for the time being here on Sports Extra 3 with the rain coming down. But we'll be back with you as soon as we get more cricket. But Surrey 65 for 3. And that in reply to Yorkshire's 486, of course. Ryan Patel's on 8. Dan Lawrence is yet to get off the mark. And fingers crossed, we'll be back with you sooner rather than later here at Headingley. I quite like you just communicating in a series of shouted statements.
One word. Ow. A couple of words to the back of the
Well, as sat down, that
Bowling day.
or lovely cleavage. That was another one that you shouted. Was Liam sat down? Thank you for that.
I'm not sure I said lovely to
What did you
I just
say?
said cleavage.
Cleavage, very loudly, yeah.
Awful, awful. It's all with us so far. Spring, summer. Fingers crossed. This Wednesday onwards.
It's meant to get better, isn't it?
Wednesday
I hope
onwards.
so. Especially with T20, because the worst thing is sitting around at T20 being like a fire. Yeah. Even if it's an evening game.
We're supposed to bowl them in an hour and 10 or an hour and 15, but I don't feel like that. I feel like it's a 4-hour bloody spectacle, isn't it?
Bowling day.
How are you? You have a few beddings last
I
night?
did. I sat on my way, my walk back. I stopped at a couple of Wetherspoons because there's plenty of them on the way back, and then got myself a McDonald's and took it back to my room. Ate my McDonald's and was asleep by probably 10 o'clock.
Do you drink red wine?
Gives me a headache.
I was going to say I've recently discovered a reason, and very nice.
Yeah, I find red wine gives me a horrible. I'm a white wine, or I do like these days. Do you know what I like these days?
Gin and tonic.
No. Italian style lager or a Spanish style lager. So I quite like a Madri. I do like it when there's a Madri or like that.
You've got your Marlene Rose.
I know, but they are nice. They are nice. And I do like a...
So you like a craft?
craft lager as well. I did the...
Northern Monk up here.
Oh, right. Is that
Northern
nice?
Monk
Is it?
or Kirkstall. Kirkstall and...
I did the...
I've actually got Deutsche now drinking.
Oh, have you? Are they lagers?
Because he
Or are
was
they...
always a lager man, because he says the bitter gives him gout or something.
Oh, bloody hell, what's going on here?
I did the... Wells behind the bar, and it was fascinating. So there were 140 kegs, and all these old gentlemen arrived at like 10:30. Special
glasses with their little marks on them for where and they basically work their way through the card. And I was saying to one of them, he started at 10:30, and I said, "Golly, that's right." He said, "Oh no, we'll do half pint when we move on to pint." Absolutely spoke odds over these young boys. They were really into it. They were marks and
It's actually not too far from the workplace.
it's become incredibly fashionable, hasn't it? These
Absolutely.
little
And they had,
pop-up.
a few years ago, they had a beer staggered from New England or something. And it was something like £21 £21. These old sort of bearded, diamond sweated blokes
Yeah.
coming in from Hertfordshire. To that, so,
There was one of
and
them.
sort of sipping it like it's like wine.
So
connoisseurs.
there was one that was called something like King Arthur or something, and it was 8.5%. So it will blow your head off.
Yes.
Jesus. And there are these old boys at 10:30 in the morning. I'll have half a pint of King Arthur, please.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Right.
You're drinking it like almost like wine.
Yeah. But they were absolute experts, you know.
And they, at the cast, they've got a glass fronted fridge with beers from around, specialist beers from around the world. And the most expensive, big bottle rather than the small one, was £104. One
Yeah,
bottle of
it's
beer.
amazing, isn't it? And I learned.
In the what used to be a very good pub in the Arcadia, or whatever it is,
Potentially,
just along by Sainsbury's.
not too short. I don't.
You're not a drinker.
No, I am a drinker, but I don't.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Headingley. A little break there for a shower. And the shower has stopped and now the sun's out. So we should be back out there quite soon, actually. 65 for 3. I think you may have heard some of our beer chat there. Myself and David Townsend discussing craft ales, we were. But the players are back out there in the middle. And our umpires, Mrs. Middlebrook and Goff, they're back out in the middle. So Surrey in a bit of trouble here due to some very good bowling from Yorkshire. 3 wickets are gone this morning. Rory Burns caught in the gully. Horrible delivery from Richardson. Just got big on him, hit his gloves. There was no way he could get out of the way of it. And the ball looped into the gully. And going for 20. That was 35 for 1. Then Dom Sibley caught at leg slip off the bowling of Hill for 25. That was 58 for 2. And then Jamie Smith caught by Hill off the bowling of Revis, looking to drive, and it swung late and found the edge, and Smith going for 4. We're just waiting for the rope. It's the old rope on the back of the tractor trick, this. Just swinging round the outfield, taking a bit of the moisture off. It's going to take out most of the Yorkshire players here. Liam Thomas is alongside, but they're going to have to do a little bit of skip rope here, because that rope is, yep, well done. Dan Lawrence has hopped over it with Joe Reed. Oh, Adam Lythe's fallen over and lost his cap. And Ryan Patel hops over the rope. So Patel's on 8. Lawrence is yet to get off the mark. So it's a good way of doing it, though, the old rope on the tractor. And the tractor's whizzing round the outfield. And the players are back out there in the middle. The sun is shining. But Liam, that's been a good hour and 15 minutes for Yorkshire, and they'll enjoy this little, what have we got till lunch? Got about 39 minutes till lunch, because lunch will be 1:10 today, to make up for some time that we lost yesterday. So they can have another good old go here, can't they?
Yeah, they can, and I'll be interested to see who's benefiting more from that rain break. I think Yorkshire have been happy to stay out and try to stay on top while there was. I'll also be happy that they've had a chance to reset and go again and talk through anything, feedback how the pitch is playing, what's happening this morning so far. Have some of them good positive conversations. So yeah, I think we're in for an interesting period. I think Yorkshire will be looking to maybe, especially to be really happy to get Dan Lawrence out. He's been in fine form this season so far. So, but Revis seems to get quite a lot of extravagant movement through the air with the ball at the minute.
Yep. So Revis was 2 balls into this 21st over. We went off for rain. So the rope and the tractor have disappeared. And we are ready to get going now. Got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. So it's going to be leg slip and 3 slips for Dan Lawrence. And first ball after the rain break. Revis is in and Lawrence is forward and plays this one into the offside. Adam Lythe comes round to his right to do the fielding. Yes, I was saying to David Townsend there that I worked on a beer festival last year, and it was amazing. All these gentlemen and ladies turning up with their little books of their craft ales and working their way through all these different barrels of beer. Extraordinary. It was a bit like wine tasting. Not that I've ever been to wine tasting. As in over the wicket then comes Revis, and that's left alone by Lawrence. It's going away from him and wider, and taken by a tumbling bear stowaway to his right. David Townsend's back in his high chair with his binoculars out, and he's communicating through a series of statements today. We've had good areas, bowling day so far. I'm looking forward to a couple more. Well, thank you for that, David. Yes. In over the wicket once again comes Revis. Forward goes Lawrence, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, all right, thank you, David. As Lawrence goes for a little wander towards square leg. The final ball of this Revis over. The floodlights are still on, but it is now much better conditions, because it did feel like the middle of the night there suddenly. As Revis is into Lawrence, that swung, but you can see the way Lawrence is going about this. He's sort of getting himself outside that off stump, trying to negate that swing. Good over, 65 for 3.
Yeah, he's come out and played that quite nicely. Looking to be on the front foot, be positive. Here's Lawrence. It's a similar delivery to what Jamie Smith nicked off to.
Well, his scores this season, Lawrence, 5 and 161 not out at Warwickshire. Then 31 and a duck against Leicestershire, 125 against Essex, 13 against Sussex, and 104 against Notts. And that innings against that Notts attack was exceptional last week. It really was. So, you're going to see Hill continuing down there from the Howard stand end. It's leg slip, 2 slips, and a short leg for Patel. And Patel is forward. Plays this one up towards but off. Something that will be in the back of Ryan Patel's mind is the way he got out to Josh Tongue last week, where he got a short ball. He just dropped it straight to short leg. So he'll be aware of that, won't he?
And I think Yorkshire will as well, which is why they've got Adam Live in there, ready and waiting. And as I said to Doidge before, I really like watching George Hill. He's been on fine form with the ball this year. He's just one of them cricketers that always wants to be involved, makes things happen. He's managed to get a wicket this morning already.
He's in again, and that's short. Now, Ryan Patel could go here. He's looked to pull top edge, and he has gone. Oh, now Surrey are really in trouble, because he's looked to pull that ball. It's gone straight off the top edge. The big hands of Revis takes the catch. Patel has gone for 8, and Surrey is 65 for 4.
Yeah, I've been really disappointed, and you just called that one that'll be back of his mind. Like we said, George Hill always seems to make something happen. He's probably a little bit disappointed with that one. Short ball. Just seems to toe it. Comes off the toe of the bat, yeah. Toe, weight leaning backwards, straight up. Revis does the rest.
I think if you watch it again, it just nips away a touch,
Yeah,
so it
slightly.
hits the toe end of the bat. But again, he's trying to take that from outside his off stump, and Revis has got very big hands, and he was never dropping that. So, Surrey 4 down. And they are in a spot of bother here. And out comes young Adam Thomas, who came in with Surrey in a bit of bother at Trent Bridge last week and played very well. Made 100 on his debut. Youngest ever Surrey player to make 100 on debut. A couple of weeks ago, 46 at Trent Bridge. So another tester for him here. And he had a big partnership with the man who's greeting him, Dan Lawrence. But they're both yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Yorkshire will be right up for this now. So if they can get another one before lunch. Put the ball in the right areas. They've had a bit of assistance off the pitch through the air. Conditions have been great for bowling so far. Yorkshire now on the attack with 3 slips, leg slip. George Hill running up that hill.
Well, George Hill's running up the hill, yes. Quite right too. Was it Kate Bush who used to run up a hill? I think 65 for 4.
Brought back into fruition with the Stranger Things series.
So 3 slips, leg slip and a short leg. First ball's on the hip of Thomas, and he just indicates that's come back at him. Right-handed Adam Thomas, batting in his short sleeve sweater. But as I say, he's made a terrific start to his first-class career, but this will be a tester for him today. Very good, this, from Yorkshire.
So he just needs to get through this little period now, just take a little bit of sting out of the game. They're just killing the momentum that Yorkshire have got right now.
Hill is over the wicket to Thomas, and Thomas cuts this down to Revis. A backward point. Right-handed Adam Thomas. Sleeveless sweater. That's a statement from the Oracle there. Thank you for that, the Oracle. I just mentioned that, the previous delivery, that he was batting in a short sleeve sweater. But sadly, it's on the wrong side for Dave. He can't actually hear on that side.
He needs to bring that chair this side.
Yeah.
'Cause you
Yeah, all right, David. What are you mumbling about there? As in over the wicket comes Hill to Thomas. Thomas is forward, playing this one back up the pitch. And unsurprisingly, in this situation, there are oohs and ahs after every delivery, aren't there?
Straight off the middle of the bat, back down
Yep.
the pitch, solid in defence.
Ooh.
It's a chance for Yorkshire to squeeze now. They'll try and nick another one before lunch. both Hill and Revis. Been great change bowlers this morning. Both picking up a wicket or two apiece.
Hill in, and Thomas lets this go. Just comes back a touch at him. Left alone by Bairstow. So, the wicket of Ryan Patel in that Hill over. 65 for 4 then, Surrey. Lawrence yet to get off the mark. Thomas yet to get off the mark. Josh Blake due in next. And you've got Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott. So they do bat a long way down, Surrey, but they're going to have to here.
I'm quite looking forward to playing the whose kit is Dan Worrell using.
Yes.
That on the first day, so we can
that'll be
play
exciting.
that one later on.
That's always an exciting game. So, it's going to be Revis who took that catch off Hill. So those two combining all morning, really. As Revis is into Dan Lawrence. Lawrence drives, gets himself off the mark, straight down the ground. And that'll be away for 4. So Lawrence with his first run's a boundary, 69 for 4, because of course Smith was caught Hill, bowled Revis. Patel was caught Revis, bowled Hill. So those two combining very nicely. Nice looking shot from Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, just gone searching there, Revis, for that movement. You see it through the air, but Dan Lawrence equal to the task. Great drive. Adam Live's quite wide there at mid-off. It's a beautiful shot. Quite proactive so far as Lawrence.
This over the wicket to Lawrence, and Lawrence drives again. Now that's off the edge. That flies past third slip and down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So just the 3 slips, and that one did go late again, and Dan Lawrence has gone hard at that. If there'd been a 4th slip, it would have been an opportunity.
Yeah, I think George Hill was slightly interested there. You see his weight just a little bit, he's gone a little bit backwards there in his first movement. I see that front foot's not come forward quite as much. But rewarded for going hard at the ball.
Just looking at the terrific pictures on the live stream. These two gentlemen wrapped up, quite rightly, watching away there. So, this is over the wicket here to Lawrence, and Lawrence whips this up the ground towards mid-on. Thank you to Liam. Jonathan Doidge is coming back in. 75 for 4. Thomas is just rehearsing some shots. Down there at the non-striker's end. Revis is getting ready to come in once again. Over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence lets this one go outside his off stump, and that is taken by Johnny Bairstow, moving away to his right hand side. Breezy old day now. Clouds getting pushed quickly across the ground. There is a big patch of blue sky away to our right. That'll be arriving fairly shortly, I think. Lawrence waits again over his bat as in over the wicket goes Revis. In behind this goes Dan Lawrence, plays it solidly straight back up the pitch to Jai Richardson. 75 for 4, Surrey. Still trail by 411. I think they're going to get a 4 slip in now. So I think Adam Lyth will go up to 4th slip. So 4 slips and a leg slip now. Revis. As Dan Lawrence will settle himself down over his bat once more. Over the wicket then goes Revis to him, and Lawrence lets this go. Outside his off stump, end of the over from Revis, 75 for 4. Welcome back to Jonathan Doidge. Oh no, there's still a ball to go. I'm a bit premature there. We've dangled your effects mic back out the window because it was in the box, and when we came off for, it could have gone a lot worse. When we came off for the rain break, myself and Mr. Townsend were discussing craft ales. And I think that conversation probably went out on the live stream, but we didn't say anything untoward, as this is whipped by Lawrence. He's jumped outside his off stump there. That is a terrific bit of batting from Dan Lawrence.
I thought it got a little cooler, yeah. He's down down by the feet with the bottom window open.
Well, Yorkshire bowled very well so far this morning. 79 for 4. And Lawrence is on to 12. Thomas yet to get off the mark. David Townsend is just sat perched on the high chair, and he seems to just be corresponding with a series of statements today from the back of the box. So if you hear a statement, that will be the oracle.
Semaphore.
Yes, indeed.
Tone has emailed in saying, is it time cricket manned up like other sports, football, rugby, etc., and play in any weather? At the moment, they look like a team of pansies. Hill in and bowling, and Thomas right in behind that does the defending.
Not quite sure what the ground staff would think to that, playing in the rain. Plus, as soon as one of the bowlers runs in, slips over and breaks a leg, I think that would go out the window.
Yeah, it's a pretty bizarre email, Tony, to be fair. So here's George Hill at the end of his run from the Howard stand end. 3 slips, leg slip, short leg. Adam Thomas playing solidly down the line, back to the bowler. So they lost, 17 minutes due to that little shower. Still 80 overs and more to go in the day. George Hill trying to continue to apply pressure here. It's been a very good start with the ball by him. Just about always ready. Full, trying to get it to swing. Thomas defends into the offside. Ben Cliff does the fielding.
Your first sighting of Adam Thomas, I would have thought.
With the bat, yeah.
Yep, so he made his debut a couple of weeks ago, got 100 on debut, and then batted very well last week at Trent Bridge. This again will be a tester for him.
Flexes quite a bit at the knee as he waits for Hill to come in. That's turned to leg. And there's no run. Yeah, I mean, these are those opportunities where you're showing your mettle. Look, I think anybody would know, watches county cricket, if you get an opportunity in the Surrey team, you must be of a certain standard in the first place to get a go. You're not just going to throw any old player in there and just for the sake of it, just so that it's showing you're giving youth a chance. You've got to be able to show plenty of ability in the first place. Back foot with this ball short of length, punches it in front of square on the offside. Revis fields, and they've got a single, and he is therefore off the mark.
He had a terrific winter in Australia playing club cricket out there and scored a lot of runs. But he's a talent, no doubt about that whatsoever. Opens in the one-day stuff, but here he's shown really good technique and temperament in championship cricket so far.
Harry Brook getting very loose at second slip. He bowled 18 overs in the Warwickshire second innings last week, which I think was a surprise to probably most of us.
Well, he does get it to swing, doesn't he?
Final ball of the over then. Dan Lawrence on 12 goes through his trigger movement, then drops the ball out into the offside and jogs through for 1 run. He'll keep the strike then, 81 for 4 after 24 overs of this Surrey first innings.
I'm going to give a weather forecast. I think in about 2-3 minutes the sun's going to come out. And it's going to be very pleasant for a while. Because there is a huge patch of blue sky heading this way, which is very nice to see. Because I was saying, when that big dark cloud arrived with the rain in it, it was like someone had switched the lights out. Suddenly got very dark. But now, here comes the sun.
Yeah, wind direction has changed, hasn't it, I think, since yesterday. And so it is more of a westerly today. It's a little bit warmer.
Sorry, everybody. David Townsend's just broken into the Beatles behind us, sat on his high chair.
He once, I remember we were on commentary and suddenly the Isley Brothers' Summer Breeze broke out on his laptop.
Oh, dear. Thank goodness.
Just gone off for rain.
Thank goodness that's what it was. This is tucked into the leg side by Hill. out there towards square leg, and there's no run. 81 for 4. Yeah, here comes the sun. Don't, David, because we've got a big patch of blue sky above us now. It's going to be very pleasant for probably half an hour, I would say. As Revis is over the wicket to Lawrence, who drives. Good shot again from Dan Lawrence. He's in the perfect position to play that. And the thing with Lawrence is there are gaps there because they're on the attack. Oh no! So he's going to take advantage of that if he can. Lawrence on to 17, 85 for 4. Slightly concerned what David's doing behind me. I daren't turn around and look. He's got a mischievous grin on his face, sat on his high chair. As over the wicket again goes Revis, and 4 more. Just driven beautifully again by Dan Lawrence. That has whistled off to the cover boundary rope. Lawrence on to 21.
Yeah, it's just giving him a bit too much width on a couple of occasions. One of them a bit straighter than that. That one very central through the covers, opened the face and drilled it. And it's been an interesting morning then with the noises from DT. I pulled in the effects mic last night because of the rain. I didn't want it to get soaked overnight. I previously had problems with that at outgrounds. But then we got chatting, didn't we, this morning? And yours truly, I'll hold my hands up, didn't put it out the window before we started.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
My bad, as they say.
Well, no, you heard the craft ale chat as well between myself and Mr. Townsend. Is waiting once again. Is Lawrence, that's left alone outside the off stump. Climbing into the gloves. Johnny Bairstow moving away to his right hand side. Lawrence 21, Thomas has 1. 4 wickets gone this morning. 89 for 4.
As long as you didn't give out your bank details.
No, I don't think David did. As over the wicket once again goes Revis. Driven again by Lawrence. Gone. Caught by Adam Lythe. Low down at cover. It's a really good catch from Adam Lythe. Low down at cover. Now Lawrence has gone for 21. And Surrey 89 for 5. And good catch, diving forward by Adam Lythe. Very good catch.
Yeah, it's a very good grab. Obviously, normally accustomed to seeing Adam in the slip cordon, but he's been moved into the outfield, and maybe this was why he just hit it on the up, hasn't he? I mean, you've seen so many shots. We're talking about the West Indies of the great days. So many shots like that back in the day that would have whistled away from one of their batters for boundaries, and he's just, if anything, Dan Lawrence has just held back on the shot. He's almost like at the split second of timing the ball, he's realised he's not quite in the right position. Had he gone through with it, he probably gets away with it, but he stopped on the shot, and it hovered, and so too did Adam Lythe. Good catch.
Yep, very good catch, diving forward by Adam Lythe. So Lawrence goes for 21. Josh Blake will make his way out to the middle. Made runs in Scarborough last year. Josh Blake, 70 odd. And they're going to need these 2 young men to do a job for them here, Thomas and Blake. So Burns gone for 20. Sibley for 25. Smith for 4. Patel for 8. Lawrence for 21. And Surrey 89 for 5. That was a good catch. Low down. Diving forward was Adam Lythe. Real test here for Surrey. Left-handed Josh Blake. It's nice now. Blue sky and sun's out. So that's very pleasant. So 3 slips in there. There is the leg slip. There is a short leg. There's the backward point. There's a wideish mid-off. There's a wideish mid-on. Revis getting ready to come charging in again over the wicket to the left-handed Blake. Revis. Right arm over the wicket to Blake, and Blake's forward. Tucking this one off his hip, it was upish. And there are catchers lurking on the leg side behind square, but Blake gets a single. He's off the mark, but good over from Revis. The wicket of Dan Lawrence, and Surrey in a spot of bother here. 90 for 5, and that of course is still trailing Yorkshire by the small matter of 396.
Yeah, we said at the start of play that there was only one team realistically who could win this match, and it was Yorkshire. You've got to take your opportunities, and they have been criticised, and rightly so on occasions, for not being able to take an opportunity when they've created one for themselves. We were talking about the Essex game last year, for example, when they couldn't put them away on the final day at Chelmsford. There have been other occasions too, but you've got to give them credit when they get it right as well. And so far this morning, they have bowled in the so-called right areas. They've backed it up with some good fielding. Bowler conditions have been, conditions have been very much bowler friendly in terms of the overheads. And maybe a little bit of moisture in the pitch from that rain yesterday and overnight as Hill's in for the first ball of the over, and Blake leaves one well wide of off stump. But you have got to try and make the best of the tools with which you are provided, and if you do get conditions in your favour, you've got to be good enough to make the opposition pay. At the moment, they have done that. Still 5 wickets to take, so not done yet by any stretch as Hill is in. That's down the leg side, and Blake leaves it, and Bairstow misses out. Tony Haynes messages back in and says weather, but is it bizarre? Rugby and football players could also break legs if they're foolish. They play according to the conditions. The weather disadvantage for the batsmen will be the same for the bowlers. I personally think that cricket played through bad weather would be far more entertaining for the paying audience than sitting bored waiting for umpires to make decisions.
Yeah, but you wouldn't play another game for 2 weeks because you'd churn up the pitch.
In comes Hill, it's wide of off stump and left by Blake. OK, groundsmen might not like it, but football and rugby groundsmen cope. I think it's worth a try and see how it goes.
I'm not convinced by that email, I must say.
But anyway,
yes.
I think we've given his opinion.
Yes.
Entitled
I'm
to
not
it.
sure the bowlers would really thank you for a ball that was soaking wet.
Now, if you're running in off a run-up like George Hill, for example, at the moment, those last couple of strides where you're really getting energy through the body into the pitch, I've done it before myself. You slide and slip and it's dangerous, and groin strains and all those sort of things. That's a lovely shot by Josh Blake, who's brought himself 3 through extra cover. It was Ben Cliff who chased it down. That would be my opinion, but Tone's entitled to his.
Absolutely. But the other thing is that if you did do that, as I say, you wouldn't play for a couple of weeks afterwards because there'd be players running across pitches and sliding, and they would ruin the pitches you've got. So you might get that game done, but you wouldn't play for a while afterwards.
Here's Hill over the wicket. Oh, good delivery, and he has gone. Thomas must have been up somewhere near the shoulder of the bat. George Hill strikes for a 3rd time. 3 for 10, George Hill, inside 7 overs of bowling from the Howard stand end. And a simple routine catch for Johnny Bairstow with the gloves. And Surrey are in some trouble at 93 for 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you play that, really. It just, again, got really big on Adam Thomas. And it's a cracking delivery. It really is. And I'm not quite sure how you play that. And that's an absolute beauty. I think it's hit his bottom hand. And he's ringing that bottom hand as he comes off, but not quite sure how you play that, really. And it was a little bit like the delivery that Rory Burns got as well from Richardson. You're trying to get out the way of it, but there isn't anything you can do. So he's just got a really good one there as Thomas. It's very well bowled by Hill. And here we are, look, Richardson and Lythe are sort of trying to identify exactly where that pitched. So here comes Jordan Clark now, out to the middle. But yeah, I don't know how you play that really. If you're Thomas, it's just a terrific delivery, isn't it?
Well, it's hooping in, and then it just kicks off the pitch, doesn't it? Yeah, you've not got a lot of chance, and you just got to hope that you do drop the hands low enough or get the bat out of the way. But as Nick Robson has just messaged me to say, that was a brute of a delivery.
Certainly was. Horrible ball. Very good from Hill. They've been excellent this morning, Yorkshire. Really have.
Well, I was saying if they could take 3 or 4 wickets this morning, wasn't I? They've taken 6. I mean, that is using the conditions to best effect. And there's still 10 minutes of play to go before the lunch break. The Don, that's Dean in Doncaster, says, what's the weather forecast for today? Is there a chairman of the George Hill fan club? He's a good all-rounder. I hope we can bowl Surrey out and enforce the follow-on. Well, at the moment, you'd have to say Yorkshire would be favourites to do that, and Surrey will be batting very, very well from this point on if they're to avoid the possibility, as we have to say, of being asked to follow on. George Hill bowling to Jordan Clark. Oh, got him! First ball. Another beauty from George Hill. Clark can't play that, hits him on the body and has bobbled on and hit the stumps. 93 for 7, and George Hill, what a purple patch he's having this morning. 4 for 10 from 7 complete overs, 3 of which have been maidens. And Jordan Clark has gone for a first baller.
And he's on a hat-trick. And it's just nipped back, bounced, hit the bottom glove, gone down onto the pitch and just trickled back and hit the stumps. And that would have been a horrible, slow dismissal for Jordan Clark, watching that ball trickle back onto the stumps. Nothing he could do about it. It's just come back late at him. Hit that bottom glove, gone straight down and then trickled back onto the stumps. It's pace, it's swing, it's really good this from Hill. That swings back in, hits the bottom glove, goes straight down. He's trying to get a boot across to that. So suddenly Sean Abbott's out there. And as I say, George Hill's on a hat-trick here. Terrific stuff.
At the start of his next over, though.
Yeah, he's got to
We're
wait
gonna have to
around.
wait.
It's a horrible way to get out that, isn't it? Because it's a slow one, and his head's shot round, and he's trying to get a boot to it, but it's just trickled back onto his stumps. So Sean Abbott joins Josh Blake. 93 for 7, Surrey. We've got 8 minutes until lunch. I suppose it's not beyond the rounds of possibility lunch could be delayed here if they lose another couple quickly. Look at this field as well. 3 slips, 2 leg slips, a short leg for Revis. Abbott's bouncing up and down on his feet, trying to get them moving. So Revis over the wicket to Blake, and Blake's in behind this, solidly playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So Burns gone for 20, Sibley for 25, Smith for 4, Patel for 8, Lawrence for 21, Thomas for 1, and Clark first ball without scoring. And while all of this has been going on, Jonathan Doidge, David Townsend, is working his way through his lasagna at the back of the box. Nothing distracts him from lunch. As over the wicket comes Revis to Blake, and Blake's in behind this. Plays it back up the pitch. Revis does the fielding off his own bowling. Tell you what, that 486 is looking a good total at the moment. It's a long way away. 93 for 7.
I wish he put the concentration into his commentaries that he does into his lunch.
He's eating. Yeah, well, actually, tip it. Oh, here he goes. It's gone down the wrong way there at the back of the box. As in over the wicket once again goes Revis. Nice shot from Josh Blake, just over pitch to touch, and he's leant on this, checked it away, through the covers for 4. So his first boundary. Blake's on to 8. Surrey move on to 97 for 7. Nicely played by Josh Blake. But let's be brutally honest about this. Surrey are going to have to pull something remarkable out the bag not to be batting again at 97 for 7. Yorkshire would like to do it as quick as possible so their bowlers don't have to bowl too many overs to get there as well. That's the other thing. This is in, and that's left alone by Blake outside his off stump.
also for the reasons that the conditions are favourable, and so get them back in while they're still like that. You know, things might change later in today, tomorrow. Might be much more difficult to pick wickets up.
And also the other thing is if there is going to be some stop-starts and all that good stuff because of the weather, you want to make the most of the time that you're out there. That's a long way off at the moment. Revis pounding in again over the wicket to Blake. All beats him. Full of length. He's had a little nibble at this outside the off stump. Beats the outside edge. Taken by Bairstow. Moving away to his left-hand side.
Tone says, yeah, but hang on, football and rugby pitch groundsmen cope. But also in cricket, we've got the luxury of changing pitches too. How many county matches are played on the same pitch each week? Your serve.
Yeah, well, Tony, if the ball goes square of the wicket you're playing on and it's pouring with rain and the fielder chases after it, they're going to churn up all the pitches that are on the square. As that's a good ball as well from Revis. It's well taken by Johnny Bairstow, tumbling away to his right-hand side. And also, the other thing I would point out is that footballers and rugby players don't wear metal studs. So metal studs and wet grass don't really sort of go together, do they? So, yes, but Tony, you're fully entitled to your opinion, but I can guarantee you if you played a game in the rain, your square would get ruined and you wouldn't be playing any cricket for quite some time.
Hat-trick ball then. Don Bessett, leg slip, 3 slips. A gully being brought in, short leg. And the 3 players in front of the wicket otherwise are in catching positions as George Hill comes in to bowl to Sean Abbott. And Yorkshire will have to wait. Further still, longer still, for the first hat-trick in first-class cricket on this ground since Headingley Vertu way back in 1932 for Yorkshire in first-class cricket. The last hat-trick for Yorkshire in first-class cricket remains Matthew Hoggard against Sussex at Hove in 2009.
Took a hat-trick in a test match, didn't he, Hoggard, as well? I think in Barbados, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
It's the West Indies, of course.
98 for 7 then. Hat-trick avoided. Josh Blake back on strike, and still a posse of fielders waiting for a nick.
It's old school, this, from Yorkshire at the moment, isn't it? You don't see this very often anymore. 4 slips, leg slip, short leg. Very good.
I think Jordan Thompson had 6 slips last week at Edgbaston trying to finish off the match, and he duly did. Fair play to him, he took the final wicket. That was a dot ball, by the way, and George is about to bowl another one now to Blake, who pushes out square on the offside. Jai Richardson into field. We'll see this over out, and then Churchy will take you through what will be the last before lunch. 1:10 today, by the way, folks, if you weren't already aware. 4 o'clock for tea, and they were attempting to get through 104 overs in the day. That moment has gone now with a little break in play that was officially, I think, timed by the scorers as 17 minutes for rain. Scorers, umpires, whoever it is who does that. Officials. Hill. In he comes round the wicket, just drags that one down the leg side of straight. But Yorkshire continuing to press. There's going to be 8 more balls before the lunch break, you feel. Unless there's some very skillful gardening, which Josh Blake is about to do here. Yeah. He's just going off to water the fuchsias. Get the scarifier out if he can before 1:10. They'll do it, whoever it is, whichever county is. That's dropped into the leg side and fielded by Jack White.
Well, Hill's got fantastic figures now with 7.5 overs, 3 men, 4 for 11.
Yeah, I did get a message in earlier actually asking if I think he's still unlucky not to have been named in the Lions squad. In terms of his performances in county cricket, you have to say yes. No doubt. Here he is in again, and that's punched into the covers by Josh Blake, who will keep the strike for the final over of this morning's session with a single. 99 for 7.
Well, he's been hugely impressive this morning. Really has.
He is good, and I think we all know, it's just about the pace thing, isn't it? You look at the figures that have been put up there. We don't know how accurate they are, but top speed 78 in that over, sometimes 73.4. Those are kind of the parameters for George. I'd have said probably generally 77,
Yeah, but
76.
he's a tall lad. That's the thing. He doesn't have to be hitting 80, does he?
That's what they
we
want.
saw
isn't
out there
it?
with
That's what
Tom.
they
I
want.
know.
It's
I know.
like Dom Sibley can bat, but it's not what they want.
Not at the moment. So last over before lunch, Revis is in to Blake, who allows this one to go outside his off stump. Never did Jimmy any harm, did it?
No. Look, I mean, one of my old pals who's sadly no longer with us, who you'll know as a Surrey legend, Graham Roop, didn't play in that many home tests, but he was a man, the skills were there for, take him on tour because he could bat and bowl. If there were injuries, there were cover, or sometimes he was first pick or whatever.
As forward goes the left-handed Blake, plays this up to mid-on, and there's no run.
What I'm trying to say is, in English conditions, I think George, is capable of getting anybody out. Away from home, I don't know. I've never seen him bowl in Australia or
let's be
India.
honest. We took our all-pace attack to Australia during the winter. That didn't turn out terribly well.
No.
So there's a lot to be said for someone like Hill or a Fisher or somebody along those lines. As Revis is in and forward goes Blake, plays this one down to backward point, and there's no run.
Speaking of rain, Tone, Rupee would definitely take you on all day long about playing in rain. He hated playing in rain. It was as soon as there was the merest drop, he'd be like, come on, Dodger, we need to be getting off the field. We shouldn't be playing in rain. It's not a game to be played in rain. He was absolutely adamant, and he was a football man as well. Can't remember him saying, let's crack on like they do on a West Ham day.
This is turned off his hip by Blake, and they'll pick up a couple here. And Blake will move on to 11.
Who did he train with? Was it
Chelsea, may
I
have
think so,
done.
yeah.
They all did a bit of that, didn't they? That's the 100 up for Surrey, but they've lost 7 wickets in the process. 101 for 7 they are. Yes, because Graham Gooch used to go off to West Ham and train with West Ham. Ian Botham, of course, played for Scunthorpe, didn't he? Turns again, down below us does Revis. 2 balls till lunch. He's in, and Blake drives again. Nicely played, just forcing it through the covers because there's a lot of gaps out there at the moment with Yorkshire on the attack. Chase is pretty good. And they'll pick up 2. Richardson bent down and got that just as it was about to hit the boundary rope. Then they pick up 2 more. So, last ball before lunch. Surrey have lost 7 wickets this morning. They're 103 for 7. Blake has 13. Abbott has 1. Bairstow's wanting a change in the field. They're going to pop a man out at deep backward square now. So one of the legs slips. Sort of heads off down towards the boundary. Not all the way. So you're going to be expecting a short ball here is Josh Blake. Last ball before lunch. Here is Revis to him. He's gone full at length. Blake lets it go. What a morning that has been for Yorkshire. They have bowled superbly well this morning. And Surrey find themselves at lunch 103 for 7. With Josh Blake on 13 and Sean Abbott on 1.
Yep. We shall take a break, as will the players, and be back with you in 40 minutes' time for, see what happens in this afternoon session of what is proving to be a good game. A rare one this season, but a good game for Yorkshire. See you soon. Good afternoon, welcome back from Headingley for session 2 on day 3. With Yorkshire having posted 486 in the past couple of days, and Surrey now 103 for 7. And in some trouble, Josh Blake resuming this afternoon on 13, and Sean Abbott on 1. And yeah, 7 wickets this morning for Yorkshire on a very good day with the ball. Bowler-friendly conditions, you'd have to admit, but you've still got to use them, and use them they did. David Townsend and myself, Jonathan Dodge, with you for this first half hour of the afternoon. And Jack White.
White from the far end running towards us, bowls, and that's turned confidently through square leg for a couple of runs. So Abbott tripling his score with that. Moves on to 3. Blake on 13, and surprising morning session really, because the conditions were similar to yesterday, and yet Yorkshire were able to take 7 wickets. Some good bowling and some good field placings as well. White bowls and Abbott up on his toes, plays up and square. No run to be had there. 3 slips, a leg slip, a bat pad in the catching positions. A couple of men saving one at point and extra cover. Straightish mid-on, mid-wicket. And I'm assuming that somebody, I don't know, I don't think 1, 2, 3, 4. We haven't got a long leg, no fine leg either. As White bowls, and that ball is edged.
I think he bounced just short of George Hill's right hand.
George Hill diving low to his right. There's oohs and ahs, and the way the ball is stuck onto hand for Yorkshire, you think that one might just have carried. There's the reactions as well. It was one of those that no one's going to say, oh, you should have caught that, George. But certainly, if he'd held it, it'd been a very good catch. Next ball, Abbott turns square again. He's going to pick up at least 3. It might get to 4. He's going, ooh, dive and stop, saves a single out there. Who's that out there? Is that Ben Cleft?
Matthew Revis. With Don Best doing the throwing.
Yes, Don Best probably a bit disappointed he didn't get a chance to dive and muddy his Whites even more, the all-action man. 3 runs to be had there. Then again, a very athletic bit of fielding from Revis. He looks to have improved his cricket a lot during the winter from what I've seen. His bowling certainly was absolutely spot on today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Blake. That's through to the keeper. No run there. Revis was always a favourite of mine, as you know, Dodgy. Used to come on at Scarborough, run down the hill, bowl some good spells, but he lacked that bit of consistency, didn't he? He'd bowl 4 good balls and over, but today, very impressive. And he surely will be knocking on the door for higher honours. White bowls, Blake allows that through outside the off stump, no run.
Would he be in the David Townsend Modern Hall of Fame then? No, not quite yet. He's bubbling under.
Oh, well, but he's I don't know. You go around the counties, don't you? Watch players, and there's often the body language and the way they go about the job, and you just sort of take a liking to certain players, the way they perform, the enthusiasm they put into it, or sometimes the grumpiness they put into it. I mean,
you'd say that with Rev at times. He's quite grumpy about his own performance at times, particularly when he's bowling. I reckon he's probably just on the shy side of the line, if you like. But once you get him talking, I think he gives some great interviews.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting guy to talk to about the game.
He's a nice lad, isn't he?
So, Jai Richardson from the Kirkstall Lane end to open up the afternoon session. The floodlights are on, overcast at the moment, and his first delivery is wide of off stump and tailing away towards the cordon. Tony Haynes, Tone has messaged in again with regard to the weather. He likes the cut and thrust of a debate, does Tone, and he's taken time to email in. So we'll read this one as well. He says, I take your point, although I don't really agree replaying in bad weather, but for those of us that watch cricket on live stream and can't make it to the ground, would it not make more sense to transmit recordings of interesting past match sequences than to leave us staring at what is virtually a blank screen for ages? Richardson in and bowling, and that's punched out into the offside by Sean Abbott. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Will Luxton will cut it off before the east side boundary. He says, I love the game, can't get there, brackets 85 and disabled, but I get so bored when nothing is being transmitted. Well, okay, so, I mean, if you are a regular viewer, Tony, you probably know this already, but I'll just reiterate it. I've been done many times in the past. But the setup is, with the Yorkshire club stream, that this you are listening to is a BBC audio commentary, which is why you're watching the pictures, but you're still getting the minutiae in description and not a television commentary, as Jai Richardson bowls, and that's sees Abbott shouldering arms. And therefore, those of us you can hear are being employed by the BBC on this particular day, and some of us not.
Yeah, it's also just to explain to people who you say talking about the different disciplines, if you like, commentating on TV pictures. If you're the TV commentator, it's an entirely different way of going about the job than describing everything as Georgie will now do.
Richardson bowls, and Abbott plays that out square on the offside. There's no run. So what I'm leading into there is that we as BBC commentators don't have any direction or authority or whatever, if you like, over what Yorkshire are doing with their stream. We are just putting words over the pictures that they are providing. So therefore, you probably need to be addressing that particular comment to Yorkshire County Cricket Club rather than ourselves as BBC commentators. Whether or not they can put things up in the lunch and tea breaks, not sure what that situation would be. As Sean Abbott plays nicely off his legs through mid-wicket, Matthew Revis has a little jig jog out there towards the Western Terrace boundary and does the fielding, and they get back for 2 runs. So they've moved from 103 to 112 in the early moments of this afternoon session.
You run into all sorts of other problems like copyright as well, and who's got the rights to show the replays, and I don't know.
Yeah, and then you also...
There's about 500 other channels you can have a look at whilst the team, as the players are off the field.
Here comes Richardson again, final ball of the over. And that is wide of off stump and left by Abbott. There's other things that into play as well. You know, the Yorkshire team who put in the stream together. It's not like there are loads of those, and therefore chopping up footage to put it together for nice packages for lunch and tea, you know, might be a challenge.
Indeed. Yeah, when you think back, Doidgy, to when you and I were running around in short trousers, what did you have then? BBC One, BBC Two, ITV, and you probably got Channel 4. I was in long trousers before Channel 4 came along.
Yeah.
And now it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous.
It's hard to follow things, isn't it? Sports, you know, they're so fragmented, I guess.
Start of a new over from Jack White, and Blake covers up and pushes that down square of the wicket.
You know, many will argue, and those channels who buy up rights for certain things would definitely argue, of course, in their own favour that gives you more choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also costs you a fair bit more in the pocket, doesn't it?
Well, it can do.
DT on some dodgy, yeah.
No, a friend of mine is. Next delivery is outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run to be had there.
Philip Crowther mailed in. Dear Jonathan, please may I request your excellent commentary does not contain Americanisms like my bad.
Oh,
These phrases
dear.
lack any form of common sense that true representatives of our great county should, in my opinion, stay well away from.
Indeed. I hate that. I'm with him.
I did say it once this morning.
You did? Oh. Gee. White round the wicket bowls to left-handed Blake, who defends that to
Should I be taken off air for
lie
that?
that short leg. Well, it's one of those. It should be 50p in the fines jar, I think, for that. Same as mentioning the bigger round ball game in the during the cricket season. That shouldn't be allowed either. We used to have a 50p for that when I was down at Lord's commentating with Kevin Hunt. Big day today for bigger round ball matches.
Is it? 50p then, please.
White bowls and pitches and leaves. Blake taken by Bairstow, diving in front of first slip. Still something in that pitch, isn't there? It's a little bit of rain we got on it yesterday, livened it up perhaps.
Yeah. Now, there are phrases that irritate. I mean, to be fair, I'm not really. I did use, freely admit, you can go back and check it in the commentary. I did say I said, as they say, my bad this morning. So that's twice I've said it now today. No, 3 times because I read the email as well. But there are phrases that irk us all, I guess, aren't there? In the used in language.
White bowls and pushed back to him by Blake, who's playing himself in after lunch.
Use of the word "like" can be irritating, can't it? And I was like playing forward like, and he was like bowling it there.
I was like, and she was like, and then they were like, and I was like, if you listen to one of those conversations and just count the number of likes in the conversation, you know, you get up to 100 in about 3 minutes.
It can get annoying, can't it?
Oh, that came from the States as well. And here's White and defending
Gotten.
to the offside.
Gotten as well. That's not an expression I ever grew up hearing. In this country, we used to say "got."
Yes.
I've gotten an illness this week or something like that, you know. That felt like an Americanism that you'd hear on an American TV broadcast, but that's quite often used these days over here.
My bad saying that.
Yeah.
Did I say
50p.
got? Did I say gotten like? You hear that a little bit, of course, across the other side. It's a Liverpool thing as well, isn't it? Like.
Please. Having a laugh. Jai Richardson from the Kirkstall Lane end. Wide off stump and left by Sean Abbott. That is no run. There must be more that kind of make you bristle when you hear them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are sort of youngsters' slang, really, aren't they? That sort of comes into the language.
I must admit, I've got more used to the word mindset, but I sort of really didn't like that at all when it first started. For quite a long time, mindset. Here's Richardson. Oh, good delivery, swinging and nipping away from Sean Abbott, who played the original line, to be fair to him, and didn't go chasing it. And he survives.
These two would have met a few times on the Southern Hemisphere, I would imagine. Although I'm trying to think who's Richardson play for over there, because Abbott's in
Australia.
New South Wales.
WA.
All right.
Making his way in again now, and that's run down towards third man by Sean Abbott. Sliding stop out there by Will Luxton, keeps them to 2. Mark Bailey says, well, says Yorkshire lad. Wouldn't have called that at the start of the day. Now kick on, get the last 3 wickets, put Surrey back in, and let's see where we go. Happy Sunday. Jai taking possession of the ball with a fair bit of distance between now and the start of his run. He's got one of these where he's got a marker where I think he really gets properly into his run-up. And he does it now, and that, again, whistles late on away from the left-hander, but he did get across and block it this time. I was talking to Jai's, I think, fiancée, Ashley, downstairs earlier on. She was saying he was in a really bad state with the food poisoning that he got a few weeks ago, which was a big setback as part of this break.
Not a nice thing to have, food poisoning, is it?
No. If you get it properly, it's not good at all. People use the expression, don't they? But maybe they've had, just a bad night. But if you get it when it lasts for a few days or whatever, Abbott blocks into the offside there. No run.
Good way of dropping a few kilos quickly, though.
Well, there is that. I mean, yeah, you could probably do with a bit of food poisoning, DT.
Certainly could, I do. Certainly could.
Maybe we can get that arranged. Anybody listening in Yorkshire Towers at the moment? 114 for 7 out there on the field of play. Blake on 13 and Sean Abbott on 12 is the man on strike with 4 slips. Hoping Jai Richardson can create an opportunity, but he can't with that final ball of the over. 33 of those now complete, so 4 overs seen off in this afternoon session so far for the addition of 11 runs, and they haven't suffered any further losses, Surrey, just at this moment in time.
My sister said to me, she said, if you stopped drinking beer, you'd lose weight. I said, yeah, I would. Always helpful like that, sisters, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. And it's not usually, it might be for your own good, but it's a case of I don't like the fact that you drink beer, so I would have a jibe with that one. If you stopped eating as much chicken and protein, you wouldn't have so much weight of muscle.
Jack, white bowls, and Blake pushes that into the offside, sets off for a quick single. Abbott just a little bit slow to respond, but only marginally and comfortably through. And to be fair, Blake was running to the danger end. So Blake ticks over 2:14. In fact, that's his first run since lunch, isn't it?
Yorkshire lads nailed one of those annoying things as well, starting a sentence with the word so. You often get on TV, you'll get a politician or somebody and they'll be asked a question and they'll go, so. Yeah.
White's to the right-handed Abbott. Bowls, and he plays that down into the crease. Now, Jordan Clark is sitting watching that and thinking, well, why wasn't I that lucky? Because that ball's dribbled past the stumps. Jordan Clark played a similar shot. Ball dribbled back and dislodged a bail. So, your day or it's not your day.
Yeah, look, Jack's bowled well, hasn't he? He's only going at 3s. He's not taken a wicket yet, but George was virtually unplayable for a little spell this morning.
So, Jack White on his way. He'd band bowls and up on his toes. Abbott plays that comfortably. Square of the wicket. Yes, so is one of those things. Is one of those little things, particularly politicians use just to give themselves that little extra second or so to think.
Oh, let me be absolutely clear on this.
Yes, yeah.
Let me be absolutely clear on this. Jack White has just taken the ball from Ben Cliff and is about to turn at the end of his run.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to think about that too hard. Here he comes. Bowls, and that's on the stumps. Pushed up to mid-on comfortably by Abbott. Most of these deliveries is not a problem, is it? But the odd one is just doing a little bit.
Can you imagine putting, cricket situations in to the political landscape, the way things have gone in the last few years?
Well, I don't know. Poor old Sir Keir's been on a sticky wicket recently, hasn't he? There's White bowls, and again Abbott plays that one down. Too much trouble. Square the wicket. I just wonder whether it wouldn't have been an idea to keep George Hill on after lunch. A, because he'd have been looking for that 5th wicket. B, because he's a young fit man and he'd have had 40 minutes to recover from that spell this morning. Bringing Richardson on for this at this pavilion end was the right move. White bowls again, and that's played down off the. He's signalling he didn't get any bat on that. It doesn't matter if he had. It just dribbled down towards leg slip, no run. The skipper may be thinking, preserve the bowlers, preserve their energy, because we're likely to see Surrey following on in this. It's not certain, of course, but they're a very, very long way away, aren't they? They want another 200 plus runs in the last 3. And
Yeah.
and Dan Worrell is a proper tail ender, so really they've only got Matthew Fisher to come. He can batter. He can bat a bit, but you struggle to see these 3 mustering sort of 220 odd between them, wouldn't you? Plus Worrell's couple of swipes, perhaps. He might be responsible for the 20.
Comes Jai Richardson then to bowl to the left-handed Josh Blake. Slams one across him, and Johnny Bairstow taking that beyond Joe Root at first slip on his way towards second. The tumbling stop, the ball didn't really carry. Not sure what the speed gun made of it. Yeah, you can imagine the sort of political cricketing answers. I don't know, let's say last year Yorkshire's ordinary start to the season, and you interview Anthony McGrath and say, Mags, it's not really working out as it should, is it really? Under par on the batting points front. As in comes Richardson, that's pushed into the offside, and let's just, hypothetically say Mags might have replied something to the effect of, yeah, well, look, I mean, the batters I inherited from the previous coaching regime.
Previous regime.
We've got a lot of work to do. Yeah. But you never get that, do you?
No.
And not in sport. Well, I can't remember anyway if I've ever been involved in an interview. 3 slips, a leg slip, a short leg, mid on, mid off, and a point as well as a long leg. And Richardson throwing that one up, but walked too wide of off stump to tempt Blake, and he's just got to get the radar right again here as Jai.
Yeah, it's everywhere you look, you're always blaming the mess on the previous government, aren't they? And then the government will change again, and they'll be blaming the mess on that lot, and so it goes on.
Imagine if the batters and bowlers had those sort of interviews, The legacy we were left by the bowlers there was that the opposition got 700. Here is Jai Richardson banging this one in short. Blake ducks underneath it through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. There's a bit of zip about that. Just reminding Josh Blake that he can get the ball through Jai Richardson. Can he get one there? Just up in that corridor, on and around off stump. Can he get Josh Blake feeling forward at one? Challenge at the moment with this leg slip in place, get it straighter, and there you go. It's drawn hands on heads from the cordon, who in their own minds at least clearly felt it wasn't too far from clipping the top of off stump. Not sure how close it was from watching it in real time rather than on the pictures, because we're not straight on here.
I think it was clipping the outside of 4th, would be my guess there. So close enough to warrant that sort of
So it wasn't bad
sudden intake of breath.
Wasn't bad on the Townsend accuracyometer. Got an email in about saying that now. Here is Richardson in again, and that's a brilliant piece of fielding there by Will Luxton at point, because he hit that hard, Josh Blake. Got over the top of it, and that looked like 4 runs from the moment he left the bat. He's saved a certain 4, Luxton. And that completes the over at 115 for the loss of 7 wickets.
It's interesting, isn't it, that the change bowlers have looked more threatening than the opening pair. And I've got 6 wickets between them, 4 of them to George Hill, and obviously the more specialists, if you like, Richardson and Jack White, not really hitting their straps yet. Yeah, the different wickets suit different bowlers, different days. White to continue in his black headband, comes in bowls, and that one has Abbott hastily covering up and defending up towards mid-on.
Mark Bailey, Yorkshire lad, has messaged in with what we've just been talking about, saying, look, we've had a bit of a top order collapse, I won't pretend otherwise, but we're still at the crease, still swinging, we're not walking. The public sent down a few bouncers lately, but I've taken guard again, middle and leg, and I'm ready to rebuild the innings. This isn't over. There's plenty of overs left, and I'm not edging off anytime soon.
Yeah. White bowls pushed to mid-wicket. No run to be had there.
You can imagine, I don't know, Rory Bremner doing that in the style of, say, Tony Blair, or Steve Nallen maybe doing it in the style of Margaret Thatcher. Although probably much more authoritatively in the latter case.
Yes, we might go off on a tangent here and imagine Margaret Thatcher batting with Geoffrey Boycott. Here's White bowling to Abbott, and Abbott just down on that one. Been an appeal for LBW if he hadn't got down there. You can imagine Margaret Thatcher running out Boycott, can't you? You should have gone back. The lady is not for turning.
Julie Fells has emailed in as well with regard to bouncing words and the word gotten. Yeah, thanks, Julie. I'd read about this previously myself a while ago. So it is, in fact, the historical past participle of the word get.
Here's White bowls, and that's, well, let's go and get that one from Abbott. It was short, and it swung away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And the pressure that was building up from White.
So it previously was
It's gone
standard.
for 6, thank you. It's cleared the road. That was some hit, because that's a long boundary over there, Doidgy.
Yeah. We do have an optometrist visiting this afternoon, DT, just to check out those.
I actually just saw the shot and said that's 4 runs and carried on. That's a heck of a hit over there.
It was for a 4, yeah. It was a 4 that didn't bounce. Let's go like that.
White, how's he going to respond? Bowls, and it's played thickish edge just wide of third slip, diving.
So gotten, perceived as Americanism, which I was saying it is, because it's kind of used in American TV shows, and it's not the sort of thing that's been used here in my lifetime growing up, consuming media, if you like. But it was standard form English in the 16th and 17th centuries.
Ah, I don't remember that.
William Shakespeare even used it.
White to Abbott bowls, and Abbott's got more runs here. That's along the deck, and he's going to pick up. Well, he's picked up 2. I mean, they'd have actually run. They could have had a third there, I think. Bess had to go most of the way back to that long boundary to complete the fielding. 2 runs it is, though. So Blake obviously fancy keeping the keeping the strike or not giving the strike to Abbott with a third run at the end of the over.
Speaking of Shakespeare, I'm off to see some Shakespeare next month
Ooh,
in Stafford, not Stratford, Stafford.
yeah,
Richard III.
right. Have you seen the first 2 episodes? You'll pick it up if you haven't seen.
Richardson bowls and Blake defends out into the offside. And William Luxton does the fielding.
What you should do, Deutsche, when you're down, if you're down, we've got a game down at Lord's, is get along to the Regent's Park Open Air Theatre, which puts Shakespeare on every summer. Obviously,
You were there for the original shows, were you, back in the day?
no, it's fantastic, fantastic place to watch.
Maybe I'll have gotten some tickets before we go down there in future, as that's wide of off stump and Blake leaves.
Yeah, I think they have a couple of Shakespeare plays every summer. They don't start until probably somewhere around now. I haven't looked up this year's programme. Goes through to September, and it's a really nice open air theatre, Regent's Park.
Of course, DT's son is an award-winning playwright.
Well, he's doing all right.
123 for 7, Richardson bowling here to Blake, and that one dropped out into the offside, and Luxton fields no run.
Olivier nominated, not Olivier winning, but he'll get there eventually. It's a
Excellent.
big thing to be nominated.
I do love Richard III, and when you mention Olivier, I still go back and watch that opening scene in the film where he goes through, now is the winter of our discontent. It's just awesome, that. So 3 balls to come in the over. We'll have a change in the com box. DT and I will disappear off and let the boys bring it back to cricket.
Practice our lines.
As that's dropped into the offside by Blake. Luxton again does the fielding. So it's been a pretty good half hour or so here for Surrey, because they've added 20 runs, not lost any further wickets. There was double change of bowling, of course. We'll see how long this lasts for before perhaps Johnny Bairstow turns back to George Hill and Matthew Revis, or maybe Ben Cliff, who's not yet even managed to get a delivery in this Surrey first innings.
I'll let Deutsche in. I'll let Churchy in.
Richardson, and that's turned down to long leg, where Jack White will do the fielding. Blake picking up a single, take it to 124 for 7. Churchy's been, I would imagine you've probably been laid out in the sun, have you?
No,
Been off for a while.
I had a little stand on the balcony and a watch, and it does look a bit easier when the sun's out.
Yeah,
it
generally
really does.
Yeah, it does change quite quickly.
So with the sun out at the moment, life looks a little easier for Surrey. How long the sun's going to stay out for, we'll have to wait to see. And I can thoroughly recommend the Regent's Park Open Air Theatre. It's very good. Very, very good.
That's noted. As Richardson bowls and Abbott defends. To complete over number 37 at 124 for 7. Liam, back with you shortly. I'll leave you with Churchy.
Thank you very much indeed. So yes, Surrey's still in a hole at the moment at 124 for 7, still trailing by the small matter of 362 runs. And a solid start from Messrs Blake and Abbott after lunch. But you're still very much on top here. Liam Thomas is back alongside.
Afternoon, all afternoon, Churchy.
Good afternoon, my friend. Yes, and I think from a Yorkshire point of view, and welcome to listeners on Sports Extra as well, who've joined us with the sun shining. And as we were saying there, Surrey in a spot of bother at 124 for 7, lost 7 in the first session this morning. And George Hill, who did most of that damage with 4 for 12, is back into the attack from the Howard stand end, coming to the left-handed Josh Blake, who's turning this one off his hip. out towards deep backward square. He'll pick up a single. There's 7 to go. Rory Burns was the first. Got a filthy delivery from Jai Richardson, which he gloved into the gully. He went for 20. Sibley was caught at leg slip off hill by Don Best for 25. Jamie Smith caught at third slip by Hill off Revis for 4. And then Ryan Patel looking to pull a ball, got a top edge, and was caught by Revis off hill on that occasion. Dan Lawrence caught very well by Adam Lyth at cover off Revis for 21. Then Adam Thomas got a horrible delivery from hill and gloved it behind to Johnny Bairstow. Hill is in and forward goes Sean Abbott, soft hands, all along the down to third slip. And then Jordan Clark bowled first ball by a delivery that nipped back, hit him. He went straight down and limb. It was horrible, wasn't it? It just rolled slowly back as he tried to get a foot on it and hit the stumps.
Felt for ages when the ball dropped, kind of elbowed and knocked it towards the stumps, and he kind of looked at it and stared at it and thought about kicking it, but so he probably couldn't because he would have kicked his stumps down, so very unlucky for Jordan Clark.
Hill is in, and Sean Abbott lets this go outside his off stump, taken by Bairstow. And Sean Abbott goes for a little wander off towards square leg. It's all in reply to Yorkshire's 486. But I was saying there, when the sun comes out, batting does look a bit more straightforward, doesn't it?
Yeah, these two have applied themselves pretty well. Seems to be less sideways movement after lunch. So Abbott with that monstrous 6. No bounce 4, I think DT told you were on about.
Now he's looked to get out the way of this. It's bounced on him, hit the gloves, and it's going to run away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Just hopped at him. And he was trying to get those hands out the way, but I think it probably just hit, actually, look at the toe end of his bat. So it hit the toe end of his bat there. Sean Abbott runs away for 4. He's on to 24. Surrey move on to 129 for 7.
He's batted quite nicely so far.
He can bat. Sean Abbott. He's made some runs in the championship already this season. Sean Abbott. Blake at the non-striker's end on 16 as Hill is in, and Abbott's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. Nice bounce and carry into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah. Seems like a certain patch on the pitch when, like I say, it just gets a little bit of lift,
Yes.
a little bit of carry. Obviously, some of them just kind of hit and kind of just not die, but kind of just go straight on. But some get some right zip off the pitch.
I think technical parlance is hitting the spot, isn't it? It's finding what that spot is, though. They found it a couple of times this morning, the bowlers. As Hill is in, and that's nipping back and hits Abbott midships, and that was trickling back towards the stumps, but he knew that was rolling away from them, so he didn't have to panic there. Sean Abbott. Abbott with the bat this season, 40 against Warwickshire, 2 against Leicestershire, 8 against Essex, 76 against Sussex, and 7 against Nottinghamshire last week. So he's got
Very nice.
150 in there this season already.
Just had a message from Janet Wayman. So James Wayman used to formerly play at Yorkshire. Play with him at Methley now. So Janet and Philip are tuning in watching.
Lovely.
So good afternoon, guys. Hope you're well.
Yes, hope you're well. And you've got a bit of sun with you, because we have here at Headingley, there was one moment this morning where it felt like it was the middle of the night. It got so dark quickly, and it really did feel like night time. Then all of a sudden we had rain, floodlights came on, and then as soon as we got back out there, that was the wicket of Ryan Patel. Now, Ben Cliff's coming into the attack for the first time. So Cliff into the attack for the first time today. See Matthew Revis bowling from this Kirkstall Lane end. And Jai Richardson. Now we've got Ben Cliff having a bowl. He'll have 3 slips in there. There's the long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover point, and the third man. Cliff, right arm over the wicket to Josh Blake, and Blake's up on his toes and works this one off the hip, and there is no run.
Bang on the money straight away there.
He played yesterday, but the rain had the final say. Yes?
Yes, it did, unfortunately. We played in the rain for 15 overs while we were batting. Managed to make 230, and then had tea, and then was not allowed to go back out while it was still couple of drops
That's
of rain
my-
in the air.
That's my idea of the dream game of cricket. Bat and not field. As this is turned off the hip by Josh Blake down towards long leg. And they'll pick up a couple. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Blake. He moves on to 18. 131 for 7 now, Surrey.
Come back well this afternoon so far after lunch. I say the sun's out. It just seems a little bit friendlier for batting now.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a bit of a chat at lunchtime, but what do you say, really? Just try and stay out there as long as you can. As Cliff is in and Blake's up on his toes. Pushes this one down into the offside and there's no run. Elsewhere in Rothesay County Championship. Oh my goodness me, I hadn't seen this. Leicestershire 60 all out against Essex in their second innings, meaning that Leicestershire are chasing a victory target of 101. 60 all out Leicestershire in their second innings. Who's done the damage there? It'd be Cook and Porter, surely, won't it? Yeah, well, Cook and Snater. As, whoa, Sean Abbott's gone after this one, down on one knee looking to cut. And didn't get anything on it. So, yeah, Cook 4 for 19, Snater 4 for 12. Leicestershire all out for 60. Well, it's moved on. And Essex are 17 without loss, requiring another 84 to win. Extraordinary. As Cliff gets ready once again. So that's going to be over on day 3. From nowhere, really. As in over the wicket comes Cliff. Driven by Abbott. Nice shot. Through the covers. It's going to run away for 4. Just over pitch to touch that by Cliff and nicely played by Sean Abbott. Just leant on it.
Yeah, gone searching a little bit for that movement through the air. There's Cliff there. Sean Abbott played it beautifully through covers. Fantastic shot. Moves the score on to 28. Circle currently 136 for 7.
So Hampshire all out for 214 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 229. So Nottinghamshire about to start their second innings with a lead of 15. Cliff into Abbott, and Abbott will just stand up tall and turn this into the leg side. He'll get a couple here. Down towards long leg. 2 more to Abbott, 2 more to the total. In the Cliff's first over, 138 for 7. Somerset declared at 526 for 8. It's raining and there's a delay, but Sussex are 155 for 3 in reply. Warwickshire and Glamorgan. And Glamorgan in their second innings, 12 without loss, but it's raining. They lead by 120. Warwickshire all out for 252 in reply to Glamorgan's 360 in their first innings. Into Division 2, Gloucestershire 139 for 6. Bit of a recovery there. And they lead Northamptonshire by 166 as Blake is forward. And that's off the outside edge here to Hill. It's a good tumbling stop in at third slip and there's no run. Kent 523 all out. Durham 173 for 5. But they're not playing down there. At Beckenham. And Lancashire 153 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 270. And Middlesex in their second innings 139 for 3 against Derbyshire, still trailing by 60. Forward goes Blake, that just bounces on him. Hits that bottom hand, rolls into the leg side. And that's the sort of area that we saw Hill get Thomas with. Got a ball, that was a cracking delivery he got Thomas with, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just zipped off the surface, caught the outside edge. Yeah, really impressed with George Hill this year. 4 for 17 currently, searching for that 5 for. I think he'll be thoroughly deserved the way he's bowled so far. It just looks like things happen all the time. Like I say, he's getting that extra zip off the surface. Just trying to find the outside edge of Blake.
He's in again. Blake's beaten on the outside. Lovely delivery again from Hill. 4 for 17 in his 10th over.
The way it comes round the wicket as well, because he angles the ball in there, obviously just trying to kiss that surface and just nip it away. So hard as a left-hander when they're coming around the wicket, because you feel like you have to constantly play. So So he's always challenging outside edge, and obviously that one that carries on when he's trying to swing it in, it continues. So bringing both edges into play, stumps as well. A better chance of getting the LBW too.
Round the wicket he goes again, and Blake on driving straight to mid-on, and there's no run. The slip cordon is route live, Brooke Best. Pretty good slip cordon, that.
Bairstow with the gloves.
Bairstow with the gloves, so it's not the worst 5-ball, that. Root still wearing his snood round his neck.
There's a few hand warmers out there as well, I think. Revis at point. He's got his hand warmers in his pocket.
Around the wicket once again goes Hill, and Blake is dropping the bat down on this. It rolls away into the offside. Yeah, Josh Blake played in the game at Scarborough last year. He got 70 odd. Did very, very well, and he's battling away here for Surrey. 19 of 51 deliveries.
Yeah, you just feel like if Yorkshire can get one, they could probably get two. I want to finish this off pretty quickly, but good resilience from the Surrey batters here. Up on 30.
Well, Fisher and Worrell still to come for Surrey. Hill's in, and Blake doesn't bother with this one. It's going away from him, so he just leaves the bat going down the line, and it goes away from the outside edge. End of the hill over on 38 for 7.
That's how you just played that then, you know, reenacting it.
Oh yeah, I'm really good from up here. Score a lot of runs from up here.
It is a very easy game from up here.
Certainly is.
Can confirm that, because my wife says, how can you can see what's going to happen in a game, but when you go into a game, you play some of the shots that you do. So
She's a harsh critic.
Well,
is
she is very harsh
there's
critic.
Nothing wrong with that. Keeps you honest.
It does, yeah.
Oh, yep.
Get the honest feedback when I walk in
Good.
after a long day at cricket.
Good. Quite right, too. That's the way it should be.
It's Cliff to continue.
Yep, it is indeed. And we're just waiting for the third man to drop into place. Mr. Mike's down there. As over the wicket then comes Hill. Apologies, Cliff. And that's off the outside edge and runs all along the floor. Down to third man. That'll be a single for Sean Abbott. One more to him. Dave Townsend still in the room, sat on his high chair, watching away. He's done a bit of commentary, but thankfully he didn't do it in statements.
We've given him his iPad now. We've put him in the corner.
Yep.
Put him a programme on.
He looks very happy up there
We've put him a nice little programme on now.
on his high chair. As Blake comes back on to strike. And in over the wicket goes Cliff to him. And Blake is pulling a ball that bounced a bit more than he was expecting. He's played it pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Rolled the wrists on it. Gets a couple of runs down there to long leg. But I think that just got bigger on him than he was expecting.
Yeah, I thought that he played that really well, because like I say, it just lifted a little bit on him.
Yeah, it did. And he's managed to get those wrists rolled on the ball. Keep it down. Still the sun's out. Turns again, does Cliff. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Blake. Blake is forward. Plays it softly into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, Cliff's another one. They're all tall, these youngsters in Yorkshire, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think when you're obviously delivering from that height as well, you sometimes get that natural zip off the surface, which I think Cliff's getting here. So him and Hill. It's a high release points as well. It's nice to find a little bit of zip.
Over the wicket he comes once again to Josh Blake. Blake's up on his toes, just pushes this one down towards Bess, who we haven't seen anything of because the quicker bowlers have done the business today.
Yeah, there's been enough in it for seamers. Not really any real reason to look at Bess. But if this partnership continues, I might have a look, see if there's anything in the surface.
Took a very good catch at leg slip.
Yeah,
Of Dom Sibley.
just run it off the face, did Sibley. So obviously it comes a little bit quicker when things like that happen. So good catch from him.
Over the wicket once again goes Cliff. And Blake is playing this one late into the offside. The partnership's now worth 48, which in the context of this innings is a big partnership. With Surrey 7 wickets down.
Also done the good thing of taking a little bit of time out of the game too.
And they've rotated the strike and they've done it very well so far. But still a long way to go.
Deep square legs gone back. Not sure if I might see the double bluff or some potential sort of stuff here. So especially that one that got a little bit big on him in the previous over.
Cliff over the wicket to Blake, and Blake pushes this one again down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 141 for 7. Sun has disappeared for the time being. There's a big cloud above us. Blake 21, Abbott 31. I saw, now Lily, who is a huge Yorkshire fan, I saw Lily at lunchtime. Always see Lily when we're in Scarborough. She makes rock cakes for Dave Townsend. And he's never terribly complimentary about them, about Lily's rock cakes, but she's down there. She was cheering on the Yorkshire players. The other thing I noticed, which I haven't seen for a long time, is in the lunch break, Yorkshire, there was one of the Yorkshire players having a net, having a heat, and then Johnny Richardson came out to get himself warmed up and bowled in the nets to them before going back out there after lunch.
Yeah, young Bradley Sylvester was having a hit. I can imagine though, he's normally a bowling all-rounder.
So Hill continues from the Howard stand end, and that is a lovely square drive from Sean Abbott. Little bit of width on it, and with the attacking field, Abbott has driven that to the cover point round boundary rope for 4. Abbott moves on to 35. Surrey move on to 145 for 7.
Yeah, beautiful shot that. I think that's probably the first ball that Hill served up there. Full and wide outside of the off stump.
And that's the 50 partnership between these two for the 8th wicket. It's worth 52 as Hill's in, goes fuller of length. Abbott's forward, squeezes this down into the leg side. And there is no run. So all the spectators huddled up at the moment. When the sun disappears, it is cold. Just had a little sort of 20 minutes of the sun and blue sky. Now we got the clouds overhead again. So it does get a little chilly when the sun disappears. But apparently there is a hot snap coming this week.
Fingers crossed.
Well, it'd be nice. He's May. As Hill's in, and Abbott drives again, this time through extra cover. Hasn't got all of that, Abbott, but with the attacking fields, there's a big gap there. And Abbott moves on to 39, 149 for 7.
Yeah, and with that comes a change in the field as Don Best moved from leg slip into that cover region now. Just give Hill a little bit of protection. So he's just not quite got his line right in this over.
Would be nice if the sun did come out, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
We had a couple of days at the beginning of the month, which were lovely. But sort of a sustained period of good weather would be nice. This is left alone by Abbott outside his off stump. And of course, T20 starts next week.
Yep.
Very exciting.
Hopefully, with the better weather. Sunshine in T20 cricket.
Surrey start with their local derby, Lancashire. They're coming down for the first game. Double header on Friday. Who are Yorkshire starting against, Mr. Deutsch? Nottinghamshire. The Battle of the Bridge, as I don't think it's known as in over the wicket. It's Hill, forward goes Abbott, and that just goes down to backward point, and there's no run. But yeah, from a Surrey point of view, the likes of Laurie Evans and Jason Roy will be back in action. Not quite sure where Sam Curran is on the fitness front. Saw him having a bat last week, a couple of weeks ago. Looked in good nick with the Willow. Of course, Will Jacks is still away at the IPL. One's left alone. That climbs again from Hill. It's just that natural height. And as you say, just kisses the surface. He is impressive.
Yes, just a good all-round cricketer. Makes things happen with bat and ball. Really shot through to Johnny Bairstow. Did that behind the stumps. Taking it above his head.
Yeah, we were discussing this with Mr. Deutsch about you don't have to be 85 miles an hour with that height. It feels like it's probably 85, 90 miles an hour at times from him.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on the speed gun that we've got here how accurate that is and not how true it is, but say maybe late 70s, pushing early 80s.
Cliff it will be from the Kirkstall lane end. In over the wicket to Josh Blake, and Blake just lets this go late. Taken low down by Johnny Bairstow. So yes, all the fun of the T20 starting on Friday. Fireworks, loud noises, cricket.
Everything that DT loves.
Yes, indeed. Singing as well. There'll be a bit of that, I would have thought. I like it when the players walk out and the fire goes up. That's always very exciting. As Cliff runs away from us once more, comes into Blake driving. Oh, and Joe Root's got something on that at first slip. That was travelling. It's a great effort from Root. Tipped it over the crossbar, I think, because Blake really went hard at that. But Root, I think, just tipped that over the crossbar. And Blake will pick up a single there. Seeing it again now, he's definitely got something on it, Joe Root.
Yeah, it's gone
Did
fast.
a great catch.
Yeah, it's gone fast. That always rising as well above his head. Difficult chance, but one that probably Root would feel like he should have been taking. Normally so good in that region. Yeah, just always rising.
Yeah, he's way off the ground trying to claw that in. 150 up for Surrey then. Clips in again, and Abbott just plays this awkwardly down into the leg side. But yeah, Joe Root's such a good slipper. But it was wide. He went after it, Josh Blake. Really did. And Root hung in the air. But yeah, got the left hand to it. But as I say, tipped it over the crossbar. It's a good save. Because it didn't go for 4, it only went for a single. Cliff once again then, over the wicket to the right-handed Abbott. And Abbott's forward, pushing up towards mid-off. They'll take a single. Richardson comes around to his left to do the fielding. 151 for 7. Yeah, it was a great effort. He's way off the ground there. He's Joe Root. He's almost at the height of Dave Townsend on his high chair behind us. But not just shouting random statements out from the slip cordon. Cliff coming into Josh Blake as an aeroplane goes overhead. Blake has gone, looking to cut, and it's a really good low catch at third slip, because Blake went to cut that and Hill takes the catch and Cliff fell over in his follow through. So I don't think he actually saw the catch being taken because he was sort of doing a forward roll. But Blake has to go for 22. He's battled away there. But that was an excellent catch, wasn't it?
Oh, that's gone so quick. Kind of a reaction catch which just stuck there. So Hill again can't keep out of the action. So he's gone. Luxton's kind of, sorry, not Luxton. Cliff's kind of fallen over into his action. Pushed it across him. Outside edge. Great catch by Hill in there.
It really is. Low down to his right. Cliff sort of ended up just on his knees there.
Yeah, kind
on
of
his follow through.
fell over, kind of falling away. Snips away a little bit. Thick outside edge. Sharp to his right, that.
Oh, that really is a good catch.
I think Joe Root straight over saying thanks, pal.
Well, it's going to be Matthew Fisher coming out at number 10. So Josh Blake battled away there. But he's gone now, and Surrey 151 for 8. And they'll be batting again at some point this afternoon, following on. Because they're still trailing by 335.
Yeah, that sun's gone away now. Thick clouds covering at the moment. Good bowling conditions.
Well,
I think Fisher would definitely rather be bowling now than he would be batting.
well, he's worked really hard on his batting over the winter, Matt Fisher. They could do with something here. Because Surrey aren't going to avoid the follow-on. So they've got to just try and eke out as many more as they can, really. And then they'll be out there again. So there's going to be a short leg in for Fisher straight away. Adam Lythe has gone to get the Howitt and do the job at short leg. 3 slips behind Matt Fisher for company next to Johnny Bairstow. So that's the first one after lunch. Surrey 8 down now. 151 for 8. Started the day 17 without loss. Surrey. So, Matt Fisher right-handed, of course. Getting ready for his first delivery from Cliff, and he's turning this into the leg side. I think that's come off his thigh guard. Adam Lyth trying to persuade Fisher there to take a single by running alongside the ball, but he wasn't going to. End of the over. Cliff with his first wicket. 1 for 14. And Surrey 151 for 8.
Yeah, interesting to see what Abbott does here. Currently 40 not out. Does he? At what point do you think he'll start trying to take it on, potentially, or do you think he'll have trust in
I
Fisher?
don't think. I think at the moment it'll be interesting to see the tactics here from Yorkshire as well, because they'll want to get Abbott off strike, won't they, and bowl at Fisher. But they'll still be attacking, so there'll still be gaps in the field. I don't think he'll do anything spectacular. I don't think he'll be dancing down the pitch or doing anything like that, because there are gaps there. We've seen that. So there's just going to be a sweeper on the cover boundary rope and then the long leg. Hill. Over the wicket he comes to Abbott. Oh, he's had a fiddle outside the off stump. Beats the outside edge. He'll be saying to himself, that's a naughty shot, Sean. Put that one away. He wanders off towards square leg. And then, of course, Dan Worrell to come. And I think we know the way he'll go about it. D. Worrell. So now the field spreads again. This is to try and get Fisher on strike. Another one goes back on the mid-wicket rope. It's in. Yorker. They'll take the single. Just dropped into the leg side by Abbott. He'll trust Fisher, because as I say, he's worked very hard on his batting over the winter. Matt Fisher. Abbott moves on to 41. It may not be long until we have the what gear and whose gear is Dan Worrell borrowing game.
Been looking forward to that since day one.
He sometimes comes out with a mix. So he's been into 3 people's bags, somebody's pads, somebody's gloves and somebody's bat. Leg slip comes in for Matt Fisher. Hill's into him. Fisher's driving. Thick inside edge. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, it just allows him to attack the stumps for George Hill. So just hitting that channel off stump, 4 stump line. So if one nits back, so he tries to work it off like Dom Sibley is. He's got that leg slip ready and waiting. And also if it just nips away or zips off the surface, got 3 slips ready and waiting. So Yorkshire will be looking to wrap this up here.
Well, yeah, they will, because what are we in the 44th over? So they haven't bowled a huge amount of overs. As all Fisher's had a nibble, that climbed on him. Nicely bowled again. It's just that bounce. And the funny thing is, when you get a bowler who can do that, it makes you play at balls you don't really want to, doesn't it?
Yeah, you kind of just get stuck in that mindset of, like you say, you feel like you have to play it. So you just get a little bit worried about it ripping your outside edge off or ripping your glove off. A bit like Burns for the first wicket, just kicked off that length. So yeah, there's definitely a lot in this when you put it in the right spot and put a little bit of energy on the ball.
Hill's in again. Fisher forward, beats the edge. Taken by Bairstow, moving away to his right. Sound of an aeroplane. They don't seem as low down today, the planes. They're not quite as noisy. Although, as I say that one is very noisy. I wondered if the flight path had changed, perhaps. I don't know what I'm talking about when I say that. I've got absolutely no idea what any of that means. It's just I've heard other people say it.
Sounds good though.
Thank you. Hill's in once again. And Fisher, that's hitting him high up on that front pad. Just rolls away into the offside. End of the over. 152 for 8 then Surrey. Abbott on 41. And Fisher yet to get off the mark. And it means that Surrey still trail by the small matter of 334 runs. Huge amount of work to do for Surrey.
Yeah, George Hill searching for that 7 for class 5 for. Currently on 6.
He deserves it. Bowled really well today.
Going a measly 2 and, well, 2.1 and over. Not bad. So 2.2.
Essex are 25 for 2.
Interesting.
What is going on in that game?
Some demons in that wicket potentially.
3-3-3, 293, 60 all out, and now 25 for 2. As Cliff, over the wicket he comes to Abbott. Abbott looking to force through the offside. Bottom hand came into that. Rolled straight back up the pitch, and Cliff does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, so Leicestershire all out for 60 in their second innings. The runs that Essex require are not going to be straightforward from what we're hearing and seeing. Cliff is over the wicket to Abbott. Abbott pulls him. Great shot. It wasn't that short. He's just swung this over the leg side for 6 into the Western Terrace again. That's his second one of those, Sean Abbott. But he's just rocked onto that back foot. Swung it over the leg side for 6. He's on to 47. Bye-bye, Adam Lythe. You might not see him for a while. He's the only person in the Western Terrace trying to find the ball. Although there's another gentleman there. And he's pointing Adam Lythe to about row 10.
He's got hold of that.
Great shot from
He's picked it up.
Sean
Lovely
Abbott.
there.
He made a T20 100 against Kent a couple of years ago. I think it was 31 deliveries.
Jesus.
Oh, he smashed it to all parts. Extraordinary innings. I think he surprised himself, actually. It's sort of afterwards. I think he surprised himself. Wicket once again then. Comes Cliff. Oh, that's better. Big shout for LBW. I think going down. Big shout for LBW. But it always looks sort of leg-sidey from here. We're going to see it again now. Abbott didn't really get anywhere on the crease either. It's just nipped back. Yeah, I think just going down, but it's a good shout. Nice bit of bowling after being lumped into the Western Terrace for 6. Oh, it's the cameraman up there. It was a photographer who was able to show Adam Lythe where the ball went. In again he comes. Cliff, and forward goes Abbott. Just pushes this one out into the offside. Takes a single as Jai Richardson comes round to his left. And that will bring Fisher back onto strike. Clock on top of the Western Terrace says 3 o'clock. The poor old clock on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion back in South London has been stuck at 20 past 4 for about the last 7 weeks. So I think they're waiting for parts.
They'll be right twice a day.
Yep. As driving is Fisher. Ooh, half stopped by Don Best. He's going to chase after this because he got something on it. He was well struck by Fisher. And they'll get a couple of runs as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. So first runs for Fisher, 161 for 8. Because I think it's quite a complicated process, the big clock on top of the pavilion. You can't just change the batteries. I think scaffolding needs to go up and all sorts. Waits again, does Fisher. Forward he comes. Nicely played.
Nicely played.
Just pushes this into the covers. Off goes Don Bess again in hot pursuit. And they'll pick up a couple more. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Fisher. End of the over. Fisher will move on to 4 and Surrey move on to 163 for 8. Thank you very much indeed to Liam. Jonathan Doidge is coming back in. But Yorkshire in a fantastic position here. And Surrey are just trying to eke out runs because they know they're going to be back out there. Unless of course, Fisher and Worrell keep Abbott company for the next 4 hours. But the way that Yorkshire are bowling, I'm not sure that's going to happen. Abbott will be on strike on 48. It's going to be Hill from the Howard stand end coming over the wicket to Abbott. And Abbott, this will be his 50. He's played very nicely. Plays that with soft hands. That runs away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. His second 50 of the summer for Sean Abbott. But it's played very well here. On to 52 he goes. 5 4s and 2 6s. 53 deliveries for Sean Abbott. But again there, just played it with soft hands and down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Good afternoon to Jonathan Doidge.
Good afternoon. Churches.
Well, he has played well here, Sean Abbott, but he needs to do this for about another 2.5 hours, I'd have thought, as this one has beaten the edge. Nicely bowled again by Hill. And taken by Bairstow away to his right-hand side.
Yeah, still a long time to go today, as well as tomorrow, but every run counts, and of course, while they're still 319 behind, just got to take it as deep as you can, haven't you? When you're not playing well, you've just got to hang on.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the Yorkshire bowlers have only been out there 45.3 overs now, as this is pushed into the offside by Abbott. So they haven't had a huge amount of overs to bowl, so they'll be pretty fresh. I don't think Johnny Bairstow will even ask the question. Unless, as I say, these, these three, I'm going to add Worrell into this, is still batting an hour after tea. But he's going to have to. The best way for Yorkshire to win this, obviously, is to knock Surrey over and bowl at them again. That's well bowled. Very well bowled. As he pushed forward there, did Abbott, beats his edge. Root thought he heard something there at first slip.
I always like to theorise at these moments, Churchy 319 behind if they took the last 2 wickets with the next 2 balls. Still 56 overs to play today in theory, plus 96 tomorrow. It's going to take quite a lot of those overs for Surrey to get in front, and quite a lot more for them to get so far in front that Yorkshire wouldn't have a chance of knocking him off.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket goes Hill, and this is pushed off the back foot by Abbott. Well, Surrey have to be batting tomorrow in their second innings at 5 o'clock, only 3 or 4 wickets down. That's what's facing Surrey, because otherwise we'll be into that territory of either trying to take a last couple of wickets or sort of only 30 ahead and Yorkshire knocking the runs off as Hill's in, and this is driven back down the pitch by Abbott. Oh dear. Now what's happened there? Because Hill got a fingertip to it, and who's the fielder coming across there? I thought they had it.
I think it was
Jack
Jai
Richardson.
Yeah.
I thought he had it, but it somehow got underneath him, and it's run away for 4. So Abbott moves on to 56, and it's 171 for 8.
Yeah, he's done really well. I mean, it could have been wrapped up, an hour, even half an hour ago, and Yorkshire could have been out there and might have picked up a wicket or 2 second time around by now, who knows. I do think, as we observed earlier, that batting conditions are better than they were this morning when they were pretty grim, really. But the Yorkies used them well. Often happens this afternoon, on afternoons, if the sun comes out, just the longer the day goes on, the better it gets. So they're using the conditions pretty well for their own reasons with the bat. That's wide of off stump though from Ben Cliff first up. Ben, just talking to his dad Johnny earlier on downstairs, and he was off. Leeds United are playing this afternoon. Johnny's a massive Leeds fan, so he was off to watch Leeds. And his sister was in the room as well, introduced me to her, and she said, you're going off, you're forsaking your son playing for Yorkshire to go watch Leeds United. He said, well, Ben understands he's a massive Leeds fan. As he comes into bowl now, and that's flicked away off his legs for 4 runs. Nicely played, just over pitching on leg stump then. And Matthew Fisher will have enjoyed that off his old bowling partner. I think, has that taken him on to 8, or is he on to 12 now?
I think he's on to 8 now.
Yeah, okay.
He has worked really hard on his batting over the winter, Matt Fisher. I think he knows that's a big part now, that you have to be able to score runs lower down the order.
In comes Cliff then, bowling again, and this time just a little bit towards the outside of Matthew Fisher's bat, but he plays it out to point. Best fields, no run. So just to finish what I was saying, at the point I left after my last stint on commentary, I was off downstairs, and he was getting in the lift and waving to me as he was getting off, but Johnny. And then as I get down at the bottom of the lift, the next announcement I hear is, and from the Kirkstall Lane end, Ben Cliff. And so he's just missed him completely, having a go in the game.
It does happen, But is it the last game of the summer season? Not the summer today. I think it might be.
No, not yet.
Oh,
I don't, is it? As Cliff's in, and that's pushed up to Richardson at mid-off, and there is no run. Let's just check that.
I know they're playing Brighton and Hove Albion.
Yeah, that's the last home game. They play at
Home
West Ham the
game,
last
there
match
you are.
next
There
week.
we
don't
are.
you?
Last home game. Because I saw the great Bruce Talbot this morning. Because Bruce does some stuff for Brighton as well, so he was up, getting ready to go to Ellen Road.
2 to come in the over. Cliff passes umpire Michael Goff, and that one towards the inside of Matthew Fisher's bat. Turns it up to mid-on. Ravis Fields. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Fish, I think when he was playing here, sort of very often Yorkshire hoping he'd go in and get a few late on. It probably didn't happen as often as he or they would have liked. But on the days when he did, he looked like he played with a pretty straight blade.
He's got lots of ability.
Cliff in again and bowling to him here, and he's played that nicely off his legs. He's trying to turn this into 2, but Luxton's pretty wick over the ground and has whipped that one in. They've got just the 1. There's going to be a change in the field. George Hill is being replaced.
Yep, and he's bowled very nicely. 4 for 34. So that will mean a change in bowling down there at the Howard end of the ground. Elsewhere, Essex are now 32 for 3. Still requiring another 69 to beat Leicestershire.
Have they dropped in a minefield?
I don't know
there
what's
after the first
happened
innings?
there. I really don't know what's happened there. Well, I do, because I'm looking at the scorecard. But Porter and Snater picked up 8 between them for a bit, and now Essex are struggling a bit. Top 3 have gone. So White's back into the attack. 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 32 thus far. And he's bowling to Matt Fisher. Hampshire are 23 for 1 in their second innings, leading Nottinghamshire by 8. Still no play between Somerset and Sussex. Sussex 155 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 526 for 8 declared. White's in then over the wicket to Matt Fisher. Hits his thigh guard as he looks to work this into the leg side. Ooh, Glamorgan 17 for 3 in their second innings.
What do they need?
Note their setting, so they lead Warwickshire by 125. So they're leading by 125.
Still a long way to go in terms of playing time, so opportunity for Warwickshire.
Waits again does Fisher. 3 slips for company. White with his headband on is in over the wicket. Forward goes Fisher. Plays this into the leg side. Gloucestershire now, good recovery. 170 for 7. Lead Northamptonshire by 197. Still no play at Beckenham. There's not many places to hide when it's raining at Beckenham either.
I've never been. We always play at Canterbury.
It's a lovely ground, but there's just one big stand. And there aren't many places to hide if it's raining. I remember being there once where this dear gentleman, we didn't play all day and he just sat in the stand. It's open stand. Sat in the rain all day. As forward goes Fisher. Shout for LBW from White. Rolls away into the leg side. Going down, says umpire Middlebrook. So yes, he sat in the open stand all day in the rain.
You can imagine the comments from our colleague down there from Durham.
Oh, yes. He won't. I think Mr. Emerson will be enjoying himself because he always does. And he'll be typing away about the weather, no doubt.
Can't trust the weather down south.
No,
Should get south of
absolutely.
Sunderland.
But I'm sure he's having a nice time. As forward goes Fisher, plays this one into the leg side, and there's Murray. You commentate from a tent at Beckenham.
Never ideal, is it?
Well, it's quite a nice tent. The one I had was nice. Quite near the Portaloos. That was the only problem.
Yeah. Is it a bit whiffy?
No, not that so much. It's a lot of people sort of going past you the whole time to use the facilities kindly provided. Gentleman got locked in them one year. As in over the wicket once again comes White, forward. Goes Fisher. There was a bit of a kerfuffle. You could see that there was a problem. And the door had locked. This poor gentleman was locked inside the portaloo. But they finally got him out, I think. Well, if they didn't, he's still there now.
Oh dear, what can the matter be?
Well, he was. He was stuck. Kent and Durham, so no play there. Lancashire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire 270, Lancashire 175 for 5. White is in, just using his feet a touch here. Fisher hits the pad, big shout for LBW, but he was a long way down there. Was Matt Fisher, and again it's a shake of the head from umpire Middlebrook. End of the over, 1-0 Middlebrook. 176 for 8. Surrey. Abbott has 56, and Cliff hasn't got 9. Fisher's got 9.
Clearly, what happened this morning surprised James Middlebrooks. I saw him at lunchtime, and he just said to me, "Didn't expect that."
No. They bowled really well this morning. Although I think Surrey will look at probably Smith, Patel, and Lawrence dismissals. Attacking shots, weren't they? But that's the way they go about it. But the other thing that's been excellent from Yorkshire has been their out cricket. Their slip catching's been exemplary. Bar that really tough chance for Root, which I thought he did very well to get anything on it.
Saying last week at Edgbaston, the standard of fielding is outstanding, isn't it? Across the game, really. You know, this level now. So many runs saved in the field last week. Seen it again. I reckon Surrey saved 30, probably something like that, when Yorkshire were batting. You compare it to the old days. In a sense, there's no comparison. Matthew Revis into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end. First ball there to Sean Abbott, defended. Yorkshire with just the 2 slips at the moment while Sean Abbott's on strike. They still want to try and create a catching opportunity and take it in that area if they can. But they've also got an in-out field now. So Will Luxton has been dispatched out towards the extra cover boundary. We've got Jack White down at third man. We've got long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. And Don Bess is square on the offside at point. And will come into play here because that's where Sean Abbott has just knocked the ball. Of the latest Revis delivery. Matthew Revis bowled 7 overs earlier, 2 for 38. I think it is a really encouraging sign from Yorkshire's point of view that he's now, just in this last couple of weeks, maybe he's indicated that he's feeling a bit better about that injury he had before. He did feel something at the bottom of his back a few matches ago, and he's picking up his 3rd wicket here, because that has gone straight into the breadbasket of Joe Root at first slip, and Sean Abbott's very good stay in context at the crease for Surrey has come to an end at 56, 176 for 9.
Very good delivery. Really good delivery, lovely length. And Abbott just push forward, hit the edge, good catch from Root. So just down Worrell to come now, 176 for 9. Still trailing by 310, but he's played well there, Sean Abbott. But just seeing it again now on the replay, it's a great ball. Lovely length. Lovely length. So here comes D. Worrell out to the middle. And we can play Whose Kit Is He Borrowing? I think it might be Jamie Smith's, from the bat manufacturer that's in his hand. Either that or he's been in Joe Root's bag without telling him.
Does it make him play better when he borrows somebody else's kit? I mean, if he borrowed Dom Sibley's kit, does he play in
Not
the role
really.
of Dom?
No, he'll play his own way, but it looks as if he's got a J. Smith bat, possibly Sibley pads. I can't quite see whose gloves he's using here. He won't take guard either. Dan Warren never takes guard. He'll just walk out there, settle over the bat and get on with it. So 176 for 9. Yeah, Abbott played well there for those 56 runs, but it was just a good length ball from Revis. And a good sharp catch from Joe Root. So this has been a terrific day, and it's a 3rd bowling point. Sorry, unless something happens here with Worrell and Fisher aren't going to pick up a batting point. Very good from Yorkshire today.
3 slips back in now, so Revis to try and finish it. Right-handed Dan Worrell on strike, but he defends that like a solid player. Back to the bowler. It sort of begs a question now. I know tea's supposed to be taken at 4, but if they did get a wicket now, would they decide to take an early tee just so that they'd save an extra 10 minutes? Sometimes happens. Or will they just come back out, play another half an hour?
I suppose actually Yorkshire wouldn't mind having a half an hour go at
Yeah.
Surrey before tea.
I'd have said so. Revis in, good delivery. Worrell just feeling for that one on and around off stump. As I was saying just before he kindly stepped in and took the wicket there, Matthew Revis, I think it's really encouraging from Yorkshire's point of view going forward that he's now getting hold of the ball a bit earlier in the innings. He's generally been used so far in his career when the ball's getting old and bang the ball in halfway, and we're now seeing him bowl more of the sort of length that you want. And he's gone full there. That's pushed out to Richardson. Getting across from mid-off to do the fielding. End of the over. 176 for 9. And Matthew Revis, 3 for 38 from 8 overs, 3 of which have been maidens.
Well, he's a big, strong lad, isn't he? And we were saying this earlier. He's a big unit, is Revis. Doesn't have a long run in or anything, but he's a big, strong boy who gets it down there at a good pace. Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 2. We have had another wicket since you were with us. Sean Abbott's just gone. Caught by Joe Root off the bowling of Revis for 56. It means Surrey 176 for 9. Still trailed by 310. So they're going to be following on at some point today. Matthew Fisher is 9 not out. And Dan Worrell yet to get off the mark. It's going to be White to continue from the Howard stand end of the ground. Coming into Matt Fisher, and Fisher's forward. Playing this one back up the pitch. White does the fielding off his own bowling. Tom Best would have liked this, actually, because I know he likes bowling, but it's actually, he may have to do a bit in the second innings, I suppose. If Surrey get in and get stuck in and get a partnership going. But it's been the quicker bowlers who've done the job here for Yorkshire. Fisher settles over his bat again and then waits for White as over the wicket he comes. And this one's pushed into the leg side. And there is no run.
With tongue firmly in cheek, I think Robert Heath has messaged in to say, my bête noire is people using pretentious French phrases.
Very well, yes.
C'est la vie.
All I will say to
Tout ça
that,
change.
what was that gentleman's name? Bonjour, Robert. That's what I'll say to him. That's,
Après moi, la déluge.
yeah, whatever that means. Is that a skiing phrase, is it?
That's a Del Boyism.
Oh, I see. I thought, because you mentioned luge, you see. As forward goes Fisher, plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. Nice afternoon now. Bit of blue sky, sun out. I enjoyed my walk in this morning again. Didn't really enjoy my walk back last night because it was raining. So I got quite wet. Luckily, though, there were a couple of hostelries on the way, and I stopped to get out the rain on a couple of occasions. I think this evening will be a bit better weather-wise. As White is into Fisher. Fisher, has he got something on that? They've all got I think that's the inside edge of his bat onto his pad. I think that's what the noise was. I think possibly his bat has just hit the inside of his pad there. It was a concerted appeal, but just the way that Fisher shaped up afterwards, I wonder if this is the inside edge of the bat onto his pad. It's a good delivery again from White. We're just seeing it now at slow motion. And no, it's the ball's just clipped the top of his pad. So it's a great decision from umpire Middlebrook. Comes White again, and forward goes Fisher. Plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. Bairstow will be delighted with this, though. Saw him giving... They all have huddles, don't they, these days? Sometimes it's just to keep warm, I think, on a cold day that the players have their huddle. But there was a long old chat this morning from Johnny Bairstow, and his bowlers have really responded for him. Turns again, does Mike in the distance. Fisher waits once more. Mike is in over the wicket, and Fisher's forward. Playing this one up towards mid-off. Good over from Mike. Maiden over. Surrey remain 176 for 9. Worrell yet to get off the mark. And Fisher is on 9.
Josh says, great morning with the ball. Bro and firstly really annoy me. Any other sort of Americanisms? Phrases that annoy you? Bent Nielsen says, good afternoon. If only Yorkshire could play this well in every game, then I wouldn't need to hide behind furniture.
It's really interesting.
Being scared to watch.
I'm watching this thinking, how on earth have Yorkshire lost games of cricket? Because they've been right on it for this one.
Because they've just been
Inconsistent?
very much that word, hot on a few occasions, but cold on a few more. This bowls, oh dear me.
What's happened there?
That's a daisy cutter. That is right along the deck to Johnny Bairstow, who's probably put his back out getting down for
Sorry,
that.
don't want to see that too much. That's literally run along the floor, hasn't it?
You just hope that you don't get a straight one of those when you're batting.
That's extraordinary. That has pitched and just gone straight along the carpet to Johnny Bairstow.
So 176 for 9 into the 51st over of this Surrey first innings. Ravis bowls again, and Worrell defends. It was Dutch Bird Kate actually who'd messaged in earlier asking if we or I thought that George Hill is unlucky to have been omitted, and just to reiterate, Kate, yes, I do, because if putting in performances for your county is a prerequisite for that sort of thing, and you also had a bit of a sniff, as he did this time last year, of course, played against India A, then yeah, why not? With the way he played last season and the average he came out with at the end of it, it was outstanding. Ravis bowling there to Worrell, who turned that into the leg side.
Well, he's bowled beautifully here. He really has. Made life very difficult for Surrey today. You're going to see a bit more of him this afternoon.
Ravis. In again, short. Ooh, Worrell Q ended that one. Needs a bit of chalk on that.
I'm not sure Jamie Smith will be delighted if that is his bat.
No.
Worrell Q ending it out towards mid-wicket.
There's been mentioned as a flight path, apparently. And
Yes.
Adrian
Yeah.
Smith has mailed in, quote unquote, as part of its Together for Tomorrow strategy, Leeds Bradford Airport continues to work with airlines to deploy the latest generation of quieter, more fuel-efficient aircraft as part of its ongoing effort to modernise operations and reduce the noise footprint of its flight schedule.
Excellent.
And in comes Ravis.
Oh,
Oh, dear
dear.
me, Adam Lyther's had a howler there at mid-wicket. We've just been singing the praises of the fielding in County Championship cricket, and what should have been a dot has ended up being a 2. He'll get some stick about that. The lads will be retiring him now, you know, Churchy. He's nearer 40 than 30. That'll be it. If you can't stop those. There are other forms of cricket for you to go and play and budge. Something like that. I bet there's a bit of ribbing later on. He's already gesticulating to the slip cordon. Probably saying, why have you got an old geezer like me out this part of the field? I should be in the cordon. Ravis bowls and Worrell. Well, he's going to get a single out of this, but not sure he played it like perhaps Dom Sibley would have done. Was it a leg by?
Leg by, yeah. Just hit his thigh guard, I think.
So 179 for 9 at the end of the 51st. Still 53 overs of cricket to be played today, and we are going on for 3:30.
Yes, I would say that he's got. I think there'd be Sibley's pads, a Jamie Smith bat, and Ryan Patel's gloves for this innings. Dan Worrell. I think Fisher's getting some running repairs to his bat. because he kept looking at his bat, did Matt Fisher. So I think some tape's been brought out for his bat as well. So he's doing some running repairs to his bat. White's waiting at the top of his mark. I think it might be grip, actually. I think he might be changing his grip here, Matt Fisher. But the game's come to a grinding halt at the moment. Yeah.
Are they changing the Essex score?
Oh, let me have a look there, because that's going to. Well, it might not be, but it looks as if it's going to be a bit of a nerve wracker there. So Essex 46 for 3 now, so just 55 more required. So you would think Essex will do it from there. Hampshire are 30 for 2 against Nottinghamshire, leading by just 15. Still no play because of rain between Somerset and Sussex. Sussex 155 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 526 for 8 declared. Glamorgan are 36 for 3. So they lead Warwickshire by 144. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 197 for 8, lead Northamptonshire by 224. Still raining at Beckenham, so Durham 173 for 5, Kent 523. Lancashire 188 for 5, trailing Worcestershire by 82. And Middlesex 191 for 4 in their second innings, trailed Derbyshire by 8. So those are all the other scores from around the country, as White's coming into Worrell, and Worrell drives inside edgy this from down Worrell, and it potters up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Oh look, Fisher's pointing out to Don Bess what's wrong with his bat here. He seemed to be pointing to all of it, so maybe the whole bat's broken. He was sort of pointing to the edges of his bat there. Fisher, he obviously loves this bat because he's done a bit of running repairs. Yeah, I'm sure he could swap it if he wanted to. To Worrell, and Worrell, nice looking on drive from down Worrell.
It might be his only one. I mean, you know, when you're batting the tail, you don't tend to be blessed with lots of bats. If it was a batter, then he might have had 6 taken out to him there for him to pick from.
Yeah. Done a bit of running repairs. He's still looking at it, isn't he, Matt Fisher? He obviously loves this bat. Very concerned. There's Worrell. Waits again. Now White's let go of the ball before he's actually bowled it. So down Worrell was shaping up to drive that through the covers and then bent down and picked it up. But, yes, he somehow knocked the ball out of his hand there as he was about to get into his delivery stride as White.
Yeah, shame that for Dan, because I just felt it was probably going to be sailing over the top of the scoreboard somewhere into the housing estate.
I think he's knocked it out with his front arm. There's White. We'll try again now. Over the wicket he comes, and that's better. Beats Worrell's outside edge. Taken by Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow is marching across to umpire Goff here with a purposeful look in his eye. Not that I can see what he's looking like, but it was a very purposeful walk, that, from Johnny Bairstow. So, he might be asking the question you asked about tea. Actually there, if we were to take this wicket now, would that be tea, or do they have to come out? As in comes White. Oh, good shot from down Worrell. The on drive from Worrell, very elegantly played, and straight down the ground and away for 4.
Not having this tail ender thing, if you can play a shot like that.
He can bat.
Yeah.
He can bat down Worrell. He can sort of get his head down, but he also quite likes to go out and try and hit his first ball for 6 as well, which sometimes comes off. But it's always entertaining when Worrell bats. But he can bat. He's made some very valuable runs for Surrey. Littles once again, as White is over the wicket to him, and Worrell on drives again, up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
3 or 4 years ago, I think it was in the Division 2 days, Yorkshire signed Harris Rao for a short spell. He was quick. And with the bat, he was interesting. And I asked him about his batting style, and he said, my coach just tells me to go out and hit sixes. So he duly obliged with his first ball at Northampton, smacked it out of the park for 6. Yorkshire needed 1 run with 1 wicket left to get to the next batting point.
Keep
You
it
know what I'm gonna
simple.
say, yeah.
Got out. Beaten again. Dan Worrell, that's well bowled by White. I think he thought he was through him there. I think he thought that was going to hit the top of the stumps. End of the over. Bring Liam back in to take us to tea with Surrey 183 for 9.
Cheers, Churchy. Who are we going to see at the Kirkstall Lane end? It looks like Matthew Revis is removing his sweater again. Bowled well today. 3 for 40 from 9 overs, 3 of which have been maidens. Jack White, well, stick a note in the diary. He's bowled 13 overs without taking a wicket just yet. That's the game, though. As long as somebody is contributing, that's team sport. Harry Brook has just jogged in at the Howard stand end as if he was about to bowl a ball up to the wicket. So, and he's having a run through his action at second slip as Matthew Revis gives the ball an extra bit of polish on the back of the thigh. Makes his way in then past umpire Michael Goff, bangs this one in short of length first up, and played well by Matthew Fisher, who just dropped it down square on the leg side. Bairstow up to do the fielding. Welcome back, Liam.
Thanks, RJ. Question in the press box, do Yorkshire make them follow on? Do you think?
I would say yes. There's so long left in the match. That is very obviously route one. If this pitch plays like it does, as the longer the game goes on, it will be hard to take wickets. You've already got 50 odd overs in your legs. But I think that would be the way. It'll be interesting to see what Johnny Bairstow does, because these days, of course, it's not the modern way of doing things, is it? As that's played out square on the offside there by Matthew Fisher. No run.
I think there's a little bit of rain around tomorrow as well, potentially looking at the forecast, so if we've got that in mind, I do think 50 overs, it's still a decent pitch.
You've got to give yourself time, haven't you? And if they normally think, I mean, you know, those discussions I've mentioned on numerous commentaries, as a general rule of thumb, as in comes Revis, and that is played out through the covers nicely by Matthew Fisher, just too wide from Rev. Fish all over it. 4 runs to him. He's on to 13, 187 for 9, and the lead is down below 200. Oh, sorry, 300, I should say, 299. Yeah, that's, if you're asking me what I would do that, yeah. There's, you know, plenty of bowling in the ranks to take the share of the workload. Don Bess is yet to be seen in action for starters.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Joe Root. So there are plenty of options, and if you're suggesting that there might be showers around, well, you never know quite how long that's going to cut out of play as Revis bowls, and well defended by Fisher. And so if there is going to be rain around, then again you're thinking bowling conditions when they're on and off the field. That would still be on your side if you decide to ask them to follow on now, and they do, because they're entitled to bat well second time. They might bat the remaining time of today and not lose many or any wickets. Who knows?
Ooh.
Second time around as Revis really bangs one in short. Bairstow. Bit of Inspector Gadget arms to get that one above his head.
Yeah, I think like you said, Don Best not really bowled much. Joe Root, so they got 2 balls there, could hold up an end. We don't know how this pitch is going to react to spinners. We've not seen any yet, apart from the first innings with Dan Lawrence bowled a little bit. But yeah, I think if Yorkshire could just get this final wicket, make some inroads into that Surrey batting line-up. A couple of early wickets again with that brand new ball.
Revis in again, and Fisher defending out to Luxton to complete 53rd over then of this Surrey first innings. 187 for 9. They trail by 299 runs. And Yorkshire have, of course, picked up maximum bowling points to go with the 4 batting points. So 7 from the match so far, which is the best they've done by some margin on the bonus points front this season. And it is going to be Harry Brook to bowl from the Howard stand end.
Yeah, he's been practicing all morning when he's gone from end to end. Finally got his wish. Churchy mentioned that Fisher had been working hard on his batting through the winter. You can tell he's played some lovely shots. A couple of nice cover drives. Looked solid in defence.
Here comes Harry. 18 overs in the second innings against Warwickshire last week, and immediately draws a bit of an ordinary looking shot from Dan Worrell. Having a bit of a swish at that. Last week's figures, 18 overs, 4 maidens, none for 66, Harry Brook, but when the ball was going around the park, he did actually at least not go around it too much himself as his bowled his latest delivery wide of off stump. And Worrell not interested in playing at that.
Did you and Churchy play the game of whose kit is Dan Worrell using?
Yeah, well, Churchy has done. He's made various suggestions as to whose bat, gloves and helmet are being sported out there. Worrell's made it to 6. Played a lovely on drive for 4 as well. Harry Brook throws one up well wide of off stump. And no run.
Yeah, beautiful shot that back down the ground. I think, is it Jamie? Did he say Jamie Smith's bat? Is that what he said? I think it's a New Balance that he's got in his hand.
Yeah. He's already Q-ended one. Which is always a bit of fun to watch. Brook in again. Worrell plays this firmly up to mid-on where Jack White had to get the hurry up on to get down for it. Ronnie on Blue Sky says, brilliant stuff from Yorkshire, especially George. I expected a long day and a probable draw, but it looks like we've saved the best for the real old enemy, the posh boys of Surrey. Here comes Brook, and defended out backward of point by Worrell, no run. Also hello to Neil Dutton, who I'd missed yesterday, but if you're with us, Neil, thanks for your messages yesterday, which I didn't manage to get to. There we go. That serves you right for checking your Instagram messages. Good delivery here from Harry Brook, and that is dropped out into the offside by Worrell, and there is no run. So 187 for 9 at the end of the over. Still 50 overs remaining in the day. It's not like Surrey haven't scored at a reasonable rate, 3.46. So they've not kind of been completely dried up in the time that they've batted, but the obviously large problem is that they've succumbed to 9 wicket-taking deliveries.
So good job we got a bit of bat on that one, Worrell. A little wry smile afterwards at Harry Brook. So I think it's ready to continue. Bradley Sylvester just running around some new bowling boots. 3 for 44 from his 10, beginning his 11th. So Yorkshire were looking to wrap this up pretty quickly. Still enough in the movement in the air, lateral movement, just trying to catch that outside edge of Fisher.
Miss making his way in then. To bowl to Fisher, just slants one away down the leg side. Johnny Bairstow with a tumbling stop and spectacular flick to Joe Root at first slip. No run. Dutch Bird Kate's been in touch again. Says my annual rant of people using the past tense of to sit to describe the present. 95% of commentators do it, she says. Not you. For example, he is sat in the Western Terrace. No, he is sitting in the Western Terrace. Is correct. Here's Revis in. Ooh, thought Fisher had got a tickle on that. He did follow it. Good tumbling stop again by Bairstow. Yeah, I have this with another service that I work on where I've got to put people straight on that.
Sitting, I'll remember that next time now.
When you do a shift and you get a handover from somebody and they say, tonight I have ran. Fisher on strike. Ooh, then short of length this delivery from Revis, and he's got it away down to third man. Jack White was quickly round and returns the ball for the concession of 1 run. So Matthew Fisher on to 14. 188 for 9. He really enjoyed himself with the ball, Matthew Fisher, and did bowl particularly well. 4 for 92 from his 25 overs against his old club. Won't have enjoyed what's happened with the bat so much by his team so far. Revis is in, bowling to Worrell, who thinks about playing at that, but then just pulls the backlift of the bat out of the way.
Yeah, don't need to get frustrated, Yorkshire here. Trying anything different, just keep banging away at a good length. So just trying to get that outside edge still.
Yeah, there's probably an element of frustration, you'd have thought, Liam, only because if you'd have offered them 188 for 9 after 55 overs before the innings started, they bite your hand off, don't they? But at 29 overs, it was, whatever it was, 93 for 7. As Worrell walks across and leaves another one. No, sorry, it was 103 for 7 at lunch after 29 overs. And so they've had to bowl another 25 at these last 3 wickets. And while that's not massive, it is still getting through some work for your bowlers.
Yeah, it's frustrating from a mindset point of view with the fact that you think, right, 103 for 7. And then now Sean Abbott's got 50. It's just hanging about these two fishes batting nicely. You kind of just want to get it wrapped up and move on to the next.
Yeah, Revis in. Well played by Worrell. Dropped the bat on that, took one hand off it at the same time. End of the over, 188 for 9. I mean, there's always a lot of frustration. We often get socials in when tail enders hang around, but it's just the game, isn't it, these days? There's so many players at the back end of an innings can bat.
Yeah, they can, and it's evolved, and that's, like I say, Fisher's been working hard at his batting. Dan Worrell's played a glorious on drive. So from Yorkshire, just keep hanging it in them good areas. I think Harry Brook will love to return the favour of getting Fisher out after the first innings. I can't imagine Fisher will be too pleased about getting out to Harry, so maybe a couple of mind games here, potentially. Harry Brook makes some minor amendments to the field.
Going into bowl then to Matthew Fisher. Can he clean him up? Not with this delivery, which is played out to Ben Cliff. At point, no run. Bent Nielsen says, as bad as the political jargon is, I would hope they didn't start taking their cues from sports stars at the end of the day, and for sure, to name a few phrases that have to stop. Look, to be fair, Ben, the bottom line is, here's Brook, and Fisher pushes that back to Harry. Nice little flick up into his hand, no run.
Good skills from Harry there.
So Matthew Fisher, he's hung around for a while here. I can read the scoreboard. Ooh, just having a little flick at this one. Johnny Bairstow with a tumbling dive to his right to take it. 38 deliveries, I think, now, Matthew Fisher. 55 minutes he's been out there, so he's getting some practice in the middle.
Yeah, a little right smile from Harry Brook there as he went past the outside edge. Fisher just having a little tickle outside that off stump there.
Here comes Brook again. Fisher defends once more. There's just a little bit of extra fun when you've got players who've played with each other, and not just for a few games, but for seasons like Harry Brook and Matthew Fisher have. All the Yorkshire lads, barring, I suppose, Jai Richardson. Matthew Fisher well. Maybe not so much Jack White either. Fisher plays out up to mid-off this time. There's no run. So as Liam says, Yorkshire having to be patient here.
You don't want to go start searching, just keep banging away at that. One will just do enough and catch the outside edge. Test on the patience a little bit, see if you can draw a false shot, especially to the tail enders.
Brook in again. Fisher has a flick at one down the leg
Fantastic
side.
take.
Brilliant take by Bairstow, diving to his left to complete that over at 188 for 9. Conditions, well, visibility is good out there. The sun is shining at the moment. There's plenty of cloud around. Is looking like direction-wise moving up a bit from the southwest, so should be feeling a degree or two warmer as was forecast. Sure, we're definitely going to miss any further showers or not. Not got any intel on that front. But at the moment, it's good enough. Ben Cliff coming back into the Yorkshire attack. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. So far for Ben. He picked up the wicket of Josh Blake, brilliantly caught by George Hill at slip for 22.
I think we're going to be all right for rain. Looking at the Met Office, the radar looks okay.
In comes Cliff then, over the wicket. And that has been chipped really down to third man by Dan Worrell. First ball, uppercut. He's picked up a single. Matthew Fisher back on strike. Definitely not as many in today as there were on the first 2 days. Attendance beginning to dwindle. It'll be interesting to see now, see what goes on in the next 40 odd overs today. What sort of chance Yorkshire have got tomorrow. How many will come back in for day 4. There are plenty behind the glass over in the long room, trying to keep warm. In comes Ben Cliff. Pulls it right up there for Matthew Fisher to consider the drive, but he took the defensive option. They've still got Will Luxton out there sweeping away to our left. Probably a good 10 metres or so in from the east side boundary. Jack White will, I'd say, undoubtedly be the coldest Yorkshire player out there on the field because he's spending quite a lot of time in the shadows of the Howard stand and it'll be pretty parky down that end. Short ball from Cliff here, which just keeps Matthew Fisher honest. There's a little duck underneath it.
Yeah, it's good that from Cliff, trying to just push him back. So he's got that field set. I don't know what Adam Ly's doing out there. Deep square leg. Yeah, trying to push it a little bit fuller for this delivery now. Like I say, still trying to take that outside edge, 2 slips ready and waiting. Still enough shape from the ball through the air.
Here comes Cliff again. Fisher forward and defending to mid-on. Richardson will field. Yeah, probably needs binoculars, Adam Lyth, from there. He's so used to seeing play from the slip cordon much closer up to what's going on, or from short leg in recent times when no James Wharton there to wear the helmet.
Can't believe the young boys have kicked him out of there.
Here comes Cliff again then. That's played nicely by Matthew Fisher past Richardson at mid-on. It might have the legs to make the boundary. Not quite. As it's flicked back in, and then 12th man Brad Sylvester helps clean things up. They get through 4-3. Matthew Fisher on to 17. 192 for 9. So certainly not as bad for Surrey as it looked at one stage, but still obviously a long way behind in the match. Cliff in again. Ooh, good delivery. That's the measure of Worrell. But doesn't take his wicket. 192 for 9 Yorkshire. Well, after this game finishes tomorrow, straight into white ball mode, T20 mode. And they're down at Trent Bridge on Friday when the women are also in action against the Blaze. 2:30 start for the Yorkshire women, Richard Pirates team. And then the men in action in the evening. And then they're back here next Sunday for the first home matches in that comp. The women, well, they host Surrey at 11:30 next Sunday morning. And the men haven't got the start time actually, but I think it'll be 2:30, could be 3 o'clock. Yorkshire versus Derbyshire in the first home match of the campaign. And that off the hip of Matthew Fisher from Harry Brooks' delivery. Was well caught by Don Bess at leg slip, but won't be going down in the wickets column. Yeah, so Trent Bridge away. Derbyshire at home to kick things off in the T20s, and then they're up at Chesterley Street on the 29th. The men, as Fisher turns that into the leg side, and Luxton fields. Meanwhile, on the same evening, the women are here against Essex, having already played at Taunton middle of that week, the 27th. Back here on Sunday the 31st to face Gloucestershire. They're the first few matches of the T20 campaign.
No shot.
No shot played by Matthew Fisher. He's not going to get any runs down here beneath our commentary position, which is where the ball's gone. Just clipped him somewhere around the thigh pad area, didn't it? Ran between Johnny Bairstow and Don Bess at leg slip.
Still yet to go for a run is Harry Brook.
Here he is again. He's gone for one now because Fisher has pushed this one out towards the cover boundary. Ben Cliff chases it down. They get back for two. Fisher back on strike. Two slips, leg slip. Short leg, Adam Lyth under the helmet. In comes Brook. What a rapid bouncer from Harry. Matthew Fisher, I would imagine, has got a smile on his face down there.
A little bit frustrated after being hit through the cover for a couple of runs from Fisher. Pushes him back with a bouncer.
194 for 9. Last ball of the 58th. Brook in again. And Fisher across. And plays this into the offside. And there is no run. Cliff going to come back on and continue at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. We've still got 6 minutes to go before the tea break. So we'll get a couple of overs in. And Surrey have... well, they've fought hard since that lunch break where they were 103 for 7 after 29 overs. And they've managed to survive the same number of overs again this afternoon. Moved that score on by a further 91 runs. Of just two more wickets, those of Josh Blake caught Hill bowled Cliff for 22. Sean Abbott caught Root bowled Revis for 56. Cliff's first delivery wide of off stump and left by Worrell.
I won't be surprised if Cliff maybe has a couple at Worrell here. Maybe tries pushing him back with that bouncer. See if we can get him sat on his back foot before he sets him up with that full one potentially. Be a good ploy to try to wrap up this innings for Yorkshire. Just before tea would be nice as well, I think.
In comes Cliff again. Oh, good delivery. Worrell, did he get anything on it? No. That was swung sharply after it went past Dan Worrell. So much so that Johnny Bairstow's agility was challenged and he couldn't quite get across to it. So 4 byes. First byes of the innings, in Yorkshire in that sense have been much tidier than Surrey were, where there were a lot of extras in Yorkshire's first innings.
It's got an absolute
1 leg
mile.
bye and 6 no balls, and now 4 byes for 11 extras it'll be when the board's updated, but that was definitely a bye signal by Michael Goff. Delivery by Cliff this time that wraps Worrell somewhere around the thigh pad. But he's hung around a little while there, Dan Worrell. Because the most recent wicket fell at 3:16, so he's been out there 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's batted nicely. Hung around with Fisher. Just frustrating this Yorkshire side at the moment, these two.
Cliff again, hit aerially towards mid-off, but just wide of Brad Sylvester. And 4 to Dan Worrell. And Cliff will be a little bit disgruntled then, not just for conceding 4 runs, but how close it was to mid-off. So he got Worrell to hit one on the rise. Another 50 ticked off. 98 balls for that 4th 50 for Surrey, so the slowest of the 450s. 200 is up. Cliff bowls, and Worrell gets a thick inside edge on that. Is he going to go for 4? Not quite. It's a good diving stop out there in the deep, and Adam Lythe's out there to return the throw. Dom Bassett was doing the fielding. He's got his trousers round his ankles nearly. Typical Dom. He did have a dive, so there'll be a bit more green on his pants as well. If his dad's listening, Russell. But if you are, just let us know, Russ. Was he one of those who had to send off the dinner table before he ate his tea to get the muck out of his fingernails? Ooh, good delivery by Cliff. Worrell has a swipe at that, misses. End of the over. That draws warm applause.
I think that's the end of the inning. They nicked off. I think he's nicked off there.
Has? Oh, really? No way. Yes, he has. Wow.
You did me then as well. I was like, has he nicked that? Everything else up to a little bit blasé then.
Well, he did, didn't he? It looked like they were just going to switch around the over. So that is that. And the last wicket has fallen, and it is Dan Worrell, caught by Bairstow off the bowling of Ben Cliff for 13. 41 minutes in the crease, 32 balls and 2 fours. Yeah, 204 all out. So Yorkshire have a big lead. And the big question now, Liam, is will Johnny Bairstow enforce the follow on? Where are you on this one at this stage?
I'm not too sure. I still feel like it's a flat pitch. I think he'll know weather around tomorrow potentially. I'll be looking to just have a couple of hours batting, let the bowlers rest up a little bit. So, and then maybe see if we can get a lead of 450, 500 potentially, and then have a real crack at these Surrey batters. I'm not too sure. See, with the weather around tomorrow, potentially might look to follow on. New ball, overhead conditions. So you could go George Hill who's bowled well and Jai Richardson with the new ball potentially. If Jack White's obviously come back at that spell there, so interesting. We'll have to see how it plays out, don't you? What do you think?
I'd still go with it, me. Just because you can, control things that little bit easier. If you bat, how long are you saying you're going to bat for? Yeah, that'd be my take on it. At this stage, with so much cricket left today, but the threat of possible rain, you wouldn't want to end up not getting home because of that tomorrow. They might not do anyway if it's going to be that bad, I know that. But anyway, let's just wrap things up because Dan Worrell was, would you believe it, out, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow there off the bowling of Ben Cliff for 13. 32 deliveries, 42 minutes and 2 fours, as I mentioned. So Matthew Fisher not out 19 from 50 balls. He was out there for an hour and 7 minutes, 2 boundaries. 4 byes, 1 leg bye and 6 no balls made for 11 extras. So 204 all out. Means that Surrey are 282 behind.
The umpires have just informed us that Yorkshire have enforced the follow-on and Surrey will bat again. As Michael Goff and James Middlebrook.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Headingley here on Sports Extra 2, the BBC Sport website and app. And Yorkshire have enforced the follow-on, which I don't think is a huge surprise to anybody. So Surrey will have to go out there again after losing all 10 of their first innings wickets today. And Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, as we saw them this morning, are making their way back out into the middle. A very good performance from the Yorkshire bowlers today. And Surrey all out for 204. And really just Sean Abbott with 56 in the runs for Surrey. And Hill finishing with 4 for 34. Revis 3 for 45. Cliff 2 for 40. Jai Richardson 1 for 42. So Surrey have to do it all again because it's a small matter of Surrey now trailing by 282 runs. So Surrey now are in survival mode here. Liam Thomas is alongside. I think that's the right decision from Johnny Bester. There was a little bit of talk in the press box, would they bat again just for tonight? But I think the last thing that Surrey really would have wanted to have done is gone out there and bat again. So I think he's made exactly the right choice here to get Surrey back out there.
Yeah, I think you can kind of control the game from this point. I think the lead of 282 runs, I think if Yorkshire, even if Surrey were to kind of get in front of the game, I don't think they'd be chasing more than 150, potentially at worst. So I think chance to really get out here. Saw what Richardson did to Burns earlier, ripping his glove off with a vicious one that took off the pitch. So brand new ball in hand. So every time them clouds kind of come over, it gets a little bit overcast. Ball does seem to do a little bit more. But yeah, I think in the end the right decision.
And there are still 45 overs today. So a lot of cricket. 3 slips, short leg, first ball from Jai Richardson from the Kirkstall lane end to the left-handed Burns, and he's popping this one out towards backward point. And there is no run, so a huge amount of cricket today, because when that wicket fell, we were just about bang on tee anyway of Dan Worrell. So this is going to be a long session now, isn't it, if the weather holds?
Yep.
And then a whole day tomorrow as well. So Yorkshire bossing this at the moment. Sibley and Burns, very experienced opening pair, of course. As Burns settles over his bat once more, Richardson comes over the wicket to Burns, and Burns is forward, punching up the ground. Won't get a run on this occasion. Impressive from Yorkshire, though. Their out cricket was fantastic. Their catching in the slips was outstanding today.
Yeah, apart from that one sharp chance that were rising to Joe Root, which didn't in the end cost them anything. Yeah, they've been fantastic in the field. Good field placings.
And
banging it away.
They've been
good
right
line and length.
Well, they've been on top of Surrey since really the start of play this morning. Once that wicket of this man, Rory Burns, went. As Richardson's in, and Burns clips him firmly straight to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Surrey, a lot of batting, of course, but it can happen. There'll be a couple of shots in there they'll look at. But I thought it was just good bowling from Yorkshire, really.
Yeah, they seem to have some good conditions. Like an crazy hour where the ball seemed to do a lot laterally. Some good bowling, some good fielding. It just felt like a bit of a manic hour this morning, didn't it?
It did. As in over the wicket goes Richardson, and that's left alone by Burns outside his off stump. So I'll be hoping this blue sky stays here and the sun stays out, because it does look easier when the sun's out.
Yeah, Abbott showed that, didn't he, when he was batting? I thought he batted beautifully, did Abbott. Deserved his 50. Played some eye-catching shots, couple of big sixes.
It was a good effort as well. I thought one of the last wicket pair, Fisher batted very well, and Worrell as well. They ate up quite a lot of time. Got Surrey up over 200, which looked way off at one point, at 151 for 8. As Richardson's in, and Burns flashes, and it's a fingertip to it at second slip from Harry Brooke. I think he's tipped that over the bar as well. Harry Brooke. Now, I'm just watching Brooke. He's coming straight off it. That's hurt Harry Brooke. Brooke is coming straight off.
Yeah, that were a sharp one and rising. He's got another one from Richardson again as Burns. So he's jumped on him again a little bit as Brooke rushes off the field.
Yeah, he's looked straight at that finger and has run straight off as Harry
Sharp
Brooke.
did that.
It flew off the edge. But the physio's coming straight across to Harry Brooke, and fingers crossed it's just a nail or something that has split. But he looked straight at it and went straight off. Did Brooke. So Harry Brooke's off in the first over. Sharp chance. Flew off the outside edge of Burns' bat. And Brooke tipped it again, like Root in the first innings, tipped it over the crossbar. But be a slight concern that Brooks shot straight off after looking at that finger.
Yeah, it will be. You said fingers crossed it's not too much damage there. So I think Rory Burns will be really happy with that one that he's seen. He's just... He would have been really disappointed if he'd have got another one that jumped off a length like that and he's gone for twice in a day to similar deliveries. Really well bowled by Richardson there, though.
Well, Will Uxton's under the helmet at short leg. Lythe's managed to get himself out of there with Brooke off. So Lythe won't be happy that Brooke's off, but he'll be pleased to be back at second slip rather than under the helmet at short leg, I'd have thought, as Richardson in over the wicket to Burns, and Burns is letting this one go. Outside is off stump. So end of an eventful first over with Surrey following on. 4 without loss. Harry Brooks had to leave the field of play, looking at his damaged finger. Sibley's yet to face a ball, and it means Surrey trail by 278. But as I say, fingers crossed, and it's probably completely the wrong expression. It's just a split nail or something like that for Harry Brett. But it's never a great sign when a player looks at their finger and goes straight off.
No, you don't know if he's just off a bit of blood there, wants taping potentially. Fingers crossed it's not too much. You were just looking at it, so
he did actually. To be fair, as he came off with the physio, he was smiling.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he looked in absolute agony or anything like that. So we might well see him back.
White to open up for Yorkshire. Unusual light for him to go wicketless in the first innings. I'm looking to put that to bed in this one against Sibley, who, I say, gets hits a lot, doesn't he, like you were saying on commentary earlier when I was listening. Kind of gets that front foot, kind of plays with a straight leg, causes him to, say, really play out in front of him. So when the ball does do something or jags back, it seems to wear it in that mid-rift.
Now he got done leg slip, just turning a ball off his hip, and they are immediately getting Dom Bess in there again at leg slip for Dom Sibley. He knows what he's going to get. Here is White then from the Howard stand end. And Sibley's in behind this one. Plays it straight back up the pitch and there's no run. It was a very good sharp catch from Dom Bess. He made it look very easy because it came straight off the face of his bat, didn't it?
Yeah, just run it off the face of the bat. Always difficult when that happens. Yeah, took it really well.
So Surrey trail by 278. We have had our first result of the day. As here is White coming right arm over the wicket, and Sibley turns this one into the leg side and get himself off the mark because Essex have beaten Leicestershire by 7 wickets. That happened very, very quickly because Leicestershire in their second innings were all out for 60. Then Essex lost 3 wickets quite quickly, but Allison and Critchley guided them to victory. So that has been the strangest of games. 333. Playing 293 and then 60 all out, Leicestershire.
Yeah, looked like they had a little bit of a wobble there earlier, Essex at the start when they were 3 down, but
It's a good player, Allison. Very good player. Critchley's having a good season as well. Taking wickets, scoring runs. So, left-handed Burns comes on to strike. Reigning in the game between Hampshire and Notts down at Southampton with Hampshire 36 for 3, leading by 21. White coming around the wicket to Burns, and Burns covers up, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Still raining in the game between Somerset and Sussex. I'm not sure they're going to get anything today. And Sussex 155 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 526 for 8. Glamorgan 73 for 3 in their second innings, lead Warwickshire by 181. In Division 2, Gloucestershire were all out for 221, meaning that Northamptonshire needed 249 to win. White is in to Burns. Burns is forward, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And they're 22 for 1, Northamptonshire. Down at Beckenham, well, that's it for the day now. They've called that one off already. And Durham 173 for 5, Kent 523. Delayed in the game between Lancashire and Worcestershire because of rain, with Lancashire 231 for 7. Still trailing Worcestershire by 39. And the only other game is Middlesex and Derbyshire. And Middlesex in their second innings, 211 for 5, lead Derbyshire by just 12. White is in, and Burns is letting this one go. Outside is off stump. As I say, Burns and Sibley are such an experienced opening pair. They've been in these positions many a time. Well, actually, I say that, it's quite a while since Surrey followed on. I was trying to think the last time that Surrey had to follow on. But yeah, they're perfectly used to having to go out there and tricky little periods. Although, as I said, there's a lot of cricket today. 43.1 overs remaining in the day. The weather's fine at the moment. White in, around the wicket to Burns. Burns clips it off his hip. And there is no run there as Will Luxton does the fielding at short leg. So the end of White's first over. Quiet over. 5 without loss Surrey. Burns has 4. Sibley has 1. And this is all now about Yorkshire creating 10 chances and Surrey trying to bat till, well, it might have to be sort of 6 o'clock-ish tomorrow night, really, to get further enough ahead.
Yeah, I think Sibley, one thing that he's very good at is batting time. So he knows his game really well. He uses the ball well. Wants the ballers to come towards him, really good at that 4 stump line leaving. As soon as anybody gets straight, works it through that mid-wicket region really well, so really good patience as that leg slip goes in again. So Jai Richardson playing his last game for Yorkshire. They'll be hoping that he can
go out on a
start
bang
off with a win,
yeah.
a few wickets.
Well, over the wicket he comes to Sibley, and Sibley leading edge as he looked to flick through mid-wicket. He went along the floor, down into the gully. He's looking at the back of his bat there, Dom Sibley. Has he broken it?
No, squared up a little bit there, I think.
He
He just went to play straight and obviously got squared up a little bit from a ball that was swinging away.
He also has the strongest abdominal guard in the world, Dominic Sibley. I think it's made of steel, galvanised steel. As he settles himself down over his bat once more. Richardson, right arm over the wicket he comes. Sibley just gets up on his toes and then turns this down into the leg side. Luxton will come round from short leg. Still no sign of Harry Brook, but he might be getting that finger taped up. It might be in a cup of ice. But it was a sharp old chance in the first over from Richardson.
Made up off a length again.
You don't want 2 of those on the same day, really, if you're Rory Burns.
Very frustrated, especially on a pitch that's, like you say, good for batting at times, just when the sun's out.
4 goes Sibley. Wants a run, gets a run. Just pushes it out into the offside. So that brings Burns back on to strike. So we move on to 6 without loss. I would have thought if you're sat way to our left, it's quite nice now with the sun out. It's not exactly blisteringly hot, but it'll be pleasant with the sun out. Very cold this morning. Absolutely freezing this morning it was. Here is Richardson again, coming in over the wicket to Burns, and Burns opens the face and guides this one away down towards third man. They'll pick up a couple, 2 more to the total. Burns moves on to 6. Surrey move on to 8 without loss.
Yeah, good run in that. Pushing for 2.
Sibley's still not happy with his bat. Oh dear, I can
yeah.
see why. Look at this from Don Sibley's bat. The handle has completely broken. Dom Sibley is stood there with his bat handle dangling down. And yeah, I think he's going to need a new bat here, Dom Sibley. And yes, I think, Liam, it's fair to say that handle's broken on his bat. Looks like a wibbly wobbly snake.
See a little bit of wobble.
There it is. Look, if you're watching on the live stream, you can see he's got a problem with that. There's Dom Sibley, so he's going to need a new bat. Oh dear, he'll be disappointed with that, won't he? It seemed to be when he got that leading edge.
Yeah.
But that's in a right old state now. I'm not sure. Well, I'm sure it will get mended at some point, but you know, it looks a little disappointed, that bat now, doesn't it? It's had better days, so he's got a new bat now. Cricketers love that, don't they?
Yeah.
They love a bat that everyone will be looking at that when it comes into the dressing room.
They'll have a training bat.
Yep.
A spare training bat. They'll have a match bat. Second best match bat. And a third best match bat.
Well, Sibley will be devastated by that. He likes his bats. So he's got another one in his hands now. There's Dom Sibley.
Harry Brooks come back onto the field of play, gone in at third slip.
Good.
I'm going to swap me live.
That's excellent news. So Harry Brooks fine. So he's obviously just got that finger taped up. And out there again. Well, I think his finger's looking better than Tom Sibley's bat handle. As this is turned by Burns off his hip. Down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single. The bats you guys use now, they're so good that they actually break quite easily, some of them.
Yeah, that's soft now that I think a lot of them are only built for like maybe a season or two. Potentially, I say that that's soft, that press, that they're pretty much ready to go straight away.
Oh, I was reminiscing the other day, young Liam, about linseed oiling my bats for hours.
You had to do it, leave it, was it 24 or 48 hours, and you had to do it again.
Oh yeah, and then
knock it in.
old cricket ball in a sock.
Yep.
Knock it in during the winter. As Richardson's in, and this is left alone by Sibley coming back. That's probably gone over the top of his off stump, I would say. Nicely bowled
I don't think there's
by
many
Richardson.
That's good in the game, a Sibley at that. Really good at judging line and length, especially around that area.
I would say this has gone over the top of his off stump.
Back
Just
a little
nipping
bit.
back. Yep, that's gone straight over the top of his off stump.
Oh, he did have a little look back there. I think he was
I'm not surprised.
slightly worried for a moment.
Nice bit of bowling by Richardson. But oh yes. I was saying, my first bat when I was about 7, I took it to bed with me every night. I took it to bed every night, and then Dad taught me how to linseed oil it properly and then knock it in properly.
Every cricketer.
Oh.
loves getting
But
a new
these
bat.
days, those bats are all ready to go, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pre-pressed.
Yep. As here is White around the wicket to Burns, and Burns is forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It's a good line of length to Sibbett, to Burns that. Challenging both edges of the bat.
Burns just has a little think about all of this. Sun's just gone in behind a big cloud. So, broken root in that slip cordon. Hill's in there as well. 3 slips and a short leg for Rory Burns. White's in, Burns gets a short one, gets up on his toes, plays it down into the leg side. And there is no run. You've got 2 proper battlers out there in Burns and Sibley as well. They'll get into this if they can.
Yeah, it'll be a good test for Yorkshire now after being in the field for 50-ish overs. So going again now with this new ball, especially with these two. But looking to make some early inroads. Already had that one chance go down from Harry Brook. Sharp chance at second slip.
White's in, and Burns covers up again. Just plays this one softly up towards mid-on. So final day tomorrow. And then there's a break because we're into 2020, starting on Friday. Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. Surrey welcome Lancashire down to South London. And they're up here as well, I think, Surrey. I think they've got a T20 game here on a Friday night. That hasn't happened for a very long time. White's around the wicket once again to Burns. Burns plays this one down into the leg side. And all the talk will start again of that Surrey have never won it since the first year of the T20 back in 2003. That was a fun first year of T20. It really was. Nobody really knew what was going on, but it was just great fun. First game at the Kia Oval, they weren't expecting anyone really to turn up, and then 10,000 turned up, and they ran out of beer within an hour. As Burns waits again, forward he comes, plays this one out into the offside. It was against Middlesex, so it was a local derby game. And I don't think anybody really knew whether anyone was going to turn up or not. And then 10,000 people turned up, and as I say, the beer was all gone in an hour. But it was a fantastic night, and then you sort of sat there and thought, "Cool, actually, hang on, this is interesting. This might work." But they were playing at places like Imber Court and club grounds.
Well, that were amazing though, getting around the ground like that when it first started, and obviously it's evolved
Yeah.
massively since then. So yeah, it's good for children getting involved as well.
Burns forward he goes and plays this one up towards mid-on. End of the over, 9 without loss. Well, the fascinating thing was in that first season, well, the first couple of seasons really, nobody played spinners. Sort of spinners all went off for a 2-week holiday because they thought, that spin will play no part in this. And then slowly but surely everyone began to twig that actually it does. But so the first couple of years, you hardly saw a spinner. It was Azimamu launching balls into car parks, and it was fantastic. Atomic Kitten, they were at Trent Bridge for the first. The only problem for them, I was saying this last week when we were at Trent Bridge, was they decided to let Atomic Kitten play in the interval between the second semi and the final.
Yep.
When all the crowd went off to get dinner. So out they came as Jai Richardson comes in over the wicket to Dom Sibley. Well played. Well played. That's hit the bottom hand, but that did get big on Sibley. Played that really well to keep it down. That's that spot again that he keeps finding, Jai Richardson. That did get big on Sibley.
Likes to wear a few just Sibley, doesn't he?
Oh, he comes in battered and bruised. He really does.
It's like Happy Gilmore in that baseball scene where he goes in and
Great film. Great film.
got to get tough for the hockey season. Sibley seems more the same.
That sound you can hear is Dave Townsend getting into the chocolate digestives. As over the wicket again comes Richardson, and that's down the leg side. And the other noise you heard there is Tom Sibley got nothing on it, was with his chocolate digestive trying to get into his high chair away to our right. Anyway, so Atomic Kitten get up on stage and off they go with whatever they sing. I can't remember now. And there were basically only 2 people watching them.
2 people.
Yeah, and I won't name them, but it was 2 of the Surrey players that were going to be in the final who were just transfixed in front of the stage. But all the rest of the crowd had all gone off and got their tea. So they didn't play. They basically played to 2 Surrey players. As in over the wicket comes Richardson. Oh, Sibley drives, thick inside edge. And there's no run. And then Surrey played Warwickshire in the first final. Jimmy Orman picked up 4. And then Ian Ward walked out in helmet cam. But they'd never tried it before. And you know those big cameras you see?
Yep.
With them walking. Well, basically, they gaffer tape one of those to the top of his head. And that was helmet cam. It was brilliant fun. It really was. Richardson in over the wicket to Sibley. And Sibley turns this one down towards long leg. And we'll get 2 here. Comes back for the second. That's good running from Sibley and Burns. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Sibley. He moves on to 4. 11 without loss. But I think for the first 3 years they had how to describe it, a pop act playing music in the interval.
I think a lot of people love going to finals day now, don't they? It's a bit of a spectacle.
Yep.
3 games, 1 day. Good atmosphere.
I think Edgbaston's the perfect place
Yeah.
for it as well. The Holly stand is extraordinary on finals day. Richardson's in over the wicket and Sibley's forward. Playing this one back up the pitch. It was a bit like finals day walking back to my hotel last night. I think it was a Leeds University fancy dress. I saw Super Mario Brothers.
Yep.
I saw some nuns. I saw a lot of cowboys and sort of cowgirls wandering up the road.
The Otley run, I think, round here. So
Yeah, is that what it was?
Yeah,
A
the
couple
Otley
of
run.
vicars, I saw.
Yeah, a lot of people get dressed up in.
Looking a bit worse for wear. They weren't running
Well,
in.
as the day goes on.
Yeah, well, in over the wicket once again comes Richardson. Oh, he's hit Sibley again. Oh, it's again poor old Dom Sibley right in the unmentionables. I do not know what his abdominal guard's made of, but again, he just sort of shrugs it off, does Dom Sibley. End of the over. 11 without loss. Good hostile over that from Joy Richardson.
He's made a little bit happen. He's getting a little bit purchased off the pitch. There's Richardson. He's bowling quite well. I'd say this first 3 overs. Been unlucky with that drop chance. Harry Brook at second. Slip off Rory Burns. But yeah, he seems to get in a little bit more out of the pitch than others.
The Otley run, that's what it would have been.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it was.
Everybody gets dressed up and see who can be the silliest.
I saw one of the worst stormtrooper outfits I've ever seen. I did actually say to the poor lad, that's not great, is it? As in around the wicket then comes White. Forward goes Burns. That flew through where a fourth slip would be. It bounced on him. Genuine edge. And it's going to run away over the boundary rope for 4. But yeah, that was a genuine edge from Burns. Bounced again. And if there'd been a fourth slip there, I think they'd have been in business.
Yeah, genuine, that one. One to Jack White, is that?
Yeah, nicely bowled by White.
Yeah, he's been fantastic since signing for Yorkshire. Every time I've watched him this year, he's been brilliant. He's really been the pick of the bowlers for Yorkshire. He's relentless with his line and length. So accurate.
He looks like he just keeps it all quite simple to me. White. Quite old-fashioned in modern cricket, the way he goes about things. Comes once again. In around the wicket to Burns. Got him. Outside edge. Bounced on him again. Burns throws his bat up and catches it. It's a really good delivery from around the wicket. And Burns had to play at that, I think. And it just bounced again and brushes his outside edge. Bairstow takes the catch. Burns goes for 11. And Surrey have lost their first wicket following on their 15 for 1.
Yeah, beautiful bit of bowling by White. We're just saying how impressive we've been with this year. Always been pick of the bowlers so far. Every time I've seen him, don't go for many runs. He's immaculate with his line and length. He's got a big wicket of Rory Burns there with a simple catch for Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps.
Be interested to see this again. Looks a good line, good length, bit of bounce. But that's a beauty, isn't it? Absolute cracker of a delivery that. Comes in, goes the other way. Has to play at that, Burns. Because he's trying to cover his off stump. It's just a cracking piece of bowling. It really is. He's had 2 brilliant deliveries today, hasn't he, Rory Burns? You wonder what he's done to deserve that, get 2 balls like that. But, well, he's back, but there are 39.4 overs left in the day, so there's a lot of cricket to be played today. And Surrey, all right, David. It's like having your granddad at the back of the room, chuntering away on a Sunday afternoon when you're trying to watch the telly. So, but there's a lot of cricket to be played today.
Yep.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
And I think White will be going for the same dismissal as he done to Burns there to Patel, who plays obviously a similar way out in front of himself. So I found that he was just pointing that front foot down the pitch. So,
first ball for Ryan Patel. White's into him. He's almost done him. What a delivery that is first up. Not far away, is it, from that outside edge again?
Yeah, it's like I say, he's just angling it in, just nipping away, and I think that's perfect for.
Clouds have come over again.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it just seems obviously. A lot of people say when you, I think Stuart Broad used to say it all the time, when you come to Headingley, you look up before you look down.
Yeah. Well,
I can imagine it's quite hard as a left-hander facing him when he comes from behind the umpire and you can't see him as he steps out till late. You see, you look at his angles that run. But yeah, looking to find that outside edge as that 4 slip. Don Best goes in.
he's in again to Ryan Patel. Good looking
Beautiful.
shot. Just checks it down the ground as Ryan Patel chases on. But I think that's going to roll over the rope and away for 4. So Ryan Patel's off the mark with the boundary. But yes,
shot.
I think Rory Burns will wonder what he's done to deserve those 2 deliveries today, because the Richardson one this morning, there's nothing he could do about that. And that was just a perler from White, and that's White's first wicket in the game, because he didn't take a wicket in the first innings.
Yeah, there's not a lot Rory Burns could have done with them today. Sometimes as a batter, you've got to look back and think,
What do you
hat off to the
do,
bowler.
really? Your luck will change at some point. White is in, and Patel's in behind this. Plays it back up the pitch, and White picks it up and looks as if he's violently going to launch that back. There is a touch of the heavy rocker about White, isn't there, with his headband on and his
Yep.
long hair. You can almost see him on stage with an electric guitar. And there, as he spun round, his hair flowed behind him as he looked as if he was going to violently launch the ball back at Bairstow as White is in once again. And this is, just in front of Adam Lythe at short leg. Was looking to turn it off his hip. Was Ryan Patel. But a good over from White. The wicket of Rory Burns. And Surrey 19 for 1, following on, trail by 263.
Yeah, deserve that. Very unlucky sharp bit of fielding by Adam Lythe in there.
Well, Yorkshire, unsurprisingly, tails up. Lots of chatter out there, lots of noise.
Yeah, they need a couple of hours harder work here, the Yorkshire. I think this is the first time this season that they've actually been fully in control of a game. So previously, on previous games, they've kind of every time they've got a little bit in front. So with the bat, they lose a couple of wickets, and every time they had a good session with the ball, the second one wasn't quite as good. It's never really backed up sessions back to back, but today.
Richardson from the Kirkstall Lane end is into Sibley, he's forward. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you sort of see results from away, and then you get here for this game. And that big partnership between Lythe and Bairstow, absolutely key. Because what were they? 121 for 4, and,
yep.
and then that massive partnership. And then the way they bowled today, you think, well, how have they lost a couple of games? Because it's a great bowling attack, and their batting's powerful as well. As Richardson's over the wicket, and this is pushed by Sibley out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's just the consistency, like you say. They'd have a good morning session, and then come out after lunch, and then kind of not really back it up. And every time they're obviously doing a little bit of control, they relinquish it. So, like today, and over the course of these last couple of days, they've been really in control. They've had their foot on the throat, and they've been ruthless, which can't be said that they've been in the previous game. So yeah, they've been brilliant so far.
They really have. It's the word we use for the Surrey bowling attack at times. They've been relentless with the ball today. Richardson over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley's in behind this, plays it solidly, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. But yeah, there's been no break from either end. They've just kept going at Surrey. Very, very good from Yorkshire today. And they have Surrey in a lot of trouble at 19 for 1 following on. As Richardson's ready to come in once again. Over the wicket to Dom Sibley. And that's down the leg side. And Sibley's trying to flick that away. Gets nothing on it. He's got to be careful. Got that leg slip in there just for that with Dom Sibley. Bit of cloud now. Covered the sun up. But there is a patch of blue sky up there away to our right. A very warm welcome back to Mr. Jonathan Doidge.
Hi, thank you.
Been doing your rounds. Have you meeting your public? You have to do it.
One never knows what information one can find out on a walk.
As Richardson's in, forward goes Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Well, after this over, still 38 today, so there is a lot of cricket to be played today. Sun's just trying to creep out from behind that cloud. Richardson turns once more. Coming over the wicket to the right-handed Sibley. And Sibley clips him into the leg side. And they will pick up a single. Feel a bit for Rory Burns. He's had two absolute pearlers today. The one from Richardson this morning and that one from White wasn't a bad ball.
Oh, beauty.
Yeah, so he's had two good ones today as Rory Burns. And I think you could see from his reaction of just tossing his bat up and catching it, if to say, what do I have to do?
Yeah.
20 for 1 then, sorry. Sibley on 5 and Ryan Patel on 4.
Yeah, so went for a wander around and also had a very brief chat with James Wharton. So said I'd give him a shout out. Not here. Watching in the sunshine, he tells me.
Where?
Stream.
The sun's disappeared for the time being.
He's watching in the sunshine in Costa del Yorkshire.
Well, I think there's some rain in that cloud that's coming this way, because I can see it coming down. Might miss us.
Here comes Jack White then. Bowling, pad bat to Dom Sibley, and they're all up for it, but Michael Goff not having that. Yeah, James, being James, he thought he'd rely on me to tell him why Harry Brook was off the field. And just at the point I was telling him, Harry ran back on
Well,
the
that's
field.
good. That's good. That was good news, actually, because I was imagining the sort of dispatches going round the country that Harry Brooks had to run off, having dropped a catch and looking at his finger, but he's absolutely fine.
Jack White then to a sunny picture of Headingley. Ball short of length. Sibley's worked that in front of square. It would have been a fair way from Adam Lythe, but from this angle it looks like it was quite close. They picked up 2 through mid-wicket. Jai Richardson out there to do the fielding. So Dom, single figures at the moment. And obviously was the victim of a good piece of bowling as well earlier on today himself. Well, not a great surprise the way Yorkshire bowled in that first innings, because they were very good. It's not always been the case in 2026, but it was a good day. Can they make it into a great day with a few more wickets in this 37 overs? A bit of zip off the pitch about that, and Sibley drops it into the offside. Revis fields.
Well, look,
You're fiddling at the moment, Churchy. You were fiddling with the microphone sponge yesterday. Now you've got a stick of some
I don't
sort.
know what this
Is that
does.
to beat DT with
No.
when he comes on comms?
No. What does it? Is this for a camera? I think it's for a camera, isn't it? I think you put a camera in that.
Jack White making his way in towards us. Sibley plays this with a thick outside edge. He's playing across that. It's going to be going somewhere in the leg side if he gets it where he wants it to go, but it's gone through third man for 4 runs. Harry Brook just picking it out of the shadows of the advertising boards.
Yeah, he did. He was just almost turning the back face on that. He's broken 1 bat today already. Tom Sibley with a leading edge. And that one shot off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. Sibley into double figures. He moves on to 11. Long way to go here.
Here's White again. This time top of the bounce. Sibley plays it back to the bowler. No run. It's the first time for some time. I haven't got the figures in front of me, but I'll probably find it since Yorkshire have actually asked anybody to follow on against
Well, I'm trying to
them.
think of the last time Surrey followed on. I can't. Well, to be honest with you, I can't remember what happened last week, but I can't remember the last time that Surrey followed on. Be a while ago.
Here comes White. Good delivery this time. Oh, no ball. Oh, that would have been mighty close had it been legitimate. And Jack White will be livid with himself at this point, I'm sure.
Oh, that was tight, but he can only
blame
get
himself.
cross with himself
Yep,
here.
he can.
He's overstepped the mark, but
you
I
could
think
just
it
tell
would have
by
been.
the way that he was head bowed, bent double at the end of his follow through would have been in resignation, and he'd probably been saying to himself something along the lines of, Jack, you idiot, you've come up with a great delivery like that and you've just overstepped. All that effort and all that skill has come to nothing except a couple of runs for the opposition.
Yeah, and
In fact, 3 runs for the opposition.
It'd been pretty close, I think.
Yeah. Here he comes, not long to think about it, because he's bowling now to Ryan Patel, who drops that into the leg side. Revis fields, and that completes over number 8 of this Surrey second innings. They're 253 runs behind Yorkshire and have lost one of their second innings wickets, 29 for 1.
I'll do one more over and then I'll bring David Townsend with you, Mr. George. He's champing at the bit there behind us. Never seen a man more fired up to get on commentary than David Townsend there at the back of the box.
Yeah. like
bought
a coiled
him-
spring. It was the exercise program he's just been through that
He's
viewers and
doing
listeners won't have seen. I mean, it's impressive, wasn't it?
He's doing chair Tai Chi, he was telling me
Yeah.
yesterday. Tai Chi, yeah. Not chair origami. Chair Tai Chi. And he's got himself a very trendy hoodie, I've noticed, as well, for this season. Oh, don't do it now, please. It's a vision I won't get out of my head. As in over the wicket comes Richardson. This is turned by Sibley into the leg side. I'm really worried that sight I just saw is going to come to me at about midnight tonight and wake me up.
He's doing, at the moment, he's kind of doing a squat. It's an impressively long squat, but unfortunately, from a gymnastics and athleticism point of view, he does have a chair
Yes.
placed under the derriere.
Yeah, well, he said he's doing chair Tai Chi. 30 for 1, Sibley 12, Patel 4. Apparently he's very, very good at the coiled cobra move, he was telling me this morning, whatever that is. As Richardson comes in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, short ball. Patel's ducking underneath this. And that's taken by Johnny Bairstow.
The coiled cobra, or coiled
Coiled.
coiled
Yeah.
cobra move.
Coiled cobra he does in the mornings, sat in his chair at home or in his hotel, just gets himself ready for the day, settles himself down again, does Ryan Patel. Richardson in over the wicket to him, and Patel pushes this one away into the offside. We'll get a single. One more to the total. One more to Ryan Patel. 31 for 1. Well, Surrey have got an absolute battle on their hands here now. Following on, 36.3 overs left today and a whole day tomorrow. So, yeah, they've just got to bat today and bat the whole of tomorrow. It's going to be tough, though. It's going to be very tough because obviously, well, thinking about this, they might even get 3 goes at a new ball. As in comes Richardson, and again Sibley, that bottom hand's coming off the bat handle, and he's checking the bat again. He's already broken one. As he walked off with the bat handle, it virtually dropped off the bat. Richardson hits the bat hard, doesn't he?
Certainly does. Welcome back to Sports Extra 3 listeners. Surrey 31 for 1, trailing by 251 runs in their second innings.
Richardson in over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley clips this off his hip, nicely played. He'll get a single. Yes, the man to have gone, Rory Burns, absolute perler from White that found his outside edge. And as we were saying, he's had a day that he'll just think to himself, what have I done to Mother Cricket to give me 2 deliveries like the 2 I've had today? Because the one Richardson got him with this morning, he could do nothing about. And that one from White was an absolute beauty. Richardson, final ball of the over. Sun's out at the moment, but then there's a few more darker clouds heading this way. Richardson's into Patel. Oh dear, that hasn't come out right. It was very short and it sort of looped past Ryan Patel. And there was a gasp from David Townsend, who I'm going to make way for now from his high chair, with Surrey 32 for 1 following on.
He still understands his name, that's good. He's just pointed to his own torso and asked if that was him. So, it is going to be Jack White to continue from the Howard stand end. Bowling here to Dom Sibley. DT was going to take you through the over, but he's not yet got the headphones in place. And Sibley plays the first ball to Ben Cliff at mid-on. Take it away, DT.
Yes, a lovely afternoon. Surrey following on. Burns gone already. Got a couple of cracking deliveries today. It won't be a Sunday that he'll remember fondly. Jack White lumbering up the hill, bowls, and that's pushed just wide of mid-on. Going to get a single there. Get the right-handed Sibley off straight, Ryan Patel onto strike. Aeroplane going over, as you can probably hear effects make. Always just interferes a little bit with the ambient noise of the murmuring of the spectators. Here's White. And that's pushed into the onside. No run. One of you was comparing him with a sort of heavy metal rocker or something. Was that you?
Jack, not I. But yeah, he does that. You could pass him off as that, couldn't you, with the long hair, headband. You ever worn a headband, DT?
I have back in the day when they were. I think it was a sort of John McEnroe tribute. White bowls, and that's eased backward a point. No run to be had there.
Was that when you were batting or bowling? Or just as part of your everyday life?
Just on a night out somewhere, I think.
Chalk dust blow up. You asked for the referee.
I always used to like McEnroe. Quite. He was one of those Marmite characters, wasn't he? You either loved him or hated him. He's a very good commentator. White bowls, and that's Patel pushing into the offside. Easy single there as Mid-off has to jog around to complete the fielding.
So where are we going here? We're going with seam obviously at the moment, but Yorkshire do still have 2, if not 3, spin options if required. Don Bess, obviously, as the regular #1 spinner. Joe Root bowled really well the other week at Taunton, and of course, none other than Adam Lyth if needed.
White bowls left alone outside his off stump by Sibley. That's the end of another over from Jack White. 5 overs from him. 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Bowled particularly well, 1 for 19, I beg your pardon. Bowled better, hasn't he, in this second innings, I think, than he did in the first.
Ian still in Doncaster says, Aok Cocker, brackets not too American. Thanks for the travel advice. If the game hasn't been won, I will visit tomorrow. Well, tell you what, it would be something special if they managed to win it 35 overs from here. New phrases that irritate, not bug me, are boundary riders. What do they ride?
Right.
Yeah, it's not an expression that I particularly enjoy. I'm not saying I've never used it because I can't remember. Sweeper would tend to be take on that as Matthew Revis comes into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end. Adam Lyth has disappeared out to deep backwards square. There's still 3 slips in place as Matthew Revis gets to his action first up to get loose. Back to the dugout, he says, has crept into commentaries. No pavilions left, question mark. You just used Intel, yeah, which is obviously an abbreviation of intelligence. I have not decided if I can accept sweepers. Well, there you go. I definitely use those and will continue to do so as in comes Revis and Adam Lyth, who is in on the 1. Shortish extra cover does the fielding. And Lily has mailed in saying,
Lily.
Hello, my 2 favourite commentators, Jonathan and Mark.
Oh.
Sorry, Churchy's disappeared. I've been at Headingley watching today. I've had to leave early due to a family death.
Oh,
Oh, we're very sorry to hear that, Lily. As Revis is in, and that's pushed out into the offside, and Adam Lythfield. So thoughts with Lily and all those close in that respect. But she goes on to say, I'm happy that Yorkshire enforced the follow-on. It was the right thing to do. Great to see George Hill get 4 wickets, and my favourite player, Matthew Revis, get 3 wickets in the first innings.
and she's chairman of the Rose fan club, isn't she, Lily?
She is. She's a self-appointed chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club, so she'll be happy to see Rev with ball in hand right now and bowling to Ryan Patel, who defends. She also says, I'm not at Headingley tomorrow either. Can you believe this, DT? Lily is not going to be here tomorrow because she's packing and doing last-minute things before going on holiday on Tuesday to Crete. She's taking holiday in the cricket season.
Oh, that'd be nice for you. Bit of warmth out there, Lily, that's for sure.
Revis bowls, short, and Patel ducks underneath that, and it's a good job he got down low because it didn't bounce as high as I was expecting it to, and probably the batter. But it has gone through fairly low to Johnny Bairstow, who's making an inquiry for some reason to James Middlebrook, who's standing at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. He's just had a look up at the skies as Midders. It is getting a bit gloomy overhead.
Oh, why are the lights not coming on?
It's in again, and Patel helps this round the corner. He's going to get, thought he was going to get 4 there. Brilliant effort by Don Bess again in the field, and I've said in this match, well, there's been an odd little hiccup here and there. The standard of fielding has been wonderful again in the outfield, and some great catching as well. And he's just saved his bowler and his team another couple of runs.
That'll be important because I don't think Yorkshire can expect Surrey to be bowled out as cheaply as they were earlier. Things I don't use the word luck in the sense that shouldn't have happened, but sometimes good fortune. The rub of the green was just with them this morning. Particularly like dismisses with Jordan Clark, where he's played the ball down into his feet and it's dribbled back onto the stumps, dislodged about.
I asked Russell Best, not last time I was on, if he was listening. Was Dom the sort of child who he had to send off the dinner table because he had muck underneath his fingernails to get them cleaned?
George Hill now into action. That's pushed up to mid-on.
I know this doesn't make great radio, folks, but he's just sent in a photograph of somebody, not Dom, listening in as always. This was a wet day. Is that you, Russ? I have no idea. But somebody who's absolutely caked in mud. Where is Dom? Is he around?
Dom's at leg slip at the moment. There's Hill bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I mean, that, you're looking at people, we've been talking about conditions today and playing in rain. If somebody's got that colour playing cricket, then it must have been a very wet day.
Yeah, or you can imagine he's actually had to sort of dive into a muddy butt to save a 4 or something, hasn't he? It doesn't look good. And it doesn't sound good, because I know listening you can't see it, but there we go. Hill bowls and pushed offensively by Sibley.
Thanks to Mick Auckland, courtesy of Google AI, he says. Before today's follow-on against Yorkshire, the last time Surrey were forced to follow on in the County Championship was only a year ago, actually, the 12th of May, 2025, against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. So, not that long ago, but I would imagine it doesn't happen very often.
Hill bowls and Sibley defends. There's oohs and ahs there. That one jagged back a little bit, and Fielders in the slips, excited. Go on.
Yeah, and Yorkshire would love a bit of up and down here, wouldn't they? They'd love the odd one to.
Oh, we
pop,
all
the
like
odd
a
one
bit
to
of up
shoot.
and down, Dodgy.
Lily's corrected herself now and said, hello, my 3 favourite commentators, Jonathan Mark and DT.
Ah, excellent. Thank you, Lily.
She's not mentioned Liam in that. So Lee will be offended now, Lily.
Next delivery is pushed up towards mid-on.
David Hurst says, Americanisms as crossword answers really annoy me.
Oh,
I attended Royds Hall Grammar School, Huddersfield, not New York.
Yes, Americanisms in Wordle answers as well. That gets me. Hill bowls and Sibley again defends, and we're just maybe seeing the odd uneven bouncer.
I think we've opened up, or maybe I've opened up a catering-sized can of worms earlier today when I started talking about all this, because Russ Harker in Berlin has messaged in saying terms that should be banned. I'm watching on the tube. Please could all commentators refrain from a left ball as shouldering arms. Shoulder arms is a military manoeuvre that bears no resemblance whatsoever to the hand and arm movements when a batsman leaves a ball. Well, there you see, Russ, you've got your own terminology wrong, because it's now batter, of course, which is the universal term used for a person out there with a willow in his hand. I can be pedantic too. As Revis bowled, and that's dropped into the offside by Patel, and there is no run. By all means, use another term, but shoulder arms is left to the drill square.
Shoulder arms has been around for forever, hasn't it?
That's the thing with language, isn't it? Well, you don't like it. If it gets used often enough, it gets in the dictionary, doesn't it? And the thesaurus.
What it says, one that gets me is decimated, which is nearly always used in the wrong sense.
As in comes Revis, and Patel blocks defeat to.
Defeat
That
to,
upsets
that's
me.
right. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
and me
upsets
too.
me.
Defeat by, it's always defeat by. One way you can know that is that you have it's a loss to, defeat by, because you can't have a defeated to, can you? They were defeated to Arsenal or whatever.
Revis bowls, and Patel gets another good straight delivery. He's bowling at the stumps here, Matthew Revis, asking Surrey to play as often as possible. They are going to want to play as little as possible.
His consistency has really come on a lot, hasn't it? Rev, he's at them far more often than he used to be. Not bowling that occasional bad one, which will probably prove me wrong now.
And again, this time wide of off stump, and Patel can leave. Still no floodlights on, so the umpires out there are clearly deeming that the natural light satisfactory at the moment. They don't need any enhancement from the skies.
Can the ground staff not put them on without the umpires have to signal for that, do they?
To be fair, I don't know whether the umpires have to signal for it, if the ground staff can make their own choice. I would think it'll be the officials who make the decision. That's what they had to do. As Revis is in and bowling, and again Patel ducks out of the way. There's no run. I mean, there have been groundsmen who have made their own decisions. There was famously a game between Pudsey Kongs under-17s and Pudsey St Lawrence under-17s in about 1985 when the Kongs were going to beat St Lawrence. Ralph Middlebrook, who's probably on the ground today, will testify. And Laurie Tempest, the then groundsman at Pudsey St Lawrence, walked into the middle of the pitch, pulled up the stumps and says, "That's not laking on my pitch." As that's turned into the leg side by Patel, and they get a single. I mean, great story. To be honest with you, it was incredulity from the Kongs lads, as you might imagine, on the night. I can't remember what they needed, but it wasn't many off 3 or 4 overs. It came over Armageddon skies, and then it just started to rain. And he said, "That's it. That's not laking on there."
And did it rained soon after?
And then there was another incident when I was playing in a game where we had a glorious first half of the match. The forecast was for sort of a deluge around about tea, and it was pretty much as the players walked off for tea, the rain came, and he just drove the roller onto the middle of the pitch, took the key out and walked home. And that was it. There was nobody who was going to play on that strip again that day. I think I was in the twos. You know,
Wouldn't that create a bit of a sort of
first
the
team
way
game
to
before,
that, parking it there?
It was a real character,
or whatever.
Laurie. It was a real character.
There was a great Scotland against Ireland game going back years and years. I mean, that hill bowls, and that's played defensively, no run. That's your cue to say, do they play cricket in Ireland?
Oh,
or
sorry,
do
do they play cricket in Ireland, DT?
No,
And
it's,
has anybody ever written about it if they do?
they used to play a 3-day first-class match every year, alternate years, and Scotland were generally a better side in those days, I think, or certainly thought they were. And they were playing, I don't know, Glasgow or somewhere. Here comes Hill bowls, and that's pushed firmly into the offside by Patel. He's got one. He's going to come back comfortably enough for the second. So the score moves on to 39 now for one. And Ireland were chasing, whatever, 200 and something. They were 6 down. They still needed 95 to win. And it started to rain. And the 2 Scottish umpires kept them out there. And the 7th wicket bear chipped away at it, continued to rain, chipped away at it, it got down under 50. Still, Scotland needed 4 wickets to win. Here's Hill again, bowls, and defended by Patel. Got down under 30, got down to where they needed 15 to win with 4 wickets in hand. And then the umpires decided that the rain was too strong and took them off.
I think we've all played in a game or two of similar ilk. I can name a few of those, yeah.
So the match was drawn. And the Ireland captain on the day, Alan Lewis, good mate of mine, said very magnanimously, well, to be fair, it was a bit wet. Hill bowls again, and that's down the leg side. There's appeals from all the slips who couldn't possibly have seen whether it came off the bat. Johnny Bairstow took it in front of where a leg slip would be if there was one.
Russ Harker's messaging again. He's really got on his high horse here, Russ. He's on his soapbox. And another thing, you can see the finger being pointed in your chest, can't you? Another thing.
This is the digital
It's raining.
equivalent of green ink, is it?
It started to rain, folks.
Has it?
Yes.
Just mizzling.
No, more than that.
Hill bowls, and that's punched by Patel to extra cover.
But they're staying out there, so if they think this is just very, very brief and passing, they may hang on. But he's coming down fairly steadily now. So Russ says, another thing, why do we refer to fast bowlers as the so-and-so Express, the Rawalpindi Express for Shoaib, the Burnley Express for Jimmy Anderson? How many others are there?
The Ardmore Express, Barry Chambers.
The Yorkshire Express. Nobody quicker than me. Magnificent. So, yes, they are going off. Don't say you weren't warned. At 5:21, and with 13 overs and 5 balls of this Surrey second innings having been bowled, they'll be delighted to get off for the moment.
Go on, finish that and another thing.
That was
how
it.
do you finish it?
Yeah. So, break in play. As I say, off they go, and 39 for 1. Surrey trail by 243 runs. Dom Sibley on 14, Ryan Patel on 11. And still 1 ball to come in George Hill's second over there. Sure, I don't think it doesn't look terminal, does it? But it is. If we've got a westerly, southwesterly sort of wind coming from that direction, you can see it's a little bit hazy, so there must be a little bit more on its way in the short term. They haven't called for the full
Which direction does the southwesterly come from?
The southwest, down that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is down over there. It's great for radio, that. It's a very good description, I felt. It's sort of over the western terrace, but down near the south stand end of the ground. That's southwesterly.
Is that Pudsey over that way?
That'll be over to the west.
Ah, okay. Pudsey's more west.
Yeah. So Richard Robinson and the ground staff have taken on the 3 covers to just cover the script.
Stop.
Yeah, Johnny Patel on a good chat with Messrs Goff and Middlebrook, who are still out there, the 2 umpires. It is steady drizzle. it's not unexpected that they go off in these conditions. But as I say, hopefully it won't be for too long. We'll just drop the mic until they come back out. But Surrey 39 for 1. We're off for round. Welcome back. Still one ball to come in this over, which Harry Brook is going to bowl and not George Hill, DT.
Yeah, it comes in bowls, and that's pushed into the offside to complete the over. Interesting. Did we spot anything? Or?
No, nothing obvious at all. George was going through the 5 previous balls in that over fine, but he's not on the field. Bradley Sylvester is out there sporting 27 as the 12th man. So not sure what the issue with George is, but that is obviously a concern when you need 9 more wickets, and he was the most potent threat that you had in the first innings. So that could change the complexion. Hopefully.
Certainly makes the
Get
draw
him back
more
out
likely,
there.
doesn't it? So Sylvester. Well, Revis continue at this end. I think it was bowling before, wasn't he? Yes, just the 2 overs for 3 runs, Matthew Revis. That's going to confuse the scoreboard for a while as well. Oh no, they're there. Brook. 1 ball, no runs.
Here's Revis from the Kirkstall Lane end then. Sun back out. Been on the leg side, and Sibley misses out on a flick.
Oh. A few of the spectators went home during that break. Much a smaller crowd today than we had yesterday. I think most people thought this would be heading for a draw. Revis bowls and turns Sibley around. Big shout and no from Ryan Patel.
Should we do alternate deliveries in this over then?
Well, no, I thought you were scribbling away down there something.
No, let's try that. It could be different.
Oh, okay.
To normal.
Go on. I was just covering for you as normal.
Yeah, that's it's been a good thing for the last 8 seasons. Here's Revis bowling, and that's flicked nicely off the legs by Dom Sibley, and he'll pick up 4 runs. So Matthew Revis not yet back on the mark since that brief break. It was what, 12 minutes? So what would that have been? 3
over 4
Can't remember how
overs.
many overs it said on the board. 3 or 4 overs. Down to 26.4. It was 31 a moment ago. So 4, I think, is what they've taken off. In comes Revis again. And that's going to go the same way. Sibley flicking it away backward of square leg. Brad Sylvester can't get round to field it. Cut that off near the Western Terrace. 4 more. And while they've got loads of runs to play with here,
At the risk of upsetting people who don't like modern terms, Doidgy, there was me bigging him up in the previous over about how consistent he's got. And to be fair, he's been consistent this over, but he's put everything down the leg side, which is not where he's looking to bowl.
you're bad.
Does that was my bad, yes.
Revis
So,
into bowl to Sibley again. This is straighter. He's trying to work it to leg again, but diverts it back in the direction of the bowler. No run.
those of you who just joined us, we had a little session this afternoon of annoying modernisms.
At the end of the day, to be fair, the bottom line is take a long hard look at yourself in the mirror. Oh, this one dies as it makes its way past the outside edge of Sibley's bat. End of the over, 47 for 1.
And I was in favour of the modernisms.
Yeah.
You were not quite sure.
No.
And the listeners were like them at all.
That's right. And the players were on their way back to the dugout after hitting the maximum.
I use maximum. I like that for T20 because I think you've got to perhaps use slightly different terminology. But I know you never ever use it. Never ever use it for.
The pedants will be all over you now for saying that.
So start of a new over from. Well, Brooks stayed on after completing that George Hill over. He's. Oh, they might be. But I think I would never reporting on a 50 over game even, or never mind a first class match. Brook bowls, and that's pushed away towards the vacant third man. He's going to pick up a couple at least. They're looking for a third. They going to no, decided against it. But I think for a T20, you can say, 3 fours and 2 maximums.
Yeah,
And then you get people come on, oh, well, actually, it's not a maximum.
Exactly that.
Because you can score that and you can have overthrows. Yeah.
That is exactly why I'm going to take big issue with on this one, because you are the ultimate pedant, and now you're saying that that's acceptable.
Brook round the wicket to the left-handed. Patel pushed up to
So
mid-on.
you've changed your tune.
Well, no. You have to move with the times, Deutsche. You have to move with the times. It's a new game, really, isn't it? T20, 100, whatever. It's cricket, but not as we know it. Brook bowls, and that's pushed firmly back down the pitch, no run. And with that, you can introduce those little terms, as in you've got pictures of muddy cricketers.
Well, this is Russell Bett, who's just messaged back in with vis-a-vis the photo he sent earlier, pointing out that he is the man on the far right of the photograph, and the wicketkeeper was the guy who was dirty.
Brook bowls and left alone by Patel. Bales whipped off by Bairstow's now standing up to the stump. 3 slips in place. Bess just can't stand still, can he? He's moved from third slip to have a chat. Now he's back in position. Next delivery is defended back to Brook. That's the end of a very quick over as well. So they are -1 on the over rate, but a couple like that will certainly get them back quickly.
So Russell is the man in the woolly sweater on the right of the photograph that I know you can't see, but I can tell you that he's also caked in green mush from the knees downwards. So I think you'd have to say, like father, like son, where Dom's concerned. Thanks for that, Russell. And so, back with Matthew Revis. Bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. Sibley forward and playing out into the offside, no run. The floodlights are on. Just for the benefit of Churchy, who's been out of the box but couldn't remember when Surrey last followed on. Mick Auckland, via AI, says it was the 12th of May last year at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. He does now recall that. He was having a DT moment. Revis in, Bess right in behind that. Bess. I'm having one of those as well. Sibley right in behind that, playing it back to Revis.
Yeah, he made
and
that
there
look
is
as
Bess to do the ball shining.
He made it look as though the ball didn't really get up there, didn't he? But I don't think there was too much uneven bounce there. Sibley, of course, one of those batters who can just dig in and stay all day.
There's Revis. Oh, just reaching a little for that. Dom Sibley. And Bess with another dive. I'll tell you what, Russell, you obviously taught him a bit about how to play cricket, but you certainly taught him a bit about how to dive around in the field as well, I reckon. Got down for that well. He loves it. 49 for 1. halfway through the 17th over of this Surrey second innings. Yorkshire 486. Surrey all out for 204 and following on. But Sibley, somebody just moved at the wrong moment for him and rightly stepped away. 24.5 overs still scheduled in the day's play on day 3, but always having to have a 10 pence on it, probably be saying, don't think we're quite going to get through all of those. Revick's bowls, Sibley drops it out into the offside and best round to field. Dutchbird Kate says maximum is not in block acceptable.
Oh, she's the arbiter, is she? In her book, it's not acceptable.
I was in education when Dutchbird Kate and DT are in the same room. As Revis is in and bowling, and Dom Sibley right in behind that drops that into the pitch. And there is no run.
She's a very keen cricket fan. Dutchbird Kate follows the game around the world. As you might be not surprised to know, she follows the Dutch team a lot, obviously, but she's originally a Yorkshire lass.
This bowl is wide of off stump, and Sibley shoulders arms.
Ilkley, is
There
it?
we go,
She's
shouldering
yeah.
of arms.
Yeah, I don't like that one, do they? Is it Ilkley somewhere out there?
Yeah, Ilkley. So end of the 17th over, 49 for 1. Sibley on 22, Patel on 13. Yeah, we've had various comments while he's been out about what we should not be doing in cricket commentary, what terms we shouldn't be using. Mark Church. We take those terms out of our cricket commentaries, not going to be a lot of comment really, which is not easy for a radio commentary, is it? We do our best, don't we, chaps?
Well, sure we do sometimes. We try to do our best.
It's always nice when you turn up on time.
Brooke bowls, and again, Patel just leaving that one alone and taken by Bairstow standing up. 3 slips, in fact 2 slips in a gully. A short extra, mid off. Where am I missing somebody? 3 on the onside. No, there's a mid off. Yep. Backward point. Here's Brooke bowling again, and again Bairstow takes it. Definitely a fielder short somewhere. Well, 1, 2. Where's the other fielder, Twitchy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2.
He's on the field
3.
somewhere there, DT. There's that green area out there that hunt the fielder. It's like a word search for DT. This.
Brooke bowls, and that's punch straight. Dearie me. Ryan Patel has just punched that straight to extra cover. The softest of catches for, is that Will Luxton who's taken that?
Possibly.
In fact, let's have a look at that again. He didn't even stop, did it? He just sort of came across the ball a bit, hit it in the air.
It was Ben Cliff who took the catch,
Ben
I think.
Cliff.
Yeah.
Well,
Ryan Patel was.
There haven't been,
can't
actually.
believe that. 2 wickets down.
For all that there's been a tumble of wickets, there's not been many shocking shots. It's been good
Well,
bowling in this match, hasn't it? Often you'll get 3, 4 gifted wickets, but that's probably up there with the worst in the match so far.
Well, in some ways it's following the first innings, because Ryan Patel won't be proud of the shot he played in that inning, in the first innings, and he certainly won't be proud of that one. Whereas poor old Rory Burns is sitting there thinking to himself, well, yeah, I got a couple of cracking deliveries, and twice. Okay, he just seems to sort of come across it a little bit, doesn't he? He's sort of doing slicing across it, and just terrible. Ben Cliff with the simplest of catches. So Yorkshire will be thinking 2 down, 8 to go.
Yeah,
49 for 2.
indeed.
I think if you were Yorkshire, you'd want 3 tonight, wouldn't you? Just to feel comfortable. You'd feel you were strong favourites, but it takes a lot to bat through a final day to save a game with only 8 in hand.
Yeah, it does. Harry Brook then, the lesser spotted Harry Brook wicket, and that a 10th first-class wicket for Harry. He's into double figures in the wickets column.
Is Brook back over the wicket to the right-handed. Oh, gee. That one's kept a little bit low there, and Smith's just got down on that, Jamie. So what can you... That would have been definitely bad one to get out to. And he's got him. Oh, he's gone second ball, Smith. Deary me, Brook has bowled. Brook has bowled Smith, his England teammate. Second ball. What? How has that got through? Has he just played down the wrong line? Has there been a bit of movement off the seam? Brook's now got figures of 2 for 2.
Smith was bowled by Harry Brook for most
I think he's just giving him a joking little bit of a point to the dressing room, maybe among the lads, but he's absolutely cock-a-hoop. Second wicket, big wicket, 11th wicket in first-class cricket in his 99th match. That's a really strong strike rate of 1 wicket every
9 matches. Yeah. Let's have a look at the replay on this one, see what it does. Well, nothing really. He's seems to have played down a line that the ball simply wasn't on. So
number 5, sorry, Dan Lawrence.
Yeah,
it might have done just. I don't think it did. It was just a straight one, basically, off peg out of the ground, and.
Well, the way we're going, Harry Brook could end up with more wickets than runs in this match. He got 7 with the bat.
Well, yeah. Yes, he could well do that. But he won't. I'm not backing Brook to take an 8 for him. So, 49 for 3. And Yorkshire, well, cock-a-hoop. How many people would have turned up here this morning, haven't seen Yorkshire bat first couple of days, and thought we'll see 13 Surrey wickets fall?
Harry Brook doing exactly what he was brought back from England to do here. Go through the Surrey top order. The runs are a bonus.
Brook in to complete his over bowls, and it's pushed back to him. No run there. So big applause for the. I think that was a double wicket maiden, wasn't it? From Brook. He's bowled 2.1 overs because he came on for George Hill. George Hill off the field, and we were a little bit concerned that.
I was always confident. I mean, you said at that point that's going to bring it more into draw territory. I think you'll find if you go back through the commentary, David Townsend.
Was that me who said that? I was thinking that you take one of your main bowlers out of the attack. Well, don't know where Surrey go from here, to be honest. You've got still 250 odd runs behind. What, 253 runs trying?
Yeah, Matthew Revis
233 runs. Sorry.
Yeah, to get in and among the act with wickets in this innings. But tell you what, that's a ripper. Swinging away from Sibley. All of a sudden, the conditions look like somehow they've changed out there. The floodlights are on, of course, and we did have that little spot of rain, and that really took off after it pitched. Don Sibley's gone to do a bit of gardening and have a chat, but the ball didn't pitch anywhere near where he had a prod at the pitch. Dan Lawrence maybe passing on some information. 3 slips in place: point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. As Revis is in and bowling again. And Sibley right in behind that, playing to Bradley Sylvester. George Hill not out there on the field of play, so just to put you in the picture on that front, we don't know what the reason is that he isn't out there, but he bowled 5 overs of his most recent, 5 balls of his most recent over. At that point, they went off for rain. He came back on, whatever it was, 12 minutes later, as Revis is in, and Sibley leaves that wide of off stump. And then he didn't come back out on the field of play, so I don't know if he's felt something that has meant that. That's probably all he can really generally assume at this stage. And so Harry Brook finished off that over for George. Is he back out there? Let me just check, because I'm saying that and it looks like he might be at 3rd slip. Revis bowls, it's wide of off stump and left by Sibley, so if he has gone back on, I'd not noticed that bit. He certainly didn't come back on after they'd been off for rain. I think it is George, isn't it, at 3rd?
So who's Sylvester on for now?
It is George at 3rd, yeah. So he's back out there. Revis bowls, good delivery. Sibley drawn across the crease and has a little push. If he's not out there, who isn't out there? Harry Brook is down beneath our commentary position.
Waiting to come back on.
Yeah, so it's Brookie at the moment that's not out there. So they will be back to a full complement when he goes on, you would imagine, unless somebody else comes off and Brad Sylvester stays out there. So whatever it was, it seems okay. Not sure on the bowling front, I guess, given that he couldn't finish that over. We'll find out. Maybe he doesn't get another bowl tonight. 22 overs left, possibly. There's a dot off the last ball of the over. Maybe we see him again tomorrow. We'll get a handle on that.
Maybe Brook just slipped off to change his boots or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Wasn't expecting to bowl a long spell, hadn't got his bowling boots on. Expects to have a few more overs now. Certainly going to bowl this one. Number 88 on his back. 2 wickets in his last over. Well, well, well. Poor shot from Ryan Patel, but very strange dismissal of Jamie Smith. He just played inside the line of a straight one, lost his off stump. I suppose it's possible early in an innings, but anyway, Brook runs towards us, bowls, and that's turned into the onside for a single to square leg. Ben Cliff comes round to do the fielding from mid-wicket. Got 3 slips and a leg slip. Backward point, mid-off. Three men on the onside. Save him 1, or 2 men save him 1 and a leg slip. Next delivery is pushed firmly to mid-wicket. Oohs and ahs. Maybe kept a little bit low.
He's doing
With,
all sorts for Harry Brook here, DT.
That would have been plumb LBW had he not got the middle of the bat to it, Doidgy. 50 for 3. Next delivery is eased away down to long leg, and Bairstow's making the most of it, to be fair. They've got a couple of runs. They're thinking of coming back again, but doesn't.
I mean, it's so good this spell. I just think Yorkshire have signed Jimmy Anderson and stick him in Harry Brook's whites out there.
Well,
zipping around, pace, fire.
Certainly letting the batsman think that's what's happening. Brook in the sunshine now. bowls and defended solidly back to him by Sibley. Scoreboard showing Lawrence with 1, Sibley with 24. Surrey 52 for 3. Brooke Bowles getting pushed back to him. I think one of these two could dig in. Both of them could dig in for a long stay. So when they get through here, they'll just feel Adam Thomas, very fine batsman, but a young batsman. Brooke bowls that one, which pops up off the glove. It's come off the glove and it's gone over leg slip down to a very fine leg for 4 runs.
Unbelievable delivery from Harry. It's pitched a yard outside off stump and was hitting the top of leg. Outstanding.
So it might be a slight exaggeration there, Georgie, but there was definitely a bit of movement, wasn't there?
Yeah, Matthew has emailed in. Matthew Allnut Small says, Harry Brook's bowling. Hello, Jonathan and team. You were talking about Harry Brook now having 11 first-class wickets. As I'm sure you know, he also has a test wicket. Yes, indeed. It was at the Basin Reserve, Wellington, where he had the great Kane Williamson caught by Ben Foakes. So a bit of a Yorkshire-Surrey combi wicket. I was down in New Zealand watching that test, and Harry Brook has been lost in the final outcome where New Zealand followed on and won by 1 run with Jimmy Anderson caught down the leg side. Thanks to the excellent commentary from my 4 favourite commentators as Revis bowls. Just off the ground for a moment as Dan Lawrence flicks it to Bradley Sylvester. No run. DT, Churchy, Liam, and yours truly.
I think we're the only 4 here today.
Yeah.
Fred hasn't popped in.
Brief couple of words. Oh, has he got him? He has! Matthew Revis has struck for the first time in this Surrey second innings.
Scary,
Unlucky Dan Lawrence, but he was late in playing it, and as we know, with those sorts of deliveries, it can trickle backwards, and it has just dislodged what looks to be the leg bail, I think. Lawrence has gone for 1. Surrey in all sorts of trouble at 56 for 1. And yeah, a 4-ball 56 for 4 and a 4-ball stay out there in the middle for Dan Lawrence.
Oh, that is so unlucky, because that ball is just, well, he's played it down into his feet. It's bounced up above the height of the stumps and then just fallen on top of the leg stump and dislodged a bail. And Lawrence is just standing there going, oh dear, no. Go on, let me have another go. Oh, you can't take that, lads. You're not going to accept that as a wicket, are you? And Yorkshire most certainly are. That's Revis's first wicket. He can't drag himself off, can he? And understandably, that's 2 today. That's 2 today that Surrey have played on. Jordan Clark playing on first delivery, Golden Duck.
Yep.
So Thomas is now out there. 56 for 4. Well, extraordinary day. 14 wickets have fallen. The rub of the green, I'm not going to say luck, rub of the green has been with Yorkshire. Especially with dismissals like that with the ball. When that could have gone anywhere. How often do you see those bounce down and bounce over the top of the stumps and everybody goes ooh and ah? I don't think the Yorkshire players can quite believe that. I think they turned up here today expected to be bowling all day, but I don't think they expected to be bowling at, 17 of the batsmen to date twice.
It might be a good time to bring Churchy back in, and then I'll step out at the end of the over and let Liam in. So we'll say thanks to DT for today, but he's back tomorrow as well. Revis Ooh, good delivery again from Matthew Revis. Goes past Adam Thomas's outside edge on the rise. Still 20 overs and 3 balls remaining on this third day, and I don't think anybody at all who saw Yorkshire's performance at Edgbaston last week could, in their wildest dreams, have imagined that they'd be at this stage against Surrey in this match this week. Revis bowls again, another cracking delivery. Adam Thomas, to be fair, played the original line. There was a bit of nip, maybe a bit of swing about it. But Matthew Revis just took an over or so after the rain break to get back on it. He's very much on it now. 1 for 11. He's got 2 balls remaining in this, his 6th over. Sorry, 226 runs behind. Revis in and bowling. Well played, Adam Thomas. Shuffling across, but getting everything behind it. Don't know Mark Church, and it's a long way out yet, but when was the last time Surrey were beaten by an innings?
Oh, gosh, a while ago. It's been an extraordinary passage of play. It really has. Because Ryan Patel slapped one from Brooke straight to cover. Jamie Smith been bowled second ball by Brooke, and then that dismissal of Dan Lawrence.
Robinson again. He's got that around leg stump. It's been worked away backward of square leg. Cliff round to field. And they end the over with a single. So 57 for 4. Good stuff by Matthew Revis. That was a good over. Surrey 225 behind. I'll step out for a bit and bring in Liam. First of all, here's Churchy.
Well, fair play to Yorkshire. 14 wickets they've picked up today. Surrey are right in it now. And they're going to have to somehow try and climb their way out of this. But the first thing they've got to do is whether we get through the 20 overs remaining today with the weather. We'll wait to see. But Brooks just going to continue here. And, well, extraordinary, really, that he came on just to bowl that delivery for Hill. Fair play to Bairstow because he kept him on. Then he's picked up those 2 wickets, and he feels like he's going to take a wicket every ball at the moment. Brooke, here he comes, over the wicket to Thomas, and Thomas is forward, and it beats the edge.
I think he might have got a little nick on that, judging by the reaction
Well,
of those around.
It wasn't taken cleanly by Bairstow, who stood up to the stumps. It might have been one of those that's quite a big deflection and just hit the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. But Brooke at the moment, well, he's virtually, well, he's not unplayable, but he's bowling like Curtly Ambrose. As forward goes the slower version. Forward goes Thomas, plays this one off a goodish length out into the offside. And of course, quite rightly, Yorkshire chirping away. So Surrey will really be feeling this at the moment. Here is Brooke over the wicket to Thomas, who's flashed this straight to backward point and has gone. Would you believe this? And Adam Thomas has laid back to a short delivery and has cut it straight to backward point. And the young man goes for 1. Sibley's watching all of this from the non-striker's end. And Harry Brooke is 3 for now. And, well, Will Luxton takes the catch, but he's just laid back, cut it straight to Luxton. And Brooke won't be able to believe this. He's loving it, quite rightly. But extraordinary, really, that Harry Brooke has 3 for now. And he's picked up Patel, Smith and Thomas. And Surrey are 57 for 5. Sibley's just stood there, down at the non-striker's end, wondering what on earth's happening. And Josh Blake will have to get himself out there into the middle. And Adam Thomas is very early in his career, of course, but Harry Brooke, what odds would you have got on Harry Brooke this evening taking 3 for?
Very large.
Especially when George Hill was bowling when we came off for the rain break.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that one. 2 bad dismissals in there. I think they'll be disappointed for the couple of Surrey batters. Patel and Thomas there. It did feel like it followed the pattern of this morning where the ball just seemed to do a little bit. That cloud cover, 20 overs old. So Lacquer coming off the ball just started to distract a little bit more movement. And it feels like we're at that period again. So even must be a nightmare for the batters or Harry Brooke.
Well,
He's
Harry
bowling quite a
Brook-
nagging length. To be
Harry
fair.
Brook bowling a nagging length with a little bit of movement with that lot behind you, chirping away the entire time, quite rightly.
With the keeper stood up as well. keeping you
Keeper
in your
stood
crease.
up, yep.
Yeah, so he's getting a little bit of movement. He's hammering away at a decent length.
Well, he's that sort of cricketer as well, isn't he, Harry Brook? What do you get with the bat? 7? But you can't keep him out of the game. 3.4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 9 for Harry Brook.
He might not be stopping there.
Yeah, he's eyeing up a 5 for here before stumps tonight, isn't he?
Is he coming round the wicket? Oh, he's got all the tricks now.
Yeah.
Round the wicket to the left-hander umpire.
Yep. So, Josh Blake's back out there. Bairstow's going to stand back for Blake, with Brook going around the wicket to Josh Blake. And Blake's first ball, edged, put down by Johnny Bairstow. Low to his left. And he'd stood back as well. What is going on? At the moment, Brook is, well, finding the edge of the bat. Surrey just can't play him at the moment. But this is a chance. Edged and down low to his left. Oh, and it's hit his wrist as this is turned by Blake off his hip. Out toward the backward square. He was nearly on a hat-trick, Harry Brook. But, yeah, Johnny Bairstow stood back as he was up for the right-hander. It's not a bad delivery, that. And it just hits his wrist,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
Just a little bit low to his left. Could he have just kind of opened that left hip up out and with 2 hands? It's difficult when you're probably not expecting it to come first ball.
He's up to the stump. Sibley's got on strike now to Brook. Brook's in. Sibley, beaten on the outside edge again. Nicely taken by Bairstow. Do you know what this reminds me of? End of the over. And this is taking nothing away from Harry Brook. 58 for 5, but you turn up for a club game.
Yeah.
And there's the fella who's in his 30th year of club cricket who comes in off 4 paces, wobbles it, keeps it in a nagging length, and you just can't get bat on him.
Keeper up.
Yeah.
Frustrating.
Horrible. But Harry Brook shouldn't really be taking 3 for 9. But fair play to him that he has, and fair play to Bairstow as well, actually,
Yeah,
because he's kept him on.
Yeah, and like I said, the overhead conditions, it looks a little bit gloomy. So I think Revis has bowled really well, to be fair. He's not getting all the plaudits at the other end. Had a couple of whistling deliveries that went past Thompson with his outside edge 2 overs ago.
Well, he's coming in here to Josh Blake. Revis, and this will be a boundary for Josh Blake. He's just let the ball come to him, open the face, guides it away, down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. 62 for 5, sorry. Following on, 15 wickets have fallen on this 3rd day.
Probably disappointed there with that one. Just a bit of a gift to Blake.
Well, I don't think anybody quite expected this today. I thought it would be a tough sort of first session this morning. But sorry, 62 for 5 following on. As Blake turns this one into the leg side, that rolls in there towards short mid-wicket and there's no run. And Yorkshire have bowled really well today. They've been on Surrey all day.
I think that first innings they were brilliant. They've been gifted a couple in this second innings. So Rory Burns has been slightly unlucky with both his
Well, I don't know what he could have done with either of them, really.
Reared up off the pitch. Very unlucky.
Revis is in. Blake plays this down into the turf off a thickish edge. There was a little bit of a finger on that from 3rd slip, but that's still going to get down to the boundary rope for 4. So Blake moves on to 9. Surrey moving on to 66 for 5. Harry Brook. Well, I think I can safely say these are probably his best figures in first-class cricket. What is it now that he's got? 3 for 10. Harry Brook, 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 10. He'll be talking himself into the England attack again, won't he now?
Starts to give us a ball, mate. I'll get you a wicket.
But he's just bowled that nagging length, hasn't he? And no pace whatsoever. And in these conditions, has just nibbled it around. As Revis is into Blake, around the wicket, Blake pushes this one down towards backward point and there is no run. Well, if Surrey get out of this, someone's going to have to bat out of their skin here. We've still got 18.2 overs remaining today, and it's 6:15. Not sure we'll get all of them in. But at the moment, the weather's okay. The lights are on. Around the wicket goes Revis to Blake, and Blake's up on his toes, and he'll get a single. One more to the total. One more to Josh Blake. He moves on to 10. Sibley comes back onto strike on 28. As I say, Sibley watched all of that from the non-strikers, and I don't think he could quite believe it either. There was a shot of Sibley sort of just stood with his arms folded, with his bat lent on his hip.
Saw a lot unfold there.
Revis shines the ball up, then comes charging in again to Sibley, and Sibley's forward.
He's looked solid though.
Yeah, he has. He really has. Well, Sibley is perfectly capable of getting through to stumps tonight and then batting all day tomorrow, but he's got to find a partner. The only way that Surrey could get out of this, they need a massive partnership from somewhere.
Or another rain.
Or I don't think that's coming tomorrow. I think the weather's meant to be okay tomorrow. I'm not sure about the next 20 minutes though, because there is a very dark cloud heading this way. I don't know much about the weather, but I would say that cloud has some rain in it. As Brooke continues coming round the wicket, and then forward goes Josh Blake, plays this one back up the pitch. Now Jai Richardson's getting warmed up.
Yeah, I quite like that. Little burst. Obviously he's quick. He can nick one of these two out, coming back for his second spell in the second innings.
Brooke bustles in again. Around the wicket he goes to Blake. Blake pushes him off the back foot. Pick up a single. If you'd said before this game, Harry Brooke is going to make the difference between the two sides, you'd have thought, oh, he's gone out there and smashed 300 in no time. Little did we know that it would be with the ball in Surrey's second innings.
No, it's a funny old game. It's cricket, and obviously so he's not done the job with the bat, but yeah, it's been pivotal in the second innings.
He's one of those
for Yorkshire.
He's one of those cricketers, isn't he? You just can't keep him out of the game. As forward goes Sibley, turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. Jamie Smith will be feeling sick because he also knows that Harry Brooke is going to remind him of that every time he sees him.
Every time
He
sees
is
him, when they get together
never,
in a few weeks.
ever not going to remind him of that. Knocking his off stump out the ground, second ball. As forward goes Sibley.
I'm sure that'll be on social media later on as well.
Absolutely. I'm sure it's on there now.
Yeah, that'll be all over Yorkshire, I believe. So it'd be even better if he could. So just looking to try and nip one back to Tom Sibley, who gets to go across his stumps. So good at playing it off his pads, though.
He's in again, Brooke. And Sibley. Oh, now shout for LBW. It's hit him in the unmentionables again. That one's hurt Sibley. Even with his extraordinary abdominal guard, he's fouled that one.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for.
As
So
Dom
it's a long way
Sibley.
across his stumps, just trying to nip it back in.
Oh dear, yeah. He's having a proper rearrangement there, is Dom Sibley.
I've never seen anybody get hit as much.
Oh, he does. He's extraordinary.
Just
And normally he just shakes it off, if that's the right expression. But on this occasion, there's been a bit more conviction there from D. Sibley.
I hate getting hit once, never mind.
Oh, dear
Multiple
me.
times.
Well, against Sussex, as I said, he looked when he walked off like he'd been riding a horse all day. Poor fella. Now they're going to bring another catcher up. Bairstow's been really good today with his captaincy. Brooke is in. Sibley lets him go. Bairstow's whipped the bails off. And it's the end of the over. And 68 for 5, Surrey. And Harry Brooke continues to cause problems. He's now hitting batsmen. There was one delivery as well to Sibley that sort of, for good, he gloved it. Because it sort of straight up at him. But he's just hit him in the unmentionables. Tough old going this for Surrey. Now here's Jai Richardson. I think this is a good move again from Bairstow.
Yeah, you got Sibley was in, you got a new batter left-hander, and he's looked quite threatening to the left-handers as Richardson. So he's just trying to swing that ball back and angle it away. He's done it a couple of times. So that's what we're looking to Blake here. See if we can get one just to rear up off a length. See when he's got it in the right area, it has got a little bit of assistance from the pitch.
Here he comes then from the Kirkstall Lane end to Josh Blake,
Oh, not another one.
who's played this down into the turf, and it's gone back towards the stumps. We've had two of those today. Jordan Clark first ball in the first innings and Dan Lawrence in this second innings, where they played the ball straight down. It's hit the turf, spun back onto the stumps. The umpires might get a bit twitchy in a minute about the light, because I'm just seeing the shadow of Richardson. And it's quite pronounced, that shadow. Sorry, won't mind getting off at the moment. As Richardson in over the wicket to Blake. Blake pushes off the back foot. Solid looking defensive shot from Josh Blake. And they'll pick up one more. One more to the total. One more to Blake. And Jonathan Doidge has just shown me a photo of Lily downstairs with Harry Brook earlier. So it's done the trick for Brooks bowling, that. That was yesterday, was it? Well, maybe if Brook wants to continue to take more wickets, he needs to have a selfie with Lily before he goes out onto the field. Because it's worked for him today.
69 for 5. Sibley back on strike.
3 slips and a leg slip for Sibley. Richardson's charging in here. Over the wicket to Sibley. And Sibley, he's hit him again. That's gone straight up into the ribs. That has really hurt Sibley. That has really hurt Dom Sibley. That's gone straight into his ribs. Oh, that is painful. Because it's hit that length and it has just gone straight up into the ribs of Dom Sibley. He has really felt that. And Johnny Bairstow's there as well. He's a tough old boy, is Dom Sibley, but that would have hurt. Here comes Paul Steele, the Surrey physio.
Some pain there as
yeah,
well.
It's probably.
Be serious, this.
I would have thought it's knocked all the wind out of him, and now Paul Steele's going to check how he is. He'll take his time here, Paul Steele, but that just roared off a good length, hit him straight under the armpit.
Get back,
and that will be ribs, I would have thought, for Dom Sibley. Really painful. Really, really painful. As I say, he's a tough old boy, Sibley. But he'll take his time here. Now, look at Brooks. Straight away. Put Sibley's bat on the stumps, and Brooks walks straight across, and he's wanting to have a go with Dom Sibley's bat now. But Sibley, one thing he will definitely have is a massive bruise there. What is it with cricketers and other players' bats? Look at them. They're like bees around a honeypot. It's like they've never seen a bat before. Every single one of them's wanting to go now with Sibley's bat. I think Sibley's all right here. I think he's okay, but golly, that really did take off a goodish leg. But he could not get out the way of that, Sibley. And that's hit him in the ribs. He'll definitely have a bruise there in the morning. Anyway, he's okay. Paul Steele is having a chat with umpires Gough and Middlebrook. He had all this last week with Gus Atkinson.
Been a busy couple of weeks.
Yeah,
right?
He has. He's a brilliant physio, but he's just having a chat with umpire Middlebrook. But what he did brilliantly last week with Gus Atkinson was spoke to both the umps and said, I'm coming back in 2 overs. Came back, checked him again, and then said to both of them, please keep an eye on him. If you spot anything, let me know. And after about 25 minutes of batting, they called him back out, and then he took Gus Atkinson off. So Dom Sibley is okay, but he'll still be feeling that.
It's been interesting to see how he plays this now. How Richardson maybe go shorter at him, see if he can. His brain's a little bit scrambled.
In comes Richardson then to Sibley. Oh, what a delivery that is. That's back of a leg, and that has just taken off again at Sibley. And it's taken by Bairstow away to his right. And again, clouds have come over. And this ball is now zipping around out there. It's exhilarating cricket.
Yeah, I think for Jai Richardson now, I think Yorkshire, so his final game now, if he can get the big wicket at Sibley here, say, sign off.
Well, he's
So
absolutely
getting
charging in here.
a couple of great deliveries there.
Here he comes again, Richardson. Over the wicket to Sibley. Oh, again, beats the outside edge. And Bairstow's taking these behind him. That is good pace from Richardson. If you look where Bairstow's taking this, he's taking it on the rise, going up shoulder height. So it's on its way up to the keeper.
Going to get through this period, will Sibley? He's taking that nasty blow to the ribs. Richardson's not missed his length here in this over so far.
2 balls left of the over. Here is Richardson over the wicket to Sibley, and shot.
Great
He's
shot.
just drifted onto his pads, and Sibley, despite all of that, has still just picked it up, whipped it out to the square leg boundary for 4. What an over that was. He had a bit of everything. 73 for 5. Sibley 32, Blake 12, so he still trailed by 209 following on. Harry Brook's going to continue here. I don't think you'll get the ball out of his hands tonight, will you? Harry Brook, he'll probably want to, if we're here tomorrow morning, he'll probably want to open up tomorrow morning, won't he?
Might end up bowling 20 overs.
Yeah, well, 3 for 11 for Harry Brook. He's just waiting for Jai Richardson to get into whichever position Jai Richardson's meant to be in. I don't think he's quite sure at the moment. So he goes to square leg. Here is Brook then, around the wicket to Blake, and Blake lets this go. Blake and Sibley will have spotted what's coming weather-wise as well. So they'll be saying to themselves, just hang in here now, because I think once this big dark cloud to our right hits, it looks like it's got a bit of rain in it as well. But I think the umps will then, because look at the shadows of the players now from the floodlights. Around the wicket goes Brook, and Blake lets this one go outside his off stump.
You said that Harry Brook will be bowling with 4 slips to the Surrey batters. Normally you'd be thinking that Surrey would be 180 for 2. Spread field. Nope, he's got 4 slips.
Again, I think Bairstow takes a lot of credit for this, just keeping him on. As around the wicket he goes again. That's a bit too short, and it's turned by Blake down into the leg side. Well, he bowled a delivery to Matt Fisher in the first innings that had Fisher swaying inside it, didn't it? So, but as I said, this reminds me of that. You play a club game, and there's the naggy, horrible, experienced pro. Round the wicket he comes again, Brook, and Blake gets in behind this one. Plays it back up the pitch. I've also noticed that since he's taken his wickets, his follow-through seems to be getting longer and longer now. He'll be ending up by the slips at this rate. Fair play to him. Isn't it funny? This probably will excite him far more than even if he'd smashed a double 100 in this game. Here he comes once again. Around the wicket to Blake. Oh, nips one back. Big shout for LBW. He's not going to get that, though. Bairstow's back up to the stumps now. Cracking appeal as well from Brook. Maybe that was his quicker ball. Bent his back with that one.
Just pushed it through a little bit.
Yeah.
Shot for a little inside edge onto that. Half-hearted appeal. Brook liked it though.
As I say, he'll be loving this, won't he? As in around the wicket he comes again. Oh my lord, that beats Blake's outside edge. Beautifully taken by Bairstow as well. What is going on out there with Harry Brook? End of the over. 73 for 5. He's bowling like Richard Hadley here. 73 for 5. Sibley has 32, and Blake's on 12. Oh, this is exciting. The mallet's out again. We didn't actually get to see the mallet last time. Listen to this. Love a mallet. He's doing a very good job there. Footholds for Jai Richardson. Got to be very strong to do that. That is the sound of the mallet.
Standard fast bowler that got hit for 4 for his final delivery.
Mallet's out.
Scratching away, he's bowled 3 absolute rip-roaring deliveries.
Ooh. If he's not careful, he'll be under the pitch in a minute. He absolutely smashed that down, so well done there. Excellent work. And Gaz the groundsman there. Gaz the groundsman and his big mallet. And he's done a very fine job there, and he's virtually getting a standing ovation from the rest of the ground staff for that. So, well done, Gaz. So, Richardson is going to be coming over the wicket to Dom Sibley. And Sibley tucks him up towards mid-on, takes the single, White's up, but doesn't pick up cleanly. And I think Sibley's quite happy to get up the non-strikers end and have a breather at the minute. Look at these clouds that are heading this way now. Oh dear. I think it's almost raining everywhere bar here at the moment. It's filling in all the while. There are 14.5 overs remaining today, but I'm not sure we're going to get all of those now. As Blake waits with that bat raised as Richardson's into him, and Blake covers up, plays this one out into the offside. Oh yes, thank you, Jonathan Doidge. He's showing me his weather forecast. It's meant to be raining now, according to that. I'm not sure it is, but it looks like it is going to. I know absolutely nothing about meteorology. I can't actually even say it, the word there. I tried very hard, but I would say it's going to rain very, very soon with these big dark clouds above us. The light's going to be horrendous in a minute, as well as here is Richardson over the wicket to Blake, who's had a play at this one that just goes away from him. Beats the outside edge. 74 for 5, Surrey following on. It's been an extraordinary day. And again, well, you know what all the headlines will be tonight, even though Hill's bowled out of his skin and Revis has bowled beautifully. It'll all be about Brooks' 3 wickets, won't it, tonight?
Yeah, he's like
he'll probably put himself up for interview, I would have thought, just to discuss these overs tonight. As Richardson comes in over the wicket to Blake, and Blake taking this off the stumps into the leg side. He's going to sprint a single here. That brings Sibley back on to strike. One more to the total. 75 for 5, but what I like about this from Yorkshire as well, they're very vocal out there. Sorry, it'd be exactly the same if Yorkshire were struggling with the bat. And there's just something about a part-time bowler taking wickets as well, isn't there, to get everybody overexcited.
Everybody G'd up, like you say. They've identified an opportunity of Yorkshire and they're all up together. It's not worse as a batter when you're out there.
Richardson over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's forward, turns this one up to White at mid-on.
You feel all 11 players closing in on you.
Yeah, really claustrophobic, isn't it?
It's not a nice place to be sometimes. Especially you're in this position, 75 for 5, just trying to take some momentum out of the game. And the Surrey batters, if anybody can do that, it's Dom Sibley. He wore a few already, a nasty one, veered up into the ribs. Just knocked him off his feet. He's still there, 33 not out.
That was a horrible delivery, wasn't it, from Richardson? Away from us once again. Richardson comes in over the wicket to Sibley. Short ball. Sibley sways inside it. That's taken by Bairstow up above his right shoulder. End of the over. 75 for 5. Surrey trail by 207. Sibley 33. Blake 13. Brooks already at the top of his mark here.
Yeah, I've seen Jack White warming up, and I don't think he's going to get a chance.
I don't think he is. I think Brooks saw that,
Yep.
and Brooke literally legged it and stood at the top of his mark, ready to go. So
give me one more, Johnny, please. I think I can get him.
You wouldn't put it past him either. So Blake will be on strike. Brooke around the wicket from the Howard stand end, and Blake plays the line of that. Beautifully taken again by Bairstow.
The bounce well there.
Yeah, and you've got to say it was a tough low chance, but obviously Blake got dropped first ball off Brooke. He's the ideal man in these conditions. Harry Brooke comes in once again. Around the wicket to Blake, and Blake's playing this down into the gully region. Don Best goes round to do the fielding.
England spoke about pace all winter when they're down in Australia. And sit with the
Missed a
mediums.
trick here, didn't
Well,
they?
yeah, medium
Missed a
pace who
trick.
did the damage. For Harry Brook the ball.
Oh, we saw Carey stood up tonight.
Oh, that were a masterclass.
Yeah.
That, watching that.
In around the wicket goes. Oh, Brooke. Good luck with that, Johnny Bairstow. That hasn't bounced. And that's gone straight through Johnny Bairstow's legs. And away for 4 byes. So 4 more to the Surrey total. 79 for 5, Surrey. But yes, this one hasn't really bounced. And Johnny Bairstow hasn't got a hope here. Yeah, it's gone straight through his legs.
Yes, it's the ball. Kept low.
Got in this over, 3 deliveries remaining in this over. Yeah, Carey was immaculate, wasn't he? in
Yeah,
the
that
Ashes
stood up to
series?
Michael Neeson.
Unbelievable.
As a wicket keeper, I just absolutely looked on that with eye. It was so good. Ball bouncing as well.
This one, oh, he's got a bit of bat on that, I think. Bairstow's got a glove to it going down the leg side. Yep, he's got a bit of bat on that.
Nice.
Tough. Oh no, leg by, sorry.
No leg by.
Delayed there. Umpire Goff. So leg by is the signal. 1 more to the total. It's almost, these clouds are almost a purple colour now, aren't they? This looks like the end of the world's coming. Really looking forward to my walk back now. Short extra cover comes in for Sibley. Brooke is over the wicket to him. Oh, he's got that one just to bounce outside the off. Look at Brooke here. His follow through genuinely has got longer, hasn't it? And then he's run off towards extra cover.
So good. He's bowling well though.
He is.
Bowling
Look,
really
take
well.
nothing away from him. This is in these conditions. This is absolutely perfect from Harry Brook at the moment. As in over the wicket he comes again, and that's a bit short. Sibley's up on his toes and punching this in towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 80 for 5. Keep looking at the umpires to see whether they're going to look at each other, but they're pretty happy with the light at the moment. The floodlights on. So it's going to be Jai Richardson to continue from this Kirkstall Lane. And Mr. Doidge is coming in, and then I'll make way for Liam as it's his final day with us. So this game, so he should join Jonathan Doidge. But yes, well, extraordinary scenes here. How much of this we're going to get with this weather, I'm not sure. Richardson with the first ball of this new over coming into Josh Blake, and Blake turns him off his hip. Rolls away into the leg side. They'll pick up a single, or they'll get back for 2, in fact. And Blake will move on to 15. 82 for 5.
Can you imagine if David Coleman was in the comm box right now describing Harry Brook's spell? There'd be a few quite remarkables, a couple of astonishings. $82 for 5. Richardson continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end. Quite marked shadowing from the floodlights as Blake drops this delivery into the offside, just looking away to the right. It does look like an Armageddon sky coming in from the southwestish area, so it doesn't feel like we're going to be out there for much more than another couple of overs if the look of the sky is anything to go by, although can see quite a long way into the distance. But further away down the southwest, it's a bit blurred on the horizon, suggesting there is rain there, as in comes Richardson again, and Blake defending into the offside once more. So they'll try and nick another one, of course, Yorkshire tonight. Work to do for Surrey. They'll obviously have a good handle on what it looks like out there down in the middle of the pitch, and we'll be just trying to hang on with this 6th wicket for the moment. Make Yorkshire come back tomorrow. Richardson just backs away for a stride or two before he sets off. Comes in past umpire James Middlebrook, defending into the offside. There's just an evidence of a little bit of in swing, nothing too marked at this stage, but certainly the scoreboard away to our left on the northeast stand, the lettering standing out quite strongly against the black background, more so than the one away on the western terrace. 4 slips, leg slip, long leg, straight mid-wicket, mid-off, and a square man on the offside here as Richardson comes in again. Oh, dear me, that is wayward and wided by James Middlebrook, not surprised. Nearly on the next strip. Johnny Bairstow might have pulled a muscle. Now then, I said 2 or 3 overs. It looks like they're going to be less than that because the rain has finally hit the ground here at Headingley. And James Middlebrook is consulted with Michael Goff, and they're going to take him off for rain. And I reckon that will probably be it for the day. If I was a betting man, there's still 12 overs and 2 balls remaining in the day's play. But we are post 6:30. And I think it's highly unlikely we'll get any more. So, what was it? 6:39. They have left the field of play with Surrey in their second innings. Struggling big time. Having been bowled out for 204 first time around. 83 for 5 this time in the 29th over of play. The wickets have fallen. Rory Burns caught Bairstow, bowled White for 11. There was a rain break before Ryan Patel was then caught by Ben Cliff off Harry Brook for 13. Brook then bowled Jamie Smith's second ball without scoring. And Matthew Revis bowled Dan Lawrence. Unlucky one really, he was late on playing it, rolled back onto his stumps. He was bowled for 1. And the score was on 56, and then they'd added just 1 further run before Adam Thomas was caught a point by Will Luxton off Harry Brook for just the 1. So Harry Brook, the main feature with the ball for Yorkshire this afternoon. 3 for 11. 1 for 21 for Matthew Revis, 1 for 19 for Jack White. Warm applause from the home support for the players leaving the field. Jai Richardson, none for 24. And George Hill, 1.5 overs for 2, the other 2 bowlers. And so Surrey still 199 runs behind with 5 wickets remaining. The bigger covers are coming on, and although there's been no official announcement yet that is it for the day, I fear that is the death knell for play on day 3, and that will be returning tomorrow, with Surrey having to bat in probably for a potential 96 overs if there are no weather interruptions to get a draw out of this, or Yorkshire trying to find 5 wicket-taking deliveries to win the match by an innings. Who would have thought that they'd been even in this position, nowhere near it from the way they played at Edgbaston last week, but different day, different game, and they have stood up well in this match. So we'll leave things as they are for now as the covers come on. As I say, we'll be waiting for an official announcement, and I think fully expecting that will be it for day 3. And if it is, we'll see you back here tomorrow just before 11. If it isn't, then we'll pick up the microphone as they go back on again. Bye for now.